Ka mogare ka mo system ya so check upon check it cause ka mogare ka mo 15 if we are balance.
So, Mike.
Okay, let's remain standing for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Sure. Honourable members, good morning. Let me also greet the Premier in his absentia, members of the Executive Council who are here, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties. Baagi ba Gauteng ka bophara, ke a le dumedisa hle bagolo ba rona, le baeng ba rona dumelang. We don't have any announcements. We also don't have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. But we do have member statements, honourable members, in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, and all of them have been allowed. So we'll start with Honourable Adams, who is online. Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, Honourable members, citizens of Gauteng. Honourable Speaker, Honourable members, this statement marks the final installment, part 3 of our three-part series focused on restoring hope and strengthening our province's emotional resilience. As Gauteng approaches the festive season, our communities face heightened risks, from crime to reckless driving to unsafe gatherings. Yet the festive period should be one of joy, connection, and renewal. In this spirit, Honourable Speaker, I present the Season of Safe Joy Compact. This compact invites communities, families, tavern owners, youth groups, faith leaders, and transport partners to unite around three simple cost-free commitments. Number one, community pledges for a safe festive season facilitated through committees and constituency networks. Number two, a legislature-wide message of responsible celebration, encouraging vigilance, safe driving, and protection of children and vulnerable persons. And three, neighborhood solidarity circles, where communities identify at least one collective action, such as coordinated safe transport, local patrol support, or youth engagement activities to reduce harm during this period. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, this compact is not merely a public safety call. It is a reaffirmation of community warmth, unity, and shared responsibility. It reminds us that while the province is wounded, our social fabric still holds the power to keep one another safe. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Schneemann.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Gauteng accounts for more than 5.5 million registered vehicles. This tells us that the province is experiencing a rapid rise in mobility, directly or indirectly. This then increases the risk of accidents and road fatalities. It is that time of the year where road users will be travelling to different destinations all over the country. Madam Speaker, a few days ago, the Gauteng Provincial Government, represented by the MEC for Transport, hosted the National Department of Transport to an official launch of the festive season road safety campaign for 2025 in Gauteng. For the year 2025, the campaign theme chosen says, Itoma Kawena. Translated, it means it starts with you. This is a direct call to action for every road user to make safer choices and prioritise safety on the road. The launch was attended by Premier Lesufi, the Minister of Transport, Minister Barbara Creasy, as well as the MEC for Transport, MEC Kediboni Diali Klabela. In her address, the MEC emphasised the vital importance of pedestrian safety, responsible road behaviour, and an intensified enforcement during this busy holiday travel period. Law enforcement agencies will maintain a zero tolerance against those who drink and drive on the road. The African National Congress welcomes the collaboration between the various law enforcement agencies. Equally, the ANC calls on all users of Gauteng's roads, whether they be motorists, cyclists or pedestrians, to obey the rules of the road, not to drink and drive, not to walk and drink, and to buckle up when travelling. The ANC calls on all motorists to drive with extreme caution in heavy rains to ensure both their safety and the safety of others. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Schneemann. Honourable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, honourable members and our Gauteng residents. Honourable members, the initial World AIDS Day took place on December the 1st, 1988. The day was created to raise awareness about HIV and AIDS, also to honour those who have died from the disease and promote education, awareness and prevention efforts. Madam Speaker, this year we observed World AIDS Day under the theme Open quote, overcoming disruptions, transforming the AIDS response, close quote. Regrettably, Madam Speaker, the Trump-led US administration has opted to open a very shameful episode since the discovery of the virus by adopting measures that continue to undermine efforts to overcome disruptions and transformation in the AIDS response. Honourable members, for over 2 decades, the US has been a consistent leader in the global response to AIDS through PEPFAR, the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, and its support for UNAIDS. The significance of the United States contribution to the global HIV response cannot be overstated. Since its establishment in 2003, PEPFAR has saved more than 26 million lives and prevented nearly 5 million new HIV infections. This has been achieved by investing in essential HIV prevention, treatment, care, as well as support programs in 55 countries. Madam Speaker, it is publicized that the U.S. withdrawal of funds dedicated to HIV and AIDS has led to the reduction and closure of services, consequently leading to a decrease in HIV testing, treatment interruptions, as well as enhanced transmission risk. All of the above, regrettably, create a fertile ground for long-term consequences. For instance, it places vulnerable populations at greater risk, increases mortality, heightens the likelihood of infections, and threatens the progress made over many years. Accordingly, UNAIDS, the discontinuation of PEPFAR would result in an additional 6.6 million new HIV infections between 2025 and 29. This translates to approximately 5,800 new infections per day, compared to 3,500 in 2023. Additionally, this is an imminent risk of 660,000 new infections among children during this period. Honourable members, these figures represent more than just statistics. They are a call to action. We urge the global community to step up by demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the fight against the virus. Let this be a collaborative advance to our efforts rather than a retreat. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are appalled by the murder of the whistleblower witness D, Marius van der Merwe. No doubt all of us are extremely distressed that this has become a pattern, as evidenced by the murders of Babita Deokaran and Paul Mafule. They paid the ultimate price to protect us from corruption. But those covering up corruption do not always resort to murder. They very often use more nuanced intimidation, like threats of disciplinary action and legal action. We note that there are hundreds of forensic investigations that point to widespread incidents of corruption. But efforts to get sight of these have at best resulted in a portion of the set of reports being released, and then only after unnecessary delays, and then being so heavily redacted that one can hardly make sense of them. We note the report of the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Committee, which confirmed much of what we suspected and indicated that the Premier and his government needed to do more to fight the scourge of corruption. We note SIU investigations, such as the Tembisa Hospital scandal, which revealed hundreds of millions of rands stolen from those needing medical treatment in order to finance lavish lifestyles and Lamborghinis. We note lifestyle audits that have been conducted but not disclosed. Yes, the Premier says we can get the reports from the SIU, but no, the SIU sends us back to the Premier. But despite the hundreds of investigations, the few actions in terms of disciplinary actions and prosecutions only seem to target the small fish, not the big fish. Madam Speaker, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act doesn't just provide directives to prosecute, but it also implicates those who fail to take action when they become aware. Until there are prosecutions, corruption will still remain rife. And, Mr. Premier, if you're listening in, you like to think that your fine words and your posture will convince the people of Gauteng that you are a corruption buster. But until there is transparency in all matters, from investigation to prosecution, your inactions will have undermined your fine words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable Ngobeni, EFF. Honourable Ngobeni? Okay, Honourable Ngobeni, Action SA. Your initials are the same and the surname is the same.
Yes, you must always say the elder. Honourable Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the people of Ward 109 in Etwatwa, Ekurhuleni, residents of Barcelona, of Railway, of Besta, of Kombiza, and other voting districts, who on the 10th of December yesterday braved severe weather, not for a party but for their democracy. Their courage to come out and vote is a clear signal that our communities are ready to reclaim their power and drive real change. Speaker, the results of this by-election speak for themselves. Action SA achieved one of the most significant growth surges in the city's recent election history, a more than 500% increase in support. We moved from the 5th place to becoming the 2nd largest party in the ward, winning 25% of the votes and pushing the ANC below 40% in one of its traditional strongholds. Those are not just statistics. This is the voice of our communities that have heard enough of empty promises, failing services, and municipality that has lost its moral compass. The people of Etwatwa have sent a loud and unmistakable message. Ekurhuleni deserves better, and Action SA is ready to deliver it. I pay tribute to the award candidate, Bafana Malaza, our dedicated Action SA volunteers, activists, and leaders who worked day and night across Etwatwa. But above all, I honor the residents who place their trust in us, who believe, just as we do, that ethical leadership and accountability must become the new normal in Ekurhuleni. Speaker, this by-election has confirmed what communities across the city are already telling us. Action SA is emerging as the only credible alternative to rescue Ekurhuleni from a collapsing infrastructure, chronic service failures, and the governance scandals that continue to undermine the future of their metro. The people of Ward 109 have shown the province the way forward. They have shown hope over fear, action over excuses, and a new future over old failure. Their message is clear. They are ready for the executive mayor, Kolani Khumalo. Come 2026, Sizothola. I thank you.
Okay, honourable members. Honourable Ngobeni, EFF, are you online? Okay, let's proceed, honourable members. Okay, I want to remind all political parties that at the end of the session today, just before we close the meeting, each party will be given 3 minutes to table or make a festive Christmas message. So, yeah, you can, pen some quite, you have time to do that. Yeah, please do, yeah. It's okay, it's only a message, you can do that. Just be careful that you, just check that the message is authentic. Honourable members, there is no motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. And giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, also there is none. Apologies that we have from Honourable Bloom and the 5 members who are attending the Council of Government Ethics Law Seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. Those are Member Adams, Member Matlagaza Mnamela, Member Makubela, Member Ali, and Member Msimanga. Honourable members, we do have stakeholders who are visiting us today. We have stakeholders from Tshwane in Mabopane, from Ekurhuleni Sasol Garage, West Rand in Tarleton, Sidibeng, Vereeniging, City of Johannesburg, and City of Johannesburg, Snake Park, and East Rand, Katlehong. Bagolo la mogetswe. Ke le gopotse fela ka boikokobetso gore ga la dumelwa gore le participate in the house. A le kgone gore le tsaye dinepe ka difounu, a le phapate le ope matsogo. Se se one fela se ke le dumellang sona ko smile fela, you can do that. Aha. Re la mogetse ra leboga ge le tlile go tlo re joina. Le go utlwella gore re ira eng go tokafatsa matshelo a lona. Secretary, first order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. I'm informed that you will be representing Honourable Khumalo. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to all the honourable members and the people of Gauteng. The Portfolio Committee noted that the following on the performance of Quarter 2 of the Department of COCTA for the 2025-2026. The department incurred an expenditure of 142,433,000 rands, which is 99%, against a quarterly allocation of 143,588,000 rands. The variance, which is an under-expenditure, reported is 1,155,000 rands in terms of the main appropriation and the expenditure to date. The department has spent 48% of its annual budget for 2025-26 financial year. The department reported that conditional grants amounting to 6 million rands were transferred to the municipalities. Furthermore, the department processed 100% of invoices within the stipulated 15 days as prescribed by the legislation. The department reported that conditional grants amounting to 6 million rands were transferred to the municipalities, and the department did not monitor 9 municipalities on the implementation of infrastructure delivery programs. It was reported that the target is being reviewed to accommodate only 5 municipalities that are awarded municipal infrastructure grants. The City of Tshwane, Selbourn District and Mfuleni municipalities received support to comply with the Municipal Systems Act regulations regarding the appointment of senior managers. On risk assessment, Madam Speaker, under planning, the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan was found to be financially unviable, misaligned with the Integrated Development Plan, which is an IDP, and based on unrealistic targets, lacking credible baselines. Under financial management, municipalities demonstrated an inability to produce accurate financial statements, manage cash flow effectively, or curb significant unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Under revenue management, the billing systems were dysfunctional, relying heavily on estimations with pure debt collection practices and substantial revenue leakage. Under IT governance, legacy systems, insufficient cybersecurity measures, and the absence of a functional disaster recovery plan, it posed critical risks to operational continuity. Under policy and procedure, although policies are in place, they lack operational clarity, particularly regarding evidence standards and accountability mechanisms for system failures. The committee, therefore, was concerned with the following. In terms of infrastructure monitoring gaps, 9 municipalities were not monitored for infrastructure delivery, undermining oversight of conditional grant utilization and service delivery outcomes. In terms of planning misalignment, the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan was found to be financially unviable and misaligned with the IDP, with unrealistic targets and no credible baselines, therefore compromising accountability and performance tracking. In terms of lack of municipal financial management, municipalities continue to struggle with producing credible financial statements, managing cash flow effectively, and containing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. In terms of limited strategic support, while support was provided to 3 municipalities, which is the City of Tshwane, Selbourn District, and Mfuleni municipalities on MSA compliance, broader systemic challenges in senior management appointments persist across municipalities. The Portfolio Committee recommends the following. Reinforce infrastructure monitoring. The department should ensure that municipalities put in place a risk-based monitoring framework prioritizing municipalities with high MIG allocations and poor audit outcomes. Align planning instruments The department should ensure that municipalities must institute a joint IDP service delivery and budget implementation plan validation process involving Treasury, COGTA and SALGA to ensure financial viability and target realism and require all targets to be supported by baseline data and evidence of feasibility. In terms of enhanced municipal financial governance, the department should ensure that municipalities scale up technical support for financial reporting and cash flow management, especially in high-risk municipalities. Furthermore, they must enforce consequence management for persistent UIFW expenditure with quarterly reporting to the Portfolio Committee of COGTA. In terms of expand government support, the department should develop a provincial dashboard tracking compliance with MSA senior management appointments across all municipalities. The department should also institute targeted legal and HR advisory support to municipalities with recurring non-compliance. The acting chairperson, which is myself, wishes therefore to thank the MEC for COGTA, Mr. Jacob Mamabolo, the head of department, Dr. Bartley, and his team. Therefore, also wish to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the detail of second quarterly oversight report for the 2025-26 financial year on the Gauteng Department of COGTA. So to all the members of the Portfolio Committee, Member Mohobe, Member Msimanga, Member Rasilingwani, Member Mahene, Member Masoleng, Member Dilembo, Member Nyati, Member Diakhar, Member Masilela, and Member Ngobeni. The committee also extends its gratitude to all the support staff. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the COGTA and eGov Portfolio Committee, it's not eGov. The COGTA Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the 2025-26 financial year and proposed recommendations for adoption. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Is there a second, Honourable members?
Yes, Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngobeni. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Okay, those that are not in favour can say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the second order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dr. Masuku.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The citizens of Gauteng, honourable members, and the members of the executive, I would like to request that the parts of the report that are not going to be read should be considered to be read. This report provides an overview of the Department of Community Safety performance for the quarter under the review, while the department demonstrates strong achievements across several priority areas. The committee noted areas of concern requiring urgent attention, particularly persistent cash flow constraints over expenditure at program level and continued underperformance on transformative procurement targets. Overall, the department achieved 84% of its planned performance targets for the quarter. However, in terms of financial performance, all three programs recorded over expenditure. Program 1 spent 48 million against allocated 45.6 million. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat spent 70.9 million against a 67.7 million. Program 3, Traffic Management was allocated 458.5 million with actual expenditure amounting 471.3 million. The committee expressed grave concern regarding the department's ongoing cash flow constraints, which had adversely affected operational efficiency and service delivery. These pressures highlighted the need for strengthening financial planning, expenditure monitoring, improved alignment between financial and non-financial performance. The department continued to face significant challenges in achieving its transformative procurement targets. Only 14% of procurement expenditure was directed towards women-owned businesses. significantly below the target of 40%, 5% towards youth-owned businesses against a target of 30%, 1.3% towards township-based enterprises against 30%, 0% towards business owned by persons with disability against a target of 7%. These persistent shortfalls highlight systemic gaps in the department procurement process and the need of procurement strategies, strengthen supply development initiative, and enhance monitoring mechanism to effectively advance inclusive economic participation. In fulfilling policy oversight mandate, the department conducted 38 unannounced visits and 173 unannounced station visits with recommendation issued for improvement. It further processed 171 complaints against SAPS members, monitored 76 drug-related cases, analyzed 479 crime dockets, undertook 5 court-watching briefs in effort to strengthen accountability within the criminal justice system. The committee also noted that the department continues efforts to implement 6 pillars of the Gauteng safety strategy on gender-based violence and femicide. During the quarter, 6,141 victims received psychosocial and related support. The GBVF brigade conducted 95,230 household visits. In addition, the department reported that in collaboration with the National Prosecuting Authority and Department of Justice contributed to the conviction and sentencing of 125 perpetrators and arrest of 1,090 suspects. In promoting safer learning environment, the department conducted 150 school safety interventions. With regard to the road safety enforcement, the department executed 4,398 speed operations, resulting in 262 arrests, 449 drunken driving operations, with arrests of 786 arrests. Furthermore, the committee noted the department's continued deployment of Gauteng traffic wardens, with Gauteng traffic wardens across Central Business District as part of crime prevention efforts and revitalization of CBDs. They participated in 2,535 crime prevention operations, contributed to enhanced visibility and safety in priority areas. In terms of achievements, Program 1, the department in Program 1, which is administration, achieved 3 out of 10 planned targets. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat, achieved 21 out of 22 planned targets. Traffic management, all its 17 targets were met. In terms of concerns, the cash flow constraints, which has severely impacted on the department's ability to fully meet the operational obligations, the over-expenditure across all programs posing risk of further overspending and potential accruals, the continuous underperformance in transformative procurement targets impacting on the department's economic empowerment objective remains a serious concern. The persistent high road fatality, despite the existing road safety interventions, indicate the need for intensified intervention. On recommendation, the department must submit a progress report on the following recommendations by the 27th February 2026. The department should develop and implement a comprehensive cash flow management plan, prioritization of critical spending and tighter expenditure control. The department must enforce strict cost containment measures to prevent further over-expenditure. The department should develop and implement a comprehensive procurement transformative action plan with clear timelines and accountability measures. The department must intensify its road safety strategy through targeted hotspots operation, public education awareness, and strengthen collaboration with relevant law enforcement agencies. In terms of the acknowledgements, the chairperson, which is myself, wishes to thank the Premier, Honourable Panyaza Andrek Lusufi, the acting head of department, Mr. Roch Mukhorosi, and their team for their cooperation during the committee assessment of the department's second quarter report for financial year 25-26. Also extend a gratitude to the members of the committee, Honourable Mhlagaza Manamela, Gunene, Moody, Evans, Maloka, Nyati, Nkani, Mulder, Bosch, and Honourable Son, Michael Son, for their active participation for ensuring oversight and accountability over the department. And lastly, we wish to acknowledge the invaluable support of our support staff, led by the group coordinators Zuziwe, Mbalo, senior researcher Sekina Nweli, committee coordinator Tabile Malumane, the committee researcher Babalo Malise Banda, research intern and our administrator Tabiseng Mufukeng, our intern Apelele Mjaka, communication officer Tebe Kumalo, and Hansard recorder Sylvester Buloi, our service officer Feze Royo, and our information officer Azindwini Nechoboyo. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection 2, read together with Rule 164, the standing rule of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee hereby presents its oversight report on the 25-26 second quarter report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for the adoption with concerns and proposed recommendations made. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masuku. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now put a question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. Those that are not in favour say no. Okay, the report is then adopted. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Health, including its NTT for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Letwalo, is he online?
I'm online. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Please proceed, Honourable Advocate.
Yeah, thank you very much. Earlier on, you may have omitted to also include our names as part of a delegation that is forming part of the conferences international. But be that as it may, allow me to extend our collective greeting to the residents of Gauteng alike. And I also want to appreciate the residents of Garangua, Mabopane, Winterfeld, Kudzong, Carltonville, Forgeville, Meadowlands, Nawane, and many others. I wish to table this report, which is the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness annual report for the 2024-2025 financial year. But also permit me to present the report summatively, focusing on the executive summary, the observations, as well as the recommendations thereat. On the executive summary, the Portfolio Committee on Health and Wellness hereby presents its annual oversight report on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness for the period 2024-2025. The committee assessed the department's performance against its strategic outcome-oriented objectives. The Auditor General's findings played a central role in determining whether the department exercised effective accountability over the resources allocated for the fiscal period already stated. For the year under review, the department received a total appropriation of 66 billion, and of course there's an odd amount of monies there spent, whilst 65 and 293 million representing 98.9% of its budget. This resulted in an underspending of 724,647 million, which constitutes 1.1%, reflecting a notable improvement compared with the previous year's underspending of 1.1. So 1,188, including 843,000. The distribution of the 2024-2025 underspending across the department's program is outlined in the report, and I do not intend to repeat it a year. Although the underspending remains a concern, the department acknowledges the improvement compared with the previous financial year. However, it is our submission that these funds could have been more effectively deployed to address several of the department's persistent challenges and to strengthen the overall provision of healthcare services. The committee notes the AG's unqualified audit opinion for the year under review, marking the 6th consecutive year in which the department has achieved this outcome. However, the committee remains concerned about the recurring matters of emphasis, many of which mirror those raised in the 2023 as well as 2024 financial year, indicating that the department has not implemented sufficient or effective remedial measures. So this is but one of the areas that we're looking into. So on committee observations, the committee notes with concern the continued non-compliance with the procurement regulations, specifically the procurement of goods and services valued at 1 million or more without inviting competitive bids. So we have requested from the department that they fashion a response and an explanation to that effect. This recurring failure in procurement and contract management practices undermines Treasury regulation, and this is in an instance where there's no thoroughgoing explanation, as well as the compliance, and indicates the need for measurable corrective action within the next financial year. Number 2, weak internal controls and poor record keeping. The committee is concerned about the persistent weaknesses in internal controls demonstrated by inadequate, inaccurate, and incomplete records that prevented the AGs from verifying key performance indicators. And this is by, going with the AG's report. Of course, there could possibly be an explanation against what the AG would have observed. The lack of a reliable information systems is a specific and measurable barrier to audit assurance and must be addressed within a defined time frame, and was suggesting that it needs to be a reasonable time frame. Number 3, underperformance on key service delivery targets. The committee notes significant underperformance against the critical delivery targets, specifically the failure to meet a 30-day payment procurement requirement, the absence of progress on health information system, which is the HIS integration, minimal implementation of queue management systems, and low township enterprise spending. Well, we've seen an improvement on this, but we thought it needs to be maximized, and that is why it's still falling within our radar, because we believe that the threshold should be above average. These are measurable gaps that indicate operational inefficiencies requiring targeted improvement actions during the next reporting period. Number 4, material uncertainties and litigation risks. The committee raises concern over the material uncertainties resulting from the non-provision of potential liabilities, which affects the accuracy and reliability of financial reporting. This issue represents a measurable risk to the department's financial stability and must be addressed through timely and compliant liability management processes. So I think we're noting that the department has invested itself thoroughly in the reduction of litigation liabilities. But of course, the anxiety of the committee is above those matters that are yet to be processed, and the computation of how those that would likely implicate the department. And hence I was suggesting that the committee also needs to have sight of that. On recommendations, the department must ensure that 100% of procurement exceeding 1 million follow competitive bidding procedures in compliance with Treasury regulations. Progress should be monitored quarterly, and the report provided to the committee with a full audit report submitted to the committee by the end of the current financial year. Number 2, the department should implement an electronic record-keeping system to ensure accurate and complete records for all key performance indicators, with at least 95% of data verifiable by the AG. Further submit a comprehensive implementation report similar to the first recommendation. Thirdly, the department must increase compliance with the 30-day payment targets to at least 90% and achieve full implementation of the HIS integration in all hospitals and community health care centers, A quarterly progress report on queue management systems and township enterprise spending must be submitted to the committee to track measurable improvements. So I think top of our agenda is the issue around the queue management systems, because we really believe that the patient flow systems really needs to be improved holistically. And that is why we're making mention of that emphatically. Number 4, the department should establish a structured liability management framework to identify, assess, and provide for a potential litigation risk, ensuring 100% compliance with the Treasury reporting requirements. The framework must be implemented and submitted to the committee with a progress reviewed quarterly. So these are quarterly monitoring indicators on the part of the committee. And then on acknowledgements, if you will, Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the Honourable MEC, Honourable Nomantungo Morale Hoku, the Grand Teddy Bear, and a team led by the acting HOG, Dr. Batley Daron, who's really trying, and that you are trying, that Daron. Health is not an easy terrain, but we've seen you really give it your time and effort for the preparation of this annual report and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report, the engagements, as well as responding to some of the questions that members would have had. I also want to thank members of the committee. I would not get into the specifics of mentioning them individually, but holistically, those that are active and they know themselves, and those that are usually around or absent, we want to thank you alike, but we expect that you do more in the next financial term. I also want to thank the group, which is supporting the work of the committee led by Mayor Nondumis Abrams, together with Mayor Tembisile. I really want to appreciate them, including the rest of the team. And on adoption, in accordance with the Rule 117, subsection 2, Provincial C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee recommends that the annual oversight report on the department's health and wellness for the 2024-2025 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee's concerns and propose the committee recommendations made in this report. And I thank you so.
Thank you very much, Honourable Letsoalo. Just please do not disconnect. I need to talk to you about the apologies. Do we have a second, honourable members?
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes. Yes. And then those who are not in favour say no. Okay, so the report is adopted. Honourable Letsoalo, can you just give us the names of the other members that you said we missed for purposes of proper recording that are with you on the USA trip?
You were already stated, Member Deputy Speaker, Honourable Manamela, Honourable Makubera, but you also have got Honourable Squasana. We also have got Honourable Kava.
Honourable
we also have Honourable Ali.
No, yeah.
Honourable, I forgot Lindue's name. Honourable Lindue.
Oh, Klaba.
Yeah, Honourable Klaba, Honourable Lindue. Yes. Okay. Honourable Adam. Honourable Chair of Chance Adams.
Okay.
As well as joining the team. I think that would make up those that are not.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honourable Letsoalo. We'll make sure that their apologies are noted from Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, where are we now? Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development, including its entity for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Honourable Ndlovu.
Greetings to you, Speaker. Greetings to members and the guests in the gallery. Speaker, may I request that part of the reports that I will not read be regarded as read as I present the oversight report on the second quarter report of the department for the 2025-26 financial year. The assessment by the committee has yielded commendable insights into the department's procurement and infrastructure development initiatives. The review highlights that the department has not only made substantial progress in achieving its objectives, but has in many instances exceeded the established targets. These targets relate to one, reduction in expenditure. The committee noted that there has been a marked percentage reduction in both fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as irregular expenditure compared to the previous year. Two, audit opinion. The department and its entity, GIFA, received an unqualified audit opinion. On job creation under the Provincial Public Works Initiative, 2,500 work opportunities have been successfully created. Reporting on EPWP targets, the goal of having 22 public bodies report on the expanded public works program targets within the province was achieved. 6, on compliance in infrastructure. As per the plans, 2 departments were successfully accommodated in compliant buildings. Number 6, immovable asset verification. The department, the verification of 3,200 immovable assets in the immovable asset register was conducted as planned on maintenance project. The awarding of 10 maintenance projects, with 5 of them completed as scheduled. On condition assessment of 2 state-owned properties were conducted as planned. The percentage of procurement allocated to black ownership enterprises was overachieved against the target of 82% to 98.74%. The percentage of procurement allocated to people with disability target was overachieved against 5% to 5.24%. The percentage of procurement allocated to black women-owned enterprises was overachieved at 71.2% against a set target of 40%. Percentage of procurement allocated to youth-owned enterprises targets were overachieved at 60.94% against the 30% target. The percentage on procurement allocated to township economy revitalization target was also overachieved by 30% against the target of 30%. The SMM is also achieved at 98%. The committee noted the department's acknowledgement of its shortcomings in delivering projects as planned. The successful implementation of the IDEP is central to the department's strategy for overcoming these obstacles. Designed to optimize project management practices, IDEP is intended to facilitate timely infrastructure delivery and reduce the execution delays. The committee will continue to monitor the department's implementation of the system in the remaining quarters of the year. The committee noted while the department excelled in several areas of procurement allocation, some targets were not met and some were partially achieved. These include the percentage of procurement allocated to military veterans, owned enterprises, emerging black firms empowered through contracting and subcontracting, emerging black firms empowered through the contractor development program, property revenue and cost management. Non-achievement due to expired lease agreements, tenants defaulting on rental payments. The design of the infrastructure was not achieved, translating to 0% performance. The Kudus Crack project was not achieved due to termination of the contract between the department and the professional service provider. And the quarter under review, the total budget allocation for the quarter was 720 million plus. Total expenditure was at 681 million, reflecting an expenditure rate of 99%. The administration program spent 513 million, achieving 100% expenditure. The public works program utilized 2.6 billion, also reaching 100% expenditure. However, it was concerning to the committee, the targets were not fully achieved across all programs. The department on program 1 set targets of 15 and managed to achieve 10. Registering 67% achievement. Program 2, they set targets of 10 and achieved 6, thus registering a 60% achievement. On Program 3, the committee commended the department for achieving 3 out of 4 targets related to this program, which translates to 75% achievement. GFA established 24 targets, of which 3 were not completed, yielding a performance level of 88%. The disparity between the 2 entities' performances raises questions regarding the effectiveness of the department's planning and execution strategies. On GOD, all GOD compliance were overachieved. On payments of entities, they were both achieved. 96% of invoices were paid in 30 days, and 15.9% were paid in 15 days. On committee concerns, the committee noted with concerns that the efforts of the department were mainly operational, lacking a strategic focus on the core mandates by referring at all the core mandates stipulated in the budget vote to the 3rd quarter of the current financial year. Military veterans' targets were not achieved in the quarter under review. The department has set 2% for the military veterans in the province, while many are unemployed and struggling. There is persistent challenge in quantifying the tangible outcomes of GFA's projects. The committee is concerned about the exclusion of procurement performance of the target groups, such as women, youth, people with disabilities, and military veterans in the GFA programs. On recommendations, we request all written responses by the 3rd of February, or the due date is on the 3rd of February 2026. While there were no CAPEX projects in the quarter under review, the department should fast-track all its outstanding projects. The department should develop a report on strategy to meet military veterans' targets, addressing long-standing challenges. The department is to report on plans to transition targets of military veterans from 2% to 5% starting from April 2026. The GFA should implement a monitoring evaluation framework to accurately measure and report the tangible outcomes of its projects to the committee. GFA to report on the committee on measures it will implement in ensuring the inclusion of previous disadvantaged groups by setting participation targets. On acknowledgements, I would like to thank MEC Mamabulo, the HOD, and the entire executive for their efforts in consideration of this report. I further appreciate the diligent deliberation of honourable members. I would also like to thank the committee support team for their dedication and assistance throughout. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management, 2nd quarter report for the 2025-26 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable members, do we have a seconder? Thank you. Honourable Mri.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to second the report.
Thank you so much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Those that are not in favour say no? Okay, the yeses have it, and the report is then duly adopted. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the 2nd quarterly report of the Department of Social Development for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to read the report and every word of it, so I won't skip any. And I've got the right one.
You have 10 minutes to do that,
So
Honourable
I'm reading everything. I, Honourable Dr. Tlo Chokwe, hereby tables Committee 2nd quarter performance report on 2nd quarter performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2025-2026 financial year as follows. The mandate of the Department of Social Development is broad and cross-cutting and centers on provision of social protection services to the vulnerable, to lead government efforts of forging partnership through which vulnerable individual groups and communities become capable and self-reliant participants in their own development. The department continue to accelerate efforts to support and strengthen NPOs deemed to be not compliant through provision of financial and technical support to the affected NPO to ensure they deliver on their mandate more effectively. The committee acknowledged that a total of about 2,177 homeless beneficiaries were admitted to homeless shelters, while 14,727 beneficiaries participated in homeless outreach program. During the period under review, 18,805 service users accessed the substance use disorder treatment services, while about 4,329,706 beneficiaries were reached through substance abuse prevention programs and Kimoja drug awareness program. The department also reported that 17,393 people were reached through substance abuse calls and walk-in centers. The committee noted with concern that the department has a vacancy rate of around 12%, Honourable Speaker, which is equivalent to about 621 vacant posts. And of those 629 vacant posts, there are about 399 posts that are core business, while about 222 are support services posts. The committee had a robust engagement with the department on this matter, and the department was urged to urgently implement the annual post-filling plans and further engage the provincial treasury with regard to the budget around the compensation of employees. This is a monster that is killing us. The committee will assist the department through various oversight mechanisms and engage the Office of the Premier on matters related to this new thing that comes when we are about to advertise. They call it job evaluation process, and it takes long and need to prioritize service key delivery posts. On the oversight financial performance, this department has been allocated about 5,458 million. During the quarter under review, the department managed to spend about 2,524,440 million rand across all programs, representing around 46% of allocated budget. In relation to the expenditure, Honourable Speaker, around Program 1, which is administration, the department managed to spend about 389 million, which is around 54%. On Program 2, which is social welfare, they managed to spend about 369,956,000, which is around 42%. On Program 3, children and families, they spend around 1,066,535,000, which was around 48%. The program on restorative services, which is Program 4, they spend about 338,224,000. The last program, which is development and research, Honourable Speaker, they spend around 352,627,000, which represent about 44%. Honourable Speaker, the committee doesn't have any concern. The committee doesn't have any recommendation. The committee would like to acknowledge the following: our MEC for Social Development, Honourable Faith Mazibuko, the acting HOD, Ms. Pumla Skonyane, and all the officials. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Honourable Kava, Honourable Nsehe, Honourable Te Mehwe, Honourable Abrams, Honourable Moire, Honourable Sedinyani, Honourable Simatla, Honourable Ofense Zibandela, Honourable Evans, Honourable Mkwanazi for their commitment to the oversight processes. We also like to thank the staff of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Mbalo, Ms. Ngala, Ms. Nweli, Mr. Shikole, Mr. Mloi, Ms. Ngwenya, Ms. Ntlebi, Ms. Tulo, and Mr. Abi Makoka. After extensive deliberation, Honourable Speaker, the Social Development Committee adopted the second quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the financial year 2025-2026. In accordance with Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee hereby table the report to the House for consideration and adoption. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, Honourable Dr. Chokwe, I have to check with the rules if we are allowed to adopt a report. Are you listening to me? If we are allowed to adopt a report without recommendations, because those translate into resolutions that must be signed off by the Speaker today to be sent to the department. So I'm not going to ask for a seconder as yet. I've asked the desk to check if this can be allowed. Thank you very much. So the matter is in abeyance for now. Secretary, can you read the next order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Health for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Which order was that? Order number? Order number? 6. Okay. Okay. Honourable Hickling.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, citizens of Gauteng. The Gauteng Department of Health is in crisis. Today, as we evaluate the annual report for the 2024-25 financial year, the Democratic Alliance can confirm that this department lurches from one corruption scandal to another, from one mismanagement debacle to the next, with a staggering absence of consequence management. These shocking incidents include cancer treatment and radiation not being given to patients, SIU investigations that revealed 2 billion rand stolen from Tembisa Hospital, and 2 suspicious hospital fires at the same hospital, one of which was in the accident and emergency department. Furthermore, there are laundry crises at too many hospitals, and dry taps are forcing nursing staff to carry buckets of water up and down stairs so patients can use ablution facilities. This is not a horror movie, but a horrific real-life story told by many patients in our hospitals during the past 12 months. They are a mirror of a healthcare system buckling under the weight of total mismanagement, corruption, and a lack of consequence management for officials. The massive amounts of money lost to irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure are not just numbers. They reflect lives lost, families decimated through the loss of a breadwinner, children failed by a system that robbed them of their parents, and public trust that has been violated by an uncaring, immoral, ANC-led minority government. It's a disgrace, a pitiful disgrace. The GDOH only collected 96% of its projected revenue, but wrote off a staggering 613 million rand in patient fee debt. It spent 62.5 billion rand of its 66 billion rand budget, but incurred 1.6 billion rand in irregular and fruitless expenditure and unauthorized expenditure of 5.078 billion rand, and sub-goods and services over 1 million rand were not procured without inviting competitive bidders. Medico-legal claims for the 2024-25 financial year, which according to the Auditor General can be directly linked to systemic and operational failures in the Gauteng healthcare system, continue to soar. The AG said the root causes are human resource shortages because of insufficient medical personnel and specialists, overburdened facilities unable to manage patient volumes, poor coordination between healthcare facilities, and delayed access to care. In short, patients often don't receive proper and effective help. But the staggering numbers are not the only problem. Investigations into irregular expenditure, past and present, were never conducted. Why? Because there is no political will on the part of Premier Panyaza Lesufi to hold wrongdoers like the MEC of Health to account. She defied not one but two court orders to provide cancer treatment to patients, some of whom have died, and yet her department returned 280 million rand to National Treasury that was meant to provide this treatment. Money the patients of Gauteng will never see again, and the Premier remains silent. He refuses to fire the HOD of Health, Lesiba Molotana, despite being advised of SIU investigations into his probable guilt on corruption charges involving 10 million rand even before he was appointed. Following relentless pressure from the Democratic Alliance and revelations by the SIU investigations, Molotana has now been placed on suspension on full pay while investigations continue. He should be fired as more damning evidence becomes known about alleged cash deposits into bank accounts at ATM machines totaling over 1.6 million rand. The AG's findings into the GDOH highlight over 3.3 billion rand in material losses, 5.8 billion rand in unpaid invoices, many of which are older than 30 days, which is in clear violation of the PFMA and stated National Treasury guidelines. However, she said that had these invoices been paid on time, the GDOH would have incurred 5.1 billion rand in unauthorized expenditure. And if that isn't enough, there is a critical personnel vacancy rate of 12.5%. In real terms, this is a dramatic shortage of specialists, doctors, nurses, and a 59% vacancy in health services and training. Premier Panyaza Lesufi's austerity and cost-cutting measures, termination of commuted overtime, unfilled vacancies, unavailability of medical officer and registrar posts has seriously impacted the diminishing trust levels in state hospitals across the province. The result is patients, doctors and nurses suffer. Healthcare in Gauteng is at a crossroads. Turning to the actual performance shows even more clearly the collapse of the GDOH, specifically in HIV, TB and child health care, as target after target is missed. Adult ART retention stands at 64.8% instead of 70%. Child viral load suppression rate stands at a mere 49%. Maternal mortality is increasing and currently stands at 124.3 deaths per 100,000. This is well above global acceptability. Immunisation coverage for childhood diseases is falling short, exposing our children to preventable diseases. Not a single Gauteng hospital, primary healthcare clinic or community healthcare clinic has achieved full implementation of the Integrated Hospital Information System, and record-keeping is a shambles. House Chair, the annual report confirms what the Democratic Alliance has been saying for years. The Gauteng Department of Health is in crisis. It is in dire need of effective, caring and patient-centred leadership. It needs urgent, life-saving intervention, not cadre deployment, not political interference, and not jobs for pals. Premier Lesufi's administrative paralysis has cost the lives of too many patients. He and his MEC need to be cleaned out. Good, clean governance and accountable administration capable of doing the job needs to be put in place for the patients of this province. The Democratic Alliance will continue to fight for transparency and clean governance and, above all, accountability. It's time to stop the stealing and start the healing. Our patients deserve it. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Hicklin. I think it's proper that good morning, members. I think it's proper that I greet you. I can't just come here and not greet you. May I also greet abaphathi bethu phezulu lapho sanibonani dumelang. I will then ask Member Maluka okay, you can come in.
Greetings, Deputy Chair. I will be debating on the Department of Health. Greetings to the Deputy Chair, honourable members of the House, and most importantly, the residents of Gauteng. The Economic Freedom Fighter stands before this august House today to analyse the verity of the contest presented in this annual performance report that the Department of Health and Wellness that spans to 2024-2025 financial year. We must put it to this House in no uncertain terms that this report confirms any and every suspicion that the Department of Health in Gauteng has effectively entered a deep state of administrative and governmental collapse. Just a brief perusal of this document, and one is immediately able to ascertain that the unfortunate state of affairs within the department. According to the report, irregular expenditure for the period under review sits at 1.6 billion. The percentage of health facilities with completed capital infrastructure projects sits at 31.2%. 0% of hospitals have an integrated health information system and centre. 0 of the healthcare facilities use forensic pathology management information systems. The number of learners the department has been able to serve in the period decreased by 41%. Only 18% of health facilities across the province are utilising the picture achieving and the communication system. In it, only 38% of invoices were paid by the department within the 30-day period, as prescribed by National Treasury. The maternal mortality rate has increased across the board by at least 11%, and the neonatal fertility rate increased by 6% compared to previous financial years, and only 25% of central hospitals receive an ideal hospital status. But, Deputy Chair, beyond the alarmingly low figures presented by this report itself, the Economic Freedom Fighters and the Auditor General of South Africa both agree that there are even more inadequacies and discrepancies not included within the report that ultimately earned the department a qualified audit outcome. To date, neither the account presented here nor the department itself can report major inroads in the construction of the promised 19 new hospitals. In as far as the health facility revitalisation grant is concerned, the report claims that facilities such as Helen Joseph had the emergency department, and I quote, fully recovered, only on paper. This is the same Helen Joseph, Deputy Chair, where the EFF conducted an oversight and could not even find the door because the actual doors to the emergency department were not operational. The Department of Health in Gauteng suffers from both financial misstatements and factual misstatements. In George Mokari, where this honourable member personally went, several clinics had no patient waiting areas and patients had to stand outside in any form of a shelter, no matter what kind of weather they've experienced. As we conclude, Deputy Chair, we would like to incorporate the sentiments of the Auditor General, who concluded that, and I paraphrase, because of the lack of credible information, it is likely that the operations of the department will experience substantial harm. Furthermore, it is intentionally reported performance and financial information that this will be used for planning and budgeting based on this unreliable information that will ultimately deny the provision of primary, district and central care services. Onze mense in Gauteng het almal
Thank you very much, Member Brahams. Time is up.
Ons vra dat die MEC asseblief in die nuwe jaar seker maak dat al ons mense proper healthcare services het. Dankie MEC.
Member Dilebu. Mkwanas, Member Dilebu, are you going to, Member Mkwanaza, are you going to speak on your behalf? Okay, it's supposed to be Member Dilebu, so siyadlula ngoba akekho. Sidlule. Okay, siyadlula ke. Member Mure.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, honourable members, the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness has tabled its report. As Action SA, we rise today to reject this report as a whitewash of failure. Despite spending 65.3 billion, which is 99.1% of its budget, the department only achieved 69.1% of its target. What does this mean? Out of 129 targets, only 89 were achieved. Colleagues, 31% or 40 targets not achieved means a lot. Spending money is not the same as delivering care. This is proof of a system that consumes billions but fails our people. The Auditor General confirms 1.6 billion in irregular and fruitless expenditure and 5 billion in unauthorized expenditure. This is not just mismanagement, it is theft of opportunity from patients who wait in overcrowded clinics and under-resourced hospitals. The report exposes critical service delivery failures like your maternal mortality. It remains at 124 deaths per 100,000 live births, a shocking indictment of our health system. With this in mind, we are not close to reaching the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal to reduce the global MMR to less than 70 per 100,000 live births by 2030. Neonatal death and child malnutrition continue to rise, with immunization coverage falling below safe levels. HIV and TB programs are collapsing with poor adherence to treatment. Cervical cancer screening is consistently unachieved across district, provincial and central hospitals, a silent crisis in women's health. Even basic administration is failing. Only 1 out of 11 administrative targets was achieved. Hospitals remain non-compliant with fire safety hazards, and 0 new primary health care facilities were completed. Honourable members, the department has lost its moral authority to claim progress. It is a scandal after a scandal. Your Tembisa Hospital, the cancer patient treatment in Gauteng, it's actually facing challenges as well. As Action SA, we demand accountability for irregular expenditure and procurement without competitive bidding, urgent intervention in maternal and child health, including neonatal ICU capacity and infection control, a turnaround plan for HIV and TB programs with proper tracing and adherence support, infrastructure acceleration, including reopening and repurposing of Kempton Park Hospital to relieve the collapsing facilities. We also finally demand transparency in staffing. Honourable Speaker, this report is not a reflection of progress, it's a warning. Gauteng's health system is bleeding, it's collapsing, and unless decisive action is taken, more lives will be lost. Action SA will not allow billions to be spent while communities are left without care. I thank you.
Member Evans, your time now. Senbuile, senfuna ukukhuluma futhi. MK.
Honourable Deputy
Member
Chair.
Evans, you can continue. Time is up.
Honourable Deputy
For the
Chair.
MKs.
Today we debate the Q2 oversight report of the Gauteng Department of Health, and we must ask whether the department is effectively managing its 67 billion rand budget while delivering quality health care. The report shows mixed performance. Positively, the department spent 50.3% of its budget by mid-year and achieved 61% of its APP targets. Community outreaches remain strong, reaching over 63,000 women, 23,000 youth, and 2,400 persons with disabilities, and the department maintains an unqualified audit outcome. However, serious weaknesses overshadows these gains. Irregular expenditure has skyrocketed by 298%, rising from 122 million rand to 488 million rand in one quarter. Clear evidence of supply chain failures and weak financial oversight. Key health indicators such as immunization, TB treatment success, and patient safety incident closures are also below target, putting public health care at risk. Spending patterns maintain misaligned with service delivery priorities. Administration and facilities management are overspending, while critical areas like health sciences, training, and are underspending at just 40.5%, delaying recruitment and weakening health system capacity. The committee has repeatedly raised these concerns: growing irregular expenditure, poor alignment of spending to outcomes, weak SCM controls, and project delays. These issues demand urgent intervention. The Patriotic Alliance recommends 1. A focused performance improvement plan, stronger SCM controls with firm consequent management, proper alignment between spending and service delivery, faster recruitment, infrastructure upgrades, and project implementation. Honourable Deputy Chair, while some progress is evident, the systemic failures in this report show that much more must be done to deliver accountable and effective health care for the people of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Evans. MK P, you want to come back? You have your report. Member Dilebu, you can come.
I apologize. I was struggling with connectivity. I really apologize.
Okay, Member Dilebu, your time starts now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Mkonta Party addresses this House today not with political rhetoric, but with a factual indictment of the Gauteng Department of Health, a department in which corruption and financial mismanagement have become standard practice. The evidence is no longer buried in the audit reports. It is parked in driveways. The seizure of luxury Lamborghinis purchased with funds looted from Tembisa Hospital is not merely a scandal. It is a shameless symbol of theft occurring under this administration. This is not petty crime. It is a syndicate operating at the heart of our public health system. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this corruption has already claimed a life. I speak of Babita Deokoran, the courageous Gauteng Department of Health official who exposed the fraud and reported it. This administration ignored her warnings. She was executed for her integrity. Her murder remains seared in our minds as an everlasting reminder of shameless system that protects corrupt networks instead of whistleblowers. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the 7.3 billion deficit is a direct drain on our public health system, money siphoned off by corruption. This is not just a financial gap. It is a gaping wound inflicted by greed that is bleeding our hospitals dry and costing innocent lives. For instance, at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, the freezing of over 2,000 essential posts means one nurse is often responsible for 50 patients, resulting in preventable deaths. At Salot Matlaeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital, the failure to pay suppliers has caused chronic shortages in critical drugs and surgical supplies, forcing the postponement of life-saving cancer surgeries. Zooming into the department's financial crisis, honourable members, the extraordinary high level of accruals has triggered several catastrophic problems. Crippling services, supplier crisis, irregular and unauthorized expenditure. The Auditor General has flagged 1.6 billion in irregular and fruitless expenditure and 5.078 billion in unauthorized expenditure as a single reporting period. Clear evidence of collapsed financial controls has disastrous planning. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, when Lamborghinis are bought with money meant for hospital beds, that system is not broken, it is criminal. We demand justice for Babita Deokoran and for every citizen betrayed by this system department. Gwaza Mkonto Gwaza, I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Dilebu. Member Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. We rise under established protocols that were indicated in the morning. The role of the Department of Health and Wellness in both health and well-being of individual citizens and the economy cannot be overstated, as the health of the economy is literally intricately linked to that of the nation and its individual citizens. I rise today, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to debate on the 2024 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness. This report provides us with a critical opportunity to reflect on the progress we have made in advancing health and well-being of our people, whilst acknowledging areas that demand our attention and collective action. On behalf of the ANC, let me start by reaffirming our commitment to health as a fundamental right and to ensure that every resident in Gauteng, particularly the most vulnerable, has access to quality, timely, and dignified health care. As a word of wisdom go, open quote, for he who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything, I close quote. Honourable Chair of Chairs, our province is the economic and democratic heart of our country. It faces complex health challenges. The province continues to navigate post-COVID recovery while managing the dual burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases. HIV, TB, mental health and maternal, as well as child health, remains areas requiring sustained effort and innovation. Our health outcomes in these areas may point a mixed bag of results, but this is through no lack of effort, because otherwise, to those who may wish to argue otherwise, our country would not be rated as the top healthcare system in Africa, ranking 50th out of 89 countries in the 2023 Global Healthcare Index. Honourable Member, the department has put efforts into ensuring that people living with HIV and AIDS know their status, gets tested and remain in treatment as part of the 95-95-95 program. We want to encourage those who don't know about the program to really Google it, and please credit us when you mention this in your future engagement. The proportion of adults on antiretroviral treatment who remain in care increased, albeit slightly, by 0.4 percentage points from 64.4% to 64.8% during 2024-25. Related to this, the ANC first visits increased by 2.7 percentage points from 70% up until to 72.7 during 2024-25. Honourable Chair of Chairs, this reminds me of a story that I was told of an IFP woman who refused to visit the ANC in one of our facilities. Yes, she thought she's going to the African National Congress, MEC. But only when it was explained to her that ANC stands for antenatal care, then she was convinced to attend to the service. Honourable members, it is also encouraging to see that the proportion of adult clients with viral load suppression increased by 6.2% from 67.7 in 23-24 to 73-79 in 24-25. By extension, and equally encouraging, the proportion of clients who died from TB decreased by 1.8 percentage points from 7.2 during 23-24 to 6.5 during 25-24. In general, non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular conditions are increasing pressure on our health system. Amid these challenges, Chair of Chair, the departments continue to work, and that work is critical. It is evident from this report that steady progress is being made despite systematic challenges. Evidence of this can be found in the very annual report that I'm actually surprised that Member Morakane says she rejects the report that she did not write. Chair of Chairs, the number of ideal hospitals that have obtained the status increased by 2.7 percentage points from 67.6 to 70.3 during 2024-25. Two of our hospitals in Gauteng has implemented the queue management system during this financial year, and we have seen waiting times and patient care quality improve, while mobile clinics and outreach programs have brought services closer to those in our undeserving communities. The department has achievements over the 24-25 financial year are indeed significant. We have seen considerable progress in expanding and upgrading of healthcare facilities, including hospitals, clinics, and community health centers. The future of healthcare is not just about treating the disease, but also about promoting health. Digital transformation is another area where progress is being made with the implementation of the One Patient, One File initiative and the digitization of A-series medical records. Patient administration and billing systems are now functional in all our hospitals and designated health facilities. This queue management system introduces improved patient flow. Infrastructure upgrades are planned to ensure reliable connectivity. Honourable Chair, the WHO has observed that health is a state of complete mental, social, and physical well-being, not merely the absence of disease and infirmity. In mental health, additional beds and services were provided, integrated care into routine primary health care, and improved access for those in need. Though modest, the number of beds allocated to mental care in district hospitals increased by 3%, and in regional hospitals also showed a slight increase in PAC clients treated for mental disorders. Financially, the department has demonstrated responsibility, achieving an unqualified audit opinion with findings, a notable improvement from previous years. It is worth mentioning, Chair of Chairs, that medical legal claims have decreased by 46%, reducing the financial burden on the system. However, challenges remain in areas such as procurement turnaround times, supply chain compliance, and promoting township economic participation, where targets have not been fully met. These are acknowledged by the department in their report and addressed through detailed action plans, reflecting a commitment to continuous improvement and transparency. Honourable members, we note declines in some of the areas that the department is tracking as part of their performance measurements. Amongst these, most notably would be the total HIV tests decreased by 1.3 in this year, immunization under one coverage as well decreased by 1.6, functionality of hospital boards decreased by 8.8%, mental deaths decreased by 11%, maternal deaths decreased by 11%, TB pre-XDR treatment access are declined by 14.3%, and of the 809 total patients started on TB multi-drug resistant treatment, 168 were lost to TB rifampicin, the TB drug treatment. We encourage those we recognize that these challenges are not insurmountable and commend the department for the clear action plans that have been developed. Targeted quality improvement initiative, enhanced tracing of loss to follow patients, and training of healthcare workers in critical areas is already underway. To those who still say we cannot be blaming the apartheid and its separate development policies after 30 years, we say, how can we not if its remnants are still visible, as 80% of our citizens have to still rely on public health facilities for their health and wellness. And then they say, well, do they do something because you are the leading party in government? And then we propose universal access via the NHI, and they shout and say, and they shout up from the rooftops. I wish to remind those who are saying this of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who said, open quote, of all forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhumane, close quote. Looking forward, Chair of Chair, the department has outlined strategic priorities for 25-26 that align with our vision of accessible, equitable, and high-quality healthcare for all, expansion of services to undeserved communities, strengthening of primary healthcare, In conclusion, Honourable Chair, the ANC acknowledges the significant progress achieved by the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness in 2025, while also noting areas that need and require attention. We commend the department's dedication to service delivery, workforce development, and patient-centered care. We urge continued investment in primary health care, digital transformation, community-based intervention to ensure that all our residents, regardless of their circumstances, can access quality health care and continue on the path of improved patient experience care in all levels of care. We also want to extend our deep appreciation, Chair of Chair, to our health workers, those unsung heroes, whose dedication and resilience continue to sustain the health system under challenging conditions. The ANC remains committed to supporting policies and programs that improve health and well-being of our people in our province, guided by principles of equity, accountability, and service excellence. Chair, let me close by quoting myself, my opening line. The health and well-being of individual citizens in the economy cannot be overstated, as the health of the economies is literally intricately linked to that of the nation and its individual citizens. However, you can resurrect an economy, but only Jesus can resurrect a person. As Dr. Orateng, Deputy Head of the General Practice in Canaan Islands, once observed. I thank you.
Ninganqishani ngezandla, shayani izandla. I'm now going to call the MEC, Morakane, to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Let me greet you and Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker in absentia, including all the colleagues who are members of the Legislature. Madam Speaker, I am not going to waste my time and talk about people that doesn't understand the Department of Health. I will only acknowledge you, Ma'am Fikwe, because you understand exactly what we're doing in the Department of Health, where this department comes from. The newcomers and those that the doomsayers will talk the way that we're talking, and I don't have time for those, because I need people that understands, that are going to build us and make sure that this department does the right thing as we are doing, not what they were talking. So, and I'm not standing here to respond to those people. I'm honored indeed to participate in the debate 2004-25 annual performance report of the Gauteng Department of Health. Over the past year, our healthcare workers, administrators, and support teams have demonstrated exceptional professionalism and commitment in ensuring that Gauteng remains a leader in healthcare service delivery in South Africa. Their daily sacrifice, often made under immense pressure, remind us that the strength of our healthcare system lies in the people of Gauteng who serve within it. So as we acknowledge the dedication of our staff, we must also pause to remember those we lost. This year marks the 3rd anniversary of the tragic fire at Tambo Memorial Hospital, a day that forever changed families, colleagues, and communities. Many entered the festive season not in celebration, but in grief, carrying a sorrow that remains even today. Each year during this period, we hold their memory, honoring lives that were cut short, and the families who continue to endure their absence. Their story reminds us of the human cost behind our mission and the strength of our resolve to build a health system that is safer, more caring, and more humane. We were also deeply touched when we unveiled the Garden of Heroes at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, a moment filled with emotion, reflection, and inspiration. So this garden honors the courage of whistleblowers whose sacrifice illuminates our fight against corruption. It is a place to pause, a place to remember, and to draw strength from those who stood for truth and integrity. Their legacy lives on in every decision we make, guiding us to protect the values of justice, accountability, and service to the people. Honourable members, today then we proudly celebrate the audit outcomes, which are the achievements of the department. For the 5th consecutive year, the Gauteng Department of Health received an unqualified audit opinion from the Auditor General of South Africa. I'm starting with this because there are those who think that the department does not have any controls in that. There are no controls, especially financial controls in the departments. Go back and look where this department comes from, and then you'll judge me after that. But start with this one that I'm giving you. So strong financial management then remains the foundation of our progress and ensures that every rand spent delivers maximum impact to the people of Gauteng. So there is a continuous journey, and this is a continuous journey rather, and we remain committed to raise the bar even higher. The results demonstrate that disciplined planning, strict adherence to policy, and sound governance produce outcomes that communities can feel and that build public trust. So responsible financial stewardship strengthens confidence in the department and safeguards the sustainability of our healthcare system. Our performance information then has also become more reliable and credible. In Programme 4, which covers Provincial Hospital, audit opinion improved significantly from adverse to qualified. Sizwe Tropical Disease Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospital achieved clean audits for their performance data. At operational level, 6 facilities, Yusuf Dadu Hospital, Heidelberg Hospital, Ramukopi Hospital, Community Health Care Center, Soshanguve CHC, Pedisong 4 CHC, Sharpeville CHC also secured clean audits. These outcomes reflect and strengthened internal controls, improved reporting accuracy, and enhanced governance across the healthcare system. They affirm our commitment to transparency and accountability, ensure that every action taken within the department aligns with the best practice and serves the public interest. In 2024-2025 financial year, the department achieved 60% of its annual performance target, the highest level in more than 7 years. This demonstrates that our strategic plans are translating now into real and measurable improvements for the people of Gauteng. Again, these achievements reflect focused implementation, innovative solutions, and the dedication of our healthcare professionals and administrators. Honourable Chairs, these results provide then a firm foundation upon which we can expand services and continue to strengthen provincial healthcare system. Honourable members, primary health care remains central to achieving universal health coverage and preparing Gauteng for full NHI implementation. So over the past year, we strengthened efforts to transition from fragmented services into an integrated, patient-centered model, linking preventative, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative care. So this approach ensures that then patients' experience is seamless and care across the healthcare system, and resources are allocated efficiently to maximize coverage and outcomes. Through initiatives such as taking health services to communities and the corner-to-corner campaign, healthcare reached underserved populations. 16 additional mobile clinics are deployed to rural and remote areas, and over 6,000 community members received training as first responders. The Double Up Meds program enabled more than 1.3 million chronic patients to collect pre-packed medication from convenient pickup points, reducing congestion at clinics and improving access. These initiatives then extend the healthcare services to every corner of the province, strengthen community engagement, and ensure that essential services reach the most vulnerable residents. Our I Serve with a Smile campaign elevated empathy, professionalism, and compassion among healthcare workers. This contributed to 96% client-compliant resolution rate, positioning Gauteng among top-performing provinces nationally. The campaign reinforced the culture of patient-centered care, encouraging staff to interact positively with communities and ensuring patients feel respected and heard and valued. And I want to ask colleagues from DA, can you have a session, Chair, through you, a joint session that will present between the Gauteng Department of Health and the DA-led department in Cape Town on health, and we see who's the best performer between the two departments. That will clear this myth that is here, Kwaba. Also, preventative health remained a key focus, and through Hashtag Asibe Healthy GP Wellness Wednesdays. We promoted healthy lifestyles, and I'm not only dealing with a section of communities, I'm dealing with everyone in this province. Unlike you that are only dealing with other people that are in the better areas, you leave Kayalicha and Nyanga unattended. So, but I need that competition. Just to clear this myth, just to tell you, it's not nonsense. I'm telling you the fact, it's not nonsense. It's not nonsense. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Why are you talking? I pressed you here. Good. You are silly.
Order, members. Order. Okay. Thank you.
Educational sessions and the practical guidance for health.
You must respect my hammer, please.
These efforts strengthen the overall well-being of our communities and contribute to reducing long-term burden on our healthcare system. Madam Chair, we opened and refurbished facilities like your Pethakowa South Rand, Chris Hani Parakwanath Hospital, specialist facilities such as Kopanung Gateway, Mental Health Day Clinic, and Pethakowa 60-bedded unit that provide comprehensive care covering psych emergencies, substance use treatment, and follow-up services. We're expanding these services and ensure that patients
Okay, members, please, let's be orderly, please.
We expand these services, Chair, and ensure that patients receive the right to care at the right time. The Mental Health Museum at Vescopi Psych Hospital raised awareness, reduced stigma, and highlighted the evolution of mental health in Gauteng. We have over 500 acute mental health beds that are located across the district and the regional hospitals. Primary level clinics are now better equipped to provide treatment and dispense medication closer to patients and in their homes. These developments then demonstrate a holistic approach to mental health, integrating community, hospital and primary health care services for sustainable outcomes. Significant achievements were made again in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Over 5 million HIV tests were conducted, and the positive rate among individuals aged 15 to 24 declined to 0.89%, well below 2.5 target. The expanded use of PrEP condoms, male circumcision, and education campaigns contributed to these results. These efforts have strengthened again prevention strategies to support healthier outcomes of young people. In treatment, 1.2 million patients remained on ART, and the 12-month retention rate for children on ART, which reached 70.8%. TB management improved with a 6.5 death rate among drug-skeptical patients. Child health outcomes also improved.
MEC, I gave you a bit of time because you were disrupted. You can now conclude,
okay,
because I give you already a minute extra.
Thank you, Chair. We have decreased that death by 22%. Pneumonia fatality rate declined from 1.7 to 1.2%, expanded screening for diabetes, hypertension, enable earlier intervention and better overall community health. These results reflect, Chair, a comprehensive and integrated approach to healthcare delivery, emphasizing prevention, treatment and patient support. I will not talk, Chair, about his, but I know that we are now in the space of digital innovation, that we are continuing with our health information system, and over 800 million patient records are now digitized.
Conclude in the next 30 seconds, MEC.
I will not talk about queue management, Chair. Infrastructure, Chair, we've developed a lot, and members who are in that committee knows that, and I'm challenging all the members to visit all the 37 hospitals, because all of them, their construction site, were refurbishing those hospitals, Chair, if they can go. Again, the other issue, Chair, is this one on revenue collection that they say were under-collected.
Thank you,
we're sitting at 96% collection, Chair, and members must go and check that.
Thank you,
there is progress. In Gauteng, you are ready to lead the implementation, Chair, of NHI. Ngiyabonga, Chair, thank you. Our foundation is very strong, Chair, and we can't be shaken by those that think that we are not performing. Thank you, Chair.
Will the Secretary... Are you done, members? Are you done with the haggling?
I'm telling you.
Secretary,
Chair,
please
point of
read.
order, point of order, Chair.
Secretary, please
Chair,
read
point of order.
the seventh order. Please read the seventh order.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Members,
Debate
order,
on-
please. Order. Order, please. All right, members. Okay. Okay, let's allow the secretary, please read the seventh order.
Thank you, Honourable
It's
Chair.
up to you, members. If you want to continue heckling, we'll heckle until say 8 o'clock at night. It's fine. I will let you read the seventh order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Consideration of a Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Health, including its entity for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
I assume that is Member Mfikwe is going to present the report. Oh, Member Litswalo is online. Okay, Member Litswalo, you can come in from the United States of America. Member Litswalo. Member Litswalo. Member Mfikwe. Member Mfikwe. Member Litswalo ha ke ni kopa o tswelle pele. No, we want to conclude with the health. Tanzer qede ka health. Awuna yona. Hayiyo. Okay, we'll jump to order number 8. Will the Secretary please read the 8th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Nsikhe already. You can debate.
You ready, Deputy Chair of Chairs? There's an ongoing collapse in service delivery, one made painfully clear in the 102.9 million left underspent during the 2024-25 financial year. This is not an isolated year, it is a pattern and one the MEC herself promised would never happen again. Yet again, the department has failed its constitutional mandate, continuing to miss targets and again lose millions unspent while vulnerable people struggle. This is not just a financial failure, but an ethical and leadership failure. Despite commitments to expand disability services, the department once again failed to meet its target for residential and community-based support. Underspending and administrative weaknesses continue to undermine the rights of people with disabilities. The department committed to employing 2% persons with disability, but failed to reach that target. Similarly, disability-owned companies' empowerment targets were failed. A disgrace for a department that should have been leading the cause of empowering the disabled, leading the people with disabilities, continues to be excluding them from the economy. One of the starkest demonstrations of misplacing priorities is the department's decision to leave critical social worker posts vacant while directing attention to Nasespani. Social workers are essential to child protection, foster care placement, family services, substance abuse interventions, and GBV support. Leaving these posts empty is not an accident, it is a choice. Meanwhile, Nasespani, effectively an unfunded mandate with no national support and no measurable impact, continues to absorb department funds, 49 million rand. with no clarity on exactly what work they were doing or impact they were making, also picked up by the Auditor General. The department's largest moral failure lies with children. Over 5.5 million meant for shelters, CYCCs, drop-in centres, foster care support, community-based care went unspent. With delays in NPO transfers, children drop-in centres struggling, foster care court orders delayed due to too few social workers, adoption processes stagnated. These are not administrative mistakes. They are children whose safety, stability, and well-being was compromised. Women were left unprotected in the face of a GBV. Despite GBV being formally recognized as a pandemic, the department failed the victims again. Victim empowerment underspent by 21 million, leaving shelters undercapacitated and services underdelivered. Similarly, dignity packs, school uniforms, and basic care supplies underspent over 4.5 million rand in women development due to supply chain delays. No child and no girl can wait for tender processes to be corrected. Youth empowerment, another broken promise whereby more than 10 million in youth development funds were unspent, even as youth unemployment rose and programs after program missed its targets. Training platforms collapsed, NPOs could not implement projects and were paid too late to implement some, leaving many young people unsupported. Substance abuse interventions, critical in a province struggling with addiction, failed on multiple indicators, targets were not met, programs underspent, funds were unused. This, while the same department publicly recognizes both substance abuse and GBV as dual pandemics devastating families. Both programs are failing. May I carry on, Deputy Chair of Chairs?
Yeah, please continue.
The 102.9 million underspent this year follows a similar underspending pattern from previous years, now officially 1.34 billion since 2020-21. This is a pattern of failure, not a once-off, an absolute failure to the vulnerable people of Gauteng. Think of the people who were denied services. Who would sleep at night if you were in charge of this under-failure? The vulnerable people of Gauteng deserve better. The DA stands for a future where all the funds for the vulnerable are spent on time, essential posts are filled, children and women are protected, people with disabilities are empowered, and youth programs deliver real, measurable opportunities, not political branding. The vulnerable people can see through the promises. You may think 2029 is far, but 2026 shall
I
surely
gave you 8
set a
seconds
precedent.
extra for the disturbance.
I thank you.
You can conclude. Thank you.
Deputy, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Member Abrahams.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Gauteng, with a population of over 15 million residents, faces a youth unemployment rate lingering at over 64%. These alarming stats reflect the dire socio-economic outlook of this province, which remains the bedrock of the South African economy. Economic growth in the province has been sluggish, projected at 1.8% in 2025 and 2% in 2026. However, the World Bank cautioned earlier this year that such growth is insufficient to improve South Africa's socio-economic indicators, including unemployment and poverty. A 1% increase in GDP is expected to generate only 30,000 to 50,000 jobs against the backdrop of millions of unemployed residents. With this context, the Department of Social Development is tasked with assisting vulnerable groups, mitigating poverty and providing social protection. Yet the department is often left to shoulder the burden of Gauteng's broader economic and structural failures, effectively becoming a last line of defense for residents in the face of macroeconomic crises. It is against this backdrop that the EFF assesses the department's performance for the 2024-2025 financial year. Deputy Chair, the socio-economic realities of the province remain concerning. The South African Medical Research Council, SAMSAR, has warned of a sharp increase in teenage substance abuse in Gauteng. This comes despite the department's exceeding target under programs such as Kimoja, which raises questions about the true effectiveness of these initiatives. Household hunger remains on the rise, further highlighting the department's limited impact on socio-economic vulnerabilities. Employment creation has also been disappointing. Programs under the Expanded Public Work Programme, EPWP, including Sawubona Mngcali, have collapsed, leaving many participants jobless. Despite commitments, targets for work opportunities were not met, and the Sawubona Mngcali Brigade, okay, Sawubona Mngcali, baie dankie. Okay, maar dankie, gee my extra tyd asseblief, want die MEC interrupt my asseblief. The EFF is engaged directly with this group and will continue to champion their concerns. It is unacceptable that these workers remain without opportunities while the department fails to meet its own EPWP targets. Financial management is also a matter of concern. The department incurred over 214 million in irregular expenditure 2024-25 financial year, compared to 6.323 million in the previous year. A recurring pattern amongst irregular expenditure can be observed. Deviations in procurement, particularly of food parcels especially, and dignity packs carried over from the previous financial year continue to result in irregular expenditure. This trend reflects deeper systematic weaknesses in planning and execution. Deputy Chair, comparing the department's performance to the previous year, there is evidence of regression. While audit outcomes remain unqualified, recurring findings indicating persistent challenges. One troubling trend is the department's repeated failure to achieve targets related to preferential procurement from persons with disabilities. Substance abuse programs have similarly regressed. Fewer halfway houses were funded than in the previous financial year, and targets for service users assessing treatment centres were not met, despite assurances that FF Ribeiro would be renovated to increase bed capacity and efforts to secure partnership with other NPOs. The department failed in these targets and providing the NPO adjudication report, leaving the House uninformed about NPO funding decisions. This is concerning, particularly as the Premier continues to promote programs like Twadar, urging families to bring loved ones to rehab, while the province lacks sufficient rehab capacities and attempts at mass rehab recruitments amongst misleading desperate communities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Deputy
very much.
Chair, may I be seated?
I don't know why I don't have the facility to switch off people when they take over time. I need that facility. That if you go extra time, I just switch you off. Member Mkwanazi, you can debate.
Matter of profound. Oh, sorry. Right. Okay. Honourable Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party rise today to address a matter of profound moral urgency, the failure of the Department of Social Development. Non-profit organizations in Gauteng are in deep trouble. They do not have enough money to deliver service, and paperwork problems are breaking them. Because of this, staff are not getting paid. Help for people in need is being cut, and some places have already shut down. Honourable members, let us be clear about the money problem. The money the department gives the NPOs is not enough. What is worse, those payments are always months later. NPOs are forced to borrow money just to pay workers and to keep running. A clear example is expire South African Gauteng branches in April 2025. The staff got only half their pay. The group called not pay its water and electricity bill because the Gauteng Department of Social Development has not sent it money for monthly. Honourable members, while children and the elders are victims of abuse suffer, the department has shamefully failed to spend money that are meant for them. In the last finance year, 90 million meant for children care was not used. Another 102 million was sent back to the National Treasury. This was money that should have kept shelter open and social workers in their job. The paperwork problem are just as bad. There is really teamwork between the department. There is no really teamwork. The department community NPOs, this causes the confusion, waste work and service that fall apart. Many buildings do not have basic, no access for disability people, no accommodation for victims of abuse, no reliable water supply and poor security. Honourable members, this is no longer just bad management. This is a crisis for people that could not be stopped. Thank you. Thank you.
Member More. You must measure your time, so I don't have to cut you. You can start.
Okay, thank you. The Department of Social Department's 2024-25 annual report presents itself as evidence of progress. It highlights expanded food relief programs, increased support to NGOs, and efforts to empower women, youth, and people with disabilities. It notes the rollout of social relief packages and partnerships with community organizations. These are commendable initiatives, and Action SA acknowledges them, MEC. But beneath these highlights, the report also exposes deep failures. Auditor General again raises concerns about irregular expenditure, poor financial controls, and underspending on critical programs. While the department claims to have expanded food security, Gauteng communities continue to face hunger, with many food banks underfunded and distribution inconsistent. The report speaks of empowerment, yet youth unemployment remains above 60% in Gauteng, and social development interventions are not translating into sustainable livelihoods, MEC. The department's own targets for substance abuse treatment centers and care facilities were missed, leaving vulnerable citizens without support. The good is clear, MEC, partnership with NGOs, empowerment initiatives, food relief programs, but the bad is also overwhelming. Underspending, irregular expenditure, missed targets, and weak monitoring of service delivery. Our stand as Action SA is firm. We welcome all the achievements, the department partnership and empowerment initiatives, but we condemn the persistent failures in financial management and service delivery. We demand urgent action to ensure food relief reaches every household in need. We call for accountability in missed targets for substance abuse centers, care facilities, and youth programs. In closing, honourable members, this annual report reflects a department that is busy writing reports but failing to change lives. Gauteng deserves social development department that delivers dignity, not excuses. Action SA will continue to hold this department accountable until delivery of every rand spent translates into real relief for our people. I thank you, Chair.
Member Evans, you can copy from Member Mure. She kept to the time.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, today we debate the 2024-25 performance of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, the department responsible for protecting our most vulnerable communities. Yes, the department received an unqualified audit opinion But we cannot ignore the truth behind the outcome. Irregular expenditure has skyrocketed. Consequent management is weak, and compliance with legislation remains poor. This year, irregular expenditures jumped to 214 million compared to 603 million the previous year, a 33-fold increase, and it stems from the same issues we see every year: procurement processes ignored and competitive bidding bypassed. Dignity packs worth 141 million, food parcels worth 44 million, and school uniforms worth 25 million were all procured outside the proper supply chain processes. These are not just numbers, they represent support meant for poor families, vulnerable children, and communities in need. The EXA also found that irregular expenditure cases that constituted crimes were not reported to SEPS as required by law. Consequent management recommendations were not fully implemented, and repeat irregular expenditure was not prevented. This reflects a failure of leadership, not just administrative error. Targets for services to persons with disability were not met due to poor planning. Key indicators for children and families were missed because some shelters were closed or non-compliant. These failures have real effect on real people. Despite promises to improve oversight, integrate IT systems, and strengthen procurement controls, progress is still marked as behind. We cannot accept behind when vulnerable communities suffer the consequences. Therefore, the Patriotic Alliance calls for 1, clear timelines for consequent management; 2, mandatory reporting of all criminal irregularities to SEPS; and 3, proactive lawful procurement, not deviations and after-the-fact approvals. Honourable Chair, the Patriotic Alliance admits that stronger accountability, faster corrective action, and an end to irregular procurement are urgently required. I thank you.
Just in time. Thank you very much. Member Member Matsibatela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Today we rise to highlight the devastating realities contained in the Gauteng Department of Social Development 2025 annual report. That the province's most vulnerable have been failed by this department, that could not meet its target, could not spend its budget, and could not deliver on its promise of care. Deputy Chair of Chairs, let us begin with homelessness. The department had committed to expanding shelters, outreach, as well as psychosocial support, yet the annual report shows that several shelters were unable to operate at full capacity, some were not re-registered due to compliance failures, and the outreach targets fell short. This means our people remained on the streets because the department failed to fund and capacitate the facilities that are meant to protect them. Shame on you, MEC. In early childhood development, the situation is equally alarming. Let us remind this House that 6 out of 10 children at this age cannot read for meaning. ECD programs rely heavily on timers transfers to NPOs, yet payments and administrative bottleneck resulted in fewer children reaching their planned children due to what? Due to these failures and backlogs. Without stimulation, these children remained unsupported, Honourable MEC. When we turn to crime and prevention, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, especially the deviation of young offenders, the department set ambitious target, yet missed key indicators due to NPO implementation delays due to reduced intake. These failures denies young people the opportunities for rehabilitation, leaving them more vulnerable to reoffending as well as being recruited into criminal activities. In victim empowerment, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department underspent by over more than 21 million rand, leading to reduced capacity in shelters, fewer victims receiving counseling, safe accommodation, as well as crisis intervention. In a province that is battling with GBV pandemic, this is unforgivable and must be condemned, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In regarding as far as the prevention of substance abuse, the department again failed to perform and meet its target. Prevention campaigns reached fewer young people, treatment centers were underutilized, NPOs delayed meant that outreach targets were not met. Finally, Deputy Chair of Chairs, young people youth programs collapsed under the weight of poor planning and political interference. MEC, over 10 million in youth development funding remained unspent. Several empowerment programs were cancelled and delayed. Instead of structured skill development and pathway to employment, young people were offered temporary, unmonitored placement with no measurable outcomes. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, these failures are not just numbers, but people shuttered for help. May this department work. Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much.
Members of Sedinyane, keep to the time. Ne?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And MEC, we will school the arrivalist. Don't worry. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, as Mama Albertina Sisulu once said, service to the people is the only way to give meaning to your life. This profound truth captures the essence of our mandate. A government exists to serve its people, restore dignity, and create opportunity for all. Today we debate an annual report that reflects how the African National Congress-led 7th administration has embraced this responsibility with dedication, discipline, and compassion. When this administration assumes office in July 2024, it inherited a department with operational challenge, including delays in NPO payments, pressures in contract management, procurement bottlenecks, underutilized budget, and the need to strengthen community confidence. Many organizations providing essential care to children, older peoples, and the people with disability were facing difficulties in sustaining their services. Building on a strong foundation established by previous leadership, this administration took decisive steps to stabilize the department, improve systems, enhance accountability, efficiency, and service delivery, ensuring that the program reached communities effectively and continue to empower those who need them most. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, as Desmond Tutu wisely noted, that there is only one way to eat an elephant, a bit at a time. By tackling challenges step by step, the department has turned obstacles into measurable progress within a single financial year. Our priority has always been the poor, for those who wake up daily uncertain of their next meal, their next job opportunities, and the next resource of hope. In the year under review, more than 4,044 vulnerable individuals receive food relief through community nutrition and development centers, drop-in centers, and home-based care initiatives. Over 98,000 school uniforms and 1.2 million dignity packs were delivered to ensure that no children is humiliated. For a lack of basic necessities, these are not just numbers, they are acts of dignity, restoration, demonstrating a government that plans, adjust, and respond in the real essence, as shown by the finalization of the food relief tender in March 2025, the rollover of 26 million into the next financial year. The fight against poverty is incomplete without pathway into work. The department created over 28,000 work and training opportunities through the expanded public works, programs, and welfare to work program.
A further 346 internships and 50 learnerships were facilitated, aligning with the Premier's Nasi Ispani initiatives. These initiatives are more than just statistics. They are a seed of livelihood and upward mobility for our youth. In the words of the Oliver Tambo, a peoples united in the struggle for liberation and the progress can never be defeated. Close quote. This is the spirit reflected in the unity of government, community working together to lift other higher. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, 951 victims of a gender-based violence and crime assessed safe accommodation and psychosocial support through 98 shelters and victims of empowerment centers. More than 31,000 substance users received treatment. 8.4 million were reached through prevention campaigns such as Kemoja. 2,661 homeless individuals received support through shelters and mobile cash bus services. It is particularly significant that we deliver this report during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, a period dedicated to raising awareness, mobilizing action, reinforcing and violence against women, children, and vulnerable growth will not be tolerated. The department intervention from shelters and victims empowerment centers, prevention campaigns, psychosocial support, amplify how government translates advocacy into tangible protection, care, empowerment for survivors. These efforts remind us that ending gender-based violence is not only a moral imperative, but a societal responsibility that requires action every day. These interventions are testament to a government that sees people, not statistics, guided by gender disaggregated data through Grade R responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, auditing framework. The department ensures that programs reflect realities of women, children, persons living with disability in 2024-2025. 48% of procurement spent went through to women-owned companies, 30% to youth-owned companies, close to 0.5 to persons living with disability. In the service delivery, 50% of beneficiaries were women, 58% were youth, 56% were persons living with disability. These numbers reflect intentional working to reverse structural inequalities and promote inclusivity. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, governance is equally important. The department implemented 95% of its fraud prevention plan, intensified internal audit, strengthened NPO oversight, and collected an additional 9 million in revenue through the NPO turnaround strategy, including initiative, the NPO Tuesdays, quarterly MEC sector dialogues. The department is restoring discipline, compliance, and trust. Of course, some challenges remain. Preoccupation, delays, and historical bottlenecks contributed to 96 million in under-expenditure in the key programs. And infrastructure backlogs persist in child youth care centers, shelters, and rehabilitation facilities. Some critical frontline posts remain unfounded due to cost employment ceiling. Yet, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, a capable state is measured not by perfection, but by its ability to confront challenges and implement practical solutions. The department introduction of a framework agreement for food procurement improved the bid evaluation process, the infrastructure asset management plan. With the Department of Infrastructure Development and strengthening the post-filling plan, all demonstrate a department transitioning from stability to sustainable growth. This is governance in action. This is leadership in practice. As President Thabo Mbeki once said, a nation becomes great not through celebration of the past achievement, but through its sustained effort to meet the challenges of the past. Close quote. The 2024-2025 annual report amplifies this principle. A department that inherited operational pressure, yet responded with discipline, restores confidence, rebuilt trust, laid the foundation for long-term recovery. We are witnessing the rebuilding of a department at the center of a human development in this province. A department that feeds, shelter, protects, empower, and uplift women. A department that extends the arm of the state into homes and the communities of those who need support. This is the work of the caring government. This is the work of an activist administration. This is indeed the work of the African National Congress. As we debate this annual report, let us recommit to strengthen governance, improving procurement efficiency, accelerating infrastructure maintenance, and ensuring that every NPO working on behalf of the state is properly funded, monitored, supported, and held accountable. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the path ahead is clear. The department must deepen compliance, accelerate delivery, and continue to build strong partnership with civil society and community. The African National Congress bench and stand firmly behind this work of a stabilization, accountability, and renewal. As we close the 2024-2025 annual report, the story of a department is stable, improving, deeply committed to serving the people of this province. From the sport field to the library, from the theatre to the museum, from the community to stadiums, to the heritage site, this department strengthens social culture and develops fabric of Gauteng. Today, we indeed reaffirm and simplify. And indeed, the African National Congress will continue to govern, uplift the poor, restore dignity, and build a human society without any fear of any contradiction. Thank you very much.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, members of
Deputy Chair of
Sedinyana.
Chairs.
At least about Bishag.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yes, Member Tsuge.
I rise in terms of Rule 77, subsection 5. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. May I highlight to this House, I'm quite concerned the way Member Sedinyane has framed his discussion on the basis that when they inherited in 2024, they inherited from 2024 from Member Mbali Shope, a member of the ANC, inherited by Member Faith Mazibuko, another member of the ANC. So you didn't inherit anything. It's been under ANC all along. Thank you.
MEC Mazibuko, you can respond to the debate.
Hey, thank you very much, House Chair. Ngesizulu bathi uma ngabe inqola imile izinja ziyayichamela. Uma ngabe ihamba izinja ziyayikhonkotha. Yile ngizwile namhlanje. Ngaphandle kwelunga usesedinyane. Hawu ngempela uyazi ukuthi siyaphi. Siyayilungisa lento iyalunga kancane kancane. Bazobona nazihamba endleleni. Ilunga uMadzibadela akazi ukuthi ama-crasher wekho la kithi abamtshelanga bakubo sewaka education akahamba ulungisa inkulumo yakhe abhekise lapha kumnyango wezemfundo zonke into eziphathelene nama ECD. Ngibonge sihlalo wesihlalo ngethuba olisiphelona sibingelela amalunga esishayamthetho sibingelele nevakasha ezikhona lana namhlanje ongasizwe isizulu abethatha ama headphones akafaka ekhanda kodwa ngizawushintsha ngiye khuluma ulimi lwaka George ukuze bakwazi ukungizwa somlomo this report allows that we're tabling today is a report that evaluates the work that we've done in relation to the financial year of 2024-2025. I'm sure members have already captured all the good, the bad, and the ugly that was actually happening in the department. And we appreciate positive challenges that were also given by members. Vele asfune abo yes mas or yes madam. Siyabafuna nalaba who will actually look for where we can improve as a department. There's never been a time whereby we don't welcome people who are actually assisting us in order to improve the department. It's a big department with a huge budget, and there'll always be problems when it comes to that. Yebo wena sihlalo wesihlalo uma ngabe ungasebenzi ngeke uwenza amaphutha. Senza amaphutha ngoba sisebenza. And nisincome ngaloko futhi nisishayele izandla. House Chair, service delivery agenda is guided by several pieces of legislation in this department, and also the mandates, including the Constitution and the National Development Plan Vision 2030, including our GGT 2030. And they were conducted by this Department of Social Development during this period, underpins the revision and the realignment when it comes to the 2024-2025 performance plan under the 7th administration. House Chair, the mandate of this department is cross-cutting, and basically it assists in the provision of social protection to the vulnerable, to lead government efforts, also to forge partnerships with various stakeholders, including the NPOs and various organizations. And the bulk of these services also are provided in partnership with the NPOs, and they also extend to the network of vulnerable citizens of Gauteng, and they make sure that they are the ones that are closer to the people. House Chair, during this financial year under review, the department capacitated 376 NPOs, and these training programs focus on the importance of good governance, legislative compliance, organizational sustainability, and functionality. Furthermore, in keeping with the National Department of Social Development Strategic Priority #1, which speaks about inclusive growth and job creation, and the GGT 2030 Strategic Priority #1, which also prioritizes inclusive economic growth and job creation, creating skilled and capable workforce to support an inclusive growth path. Majority of people who are affected are the women and the youth, and these sectors have historically and continuously to be are disproportionately affected by high unemployment. And to assist them, Honourable House Chair, the NPOs that get funded under skills development are the ones that are actually assisting us. During the financial year of 2024-2025, 32,251 welfare beneficiaries, such as your recovering users, homeless people, youth that are exiting foster care, and the GBVF victims, the child support grants recipients, and the social relief of distress recipients, the HIV and AIDS patients, youth that are actually exiting our CYCCs. We're prioritizing all this skills development. In addition, House Chair, the Welfare to Work program has progressively upscaled and transitioned youth and people with disabilities, women, and their dependents who are on welfare into employment opportunities, whilst also providing them with further education opportunities. Furthermore, youth development centers are also another channel through which youth services and interventions are provided to support youth development structures with capacity building and opportunities. A total of 18,677 young people, persons with disabilities, women, and their dependents participated in these welfare to work programs. In improving their lives and fighting poverty, as the department, we continue to provide nutritious food and also cooked meals, and also providing food parcels to those beneficiaries who are food insecure and actually need interventions. The department food relief interventions provide for all those sectors through the CNDC. Even those that are coming out of school, they are able to be assisted. And the department will continue to work with the Department of Infrastructure in finding a building where we're going to centralize our food bank, underline, centralize food bank, so that then the food is actually distributed and it is a state-run food distribution center. Under the period that we are reviewing, almost 2,352 homeless beneficiaries were admitted into our homeless shelters, and whilst 1.3 million of them participated through the outreach programs that we always do, trying to convince a person to move off from the pavement. Honourable House Chair, and majority of these people who are sleeping on the pavements, Member Matsebatela, it's men. Angazi mina madoda abalekani endlini zawo alala ema-pavementini. It means they leave women and children to be vulnerable in their homes, bona balala ema-pavementini. And they've got stories to tell why they are sleeping in the pavement. So, to allege that we're not making any progress, how do you convince indoda endala ukuthi phindela kwakho ibe decidile ukuthi wena isafuna ukuya kwayo ifuna ukuhlala lana estradini? Many substance users also were attended to, and they were reached. Almost 31,000 service users accessed our substance abuse facilities, and also, as we're working with NPOs, we're able to increase the number, and we shall continue making sure that more and more young people, or those that are on substance, they are actually attended to. Various awareness campaigns were held to educate the public about the GBVF, the social ills, and promote the involvement of men as active partners for women and girls children and girl children. And we believe, Honourable House Chair, if many men are able to participate in these programs, we'll see lesser and lesser of challenges when it comes to the abuse of women and children. Just yesterday, we're completing the 16 days of activism. We hope men will also continue changing their behavior, and those men that are dedicated will continue saying, not in our name, that any woman or child shall be abused in this country. In conclusion, House Chair, we shall continue to work with all stakeholders in improving the lives of our people. We wish to call upon parents to always know where the whereabouts of their children. As it is now festive season, many children go missing, and others, they drown in the as they no longer take care of their children. Others, they drown in the swimming pools that exist within our communities. So parents must always be knowing where their children are, and they should not allow their children to be found in shebeens. Underage drinking is not allowed. There must not be any abandonment of children due to people going to tents. And leave candles unattended. As a result, we've got many incidences whereby shacks have burned and children have actually died in there. House Chair, we hereby present to the House the Gauteng Department of Social Development Annual Performance Report. Thank you, Nyabo.
Siyabonga, MEC. Will the Secretary now please read the
order?
No, it's fine. We'll go back to 7th order because from order number 8, we are now getting to the annual report. So I want us to conclude the quarterly reports. Yeah. No, it's fine. Okay, it was still the. No, yeah, it was still the annual report of the health. Yeah. Can we get Member Letwalo to come in? Member Letwalo?
No, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, and my apologies. I'm sure the House as well as the residents of Gauteng would appreciate. We have travelled on their behalf into an excursion, formal excursion, and we're in the US, so network seems to be contending a problem. So I truly want to submit my apology for that. But as would have earlier stated, once more, I want to extend my greetings to the residents of Gauteng, but in particular, wanting to appreciate the residents of Mamelodi, of Hammanskraal, of Motsweding, of Midvaal, our people in the Midvaal, Selbourn, Westbury, Eldorado, and many others. But I must indicate that, Chair, because earlier when we presented the reports, and you can imagine, given the complexity of the reports and their similarity as well, we would have presented the annual report. And so we twisted the arrangement. And so, if you will, through your indulgence, I want to present the second quarterly report, because what we initially presented was actually the annual report. So if the House could bear with us. But I wish accordingly to table this report, which accounts for the committee's oversight activities as follows. And if you will again, I want to present it as summatively, focusing on the executive summary, observations as well as recommendations. But on the executive summary, the total appropriation budget for the department for the 2025-2026 financial year stood at 67 billion and 42 million, and of course a number of odd numbers there. As of the reporting period, the department has spent 33.7 of those resources, representing 50.3% of the total budget. The committee notes with serious concern the increase in irregular expenditure, which rose to 488.122 in Q2, compared with 122 million. 675,000
just hold, Member Letswalo. I just need to get proper clarity. From the table assistance here, you did present the second quarterly report. It was order number 3. Huh?
Yeah, no. That's why I clarified, Chair.
Yeah, because now you are supposed to do the annual report now.
Yeah, that's why I fashioned that explanation. That essentially what we presented earlier should have been what we are supposed to present now. And that's why I also sought your indulgence. That could we engage the report which was supposed to have been presented earlier, which was the second quarter, because erroneously would have presented the annual report initially. And so, in juggling it around, we're pleading for your indulgence to engage.
So you are saying
the second quarter report.
The House
that's the explanation that I would have
adopted
given.
order number 3, which was annual report.
They did. Unfortunately, they did. I think unbeknownst to everybody, and it may have been a inadvertent omission or mistake, if you will. And that's why we have apologized and pleaded for your indulgence.
Yeah. You are
presenting 3 reports. So we're presenting the second annual FIS. So there's a lot of reports.
Yeah, no. The House adopted the order 3, that's what I'm told, which was the second quarter report, the recommendations. And now the House is expected to, so you can speak to the annual report and then let's adopt the annual report. Please.
I've already presented the annual report. That's why
Okay, it's fine. The recommendations. Let's focus on the recommendations, because what matters most it's what is recommended as the committee report. So the committee report that you are going to present, according to the House, is that when we are done and we're going to be adopting the annual report now, because the House understands that it adopted the second quarterly report. But you can continue. I'm just making you aware that what must be presented is there.
Yeah, I would have thought the House would be.
No, Chair.
I would have thought the House would be more akin to understanding.
Okay. No. Just wait on the order, because I will have to ask you on what order are you standing on.
What rule is it?
No, Chair. I would not be fully conversant, but I'm trying to maybe assist in that the Chair presented the annual report, which is order number 7, instead of the quarterly report. So we would have earlier adopted order number 7, which is the annual report. Now he is correctly presenting the quarterly report, which is order number 3.
Okay.
It's the clarity I wanted to bring. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
No, because I'm getting a separate report from the table assistants, but it's fine. If there's an understanding that you earlier adopted order number 7, then it's fine. Then it means now we are going to adopt order number 3. Okay. No, that's fine. You can continue then, Member Litswan.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Chair. And I also want to thank the member for that, elaboration. And it's exactly what I would have stated, because members initially would not have picked it up. And we thought that it's mostly prudent that we offer that explanation to the House, because
Yeah, you can continue now.
intention is not to mislead the House.
Yeah, you can continue now, Member Litswalo. Time.
So,
Yeah.
thank you very much for that once more. And I was saying, the committee has noted with serious concern the increase in regular expenditure, which rose from 488 million.1 in Q2 compared to 122 million.6 reported in the previous quarter. This represented a significant increase of 365.4, indicating ongoing weaknesses in supply chain management controls, compliance monitoring, and financial oversight. To address this ongoing non-performance, the department must strengthen internal controls to ensure full compliance with supply chain management prescriptions and undertake a comprehensive review of procurement processes to identify and address the systemic weaknesses contributing to the rise in the regular expenditure. Additionally, the committee has noted with a concern the continued underperformance in the patient safety incident case closure rates for Q2, which remains below departmental targets across multiple levels of care. And of course, what you will see in the actual report is platforms which are mostly affected in the main. And in the observations that we have made, the committee noted with a serious concern the department's widespread non-achievement across the several key performance indicators in the quarter under review. These areas of underperformance reflect the persistent systemic challenges that undermine service delivery, operational efficiency, as well as the quality of care. And secondly, the committee would have also noted with concern the significant escalation in irregular expenditure, which increased from 122.6 million in Q1 to 488.1 in Q2 of the current financial year. And of course, our view would have been that this sharp rise of 365.4 signals ongoing deficiencies in supply chain management processes. And you will find that in the recommendations, we also reiterate that point. And on recommendations, the committee recommends that the department develop and implement a comprehensive performance improvement plan addressing all areas of non-achievement. This plan must identify root causes, outline specific corrective actions, assign clear accountability, and include measurable quarterly targets to track progress. Furthermore, strengthen the monitoring and evaluation mechanism should be established to ensure timely intervention where performance gaps persist, and the plan must be submitted to the committee for monitoring by the end of the first quarter. Secondly, the committee recommends that the department urgently strengthen its supply chain management controls by conducting a comprehensive review of procurement processes, identifying systemic gaps, implementing corrective measures to prevent the recurrence of irregular expenditure. The department also must enforce strict compliance with supply chain management, the prescripts, enhance oversight mechanisms, and introduce consequence management where non-compliance is identified. The plan should also be submitted to the committee for further monitoring by the very same period. So you will find that there's a resounding theme about the kind of interventions that the department must effect, and all of those are within the end of the forthcoming quarter. But of course, these are not newer recommendations that we're making. So we're hoping that we'll see a more rigorous, articulation of intervening plans on the part of the department. And on acknowledgements, I once more want to thank the Honourable MEC, the team, including the acting HOD, as
You've
well
got
as the
18 seconds,
membership
ne?
of the committee.
You've got 18 seconds
As well
left.
as, yes, yeah. As well as the entirety of the membership of the committee, both political and administrative, and in accordance with the Rule 117, subsection 2, Provincial C, read together with Rule 164, the Health and Portfolio Wellness and Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness second quarterly report for the 2025-2025 26 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns as well as the recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Letswalo. Is there a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Member Mfikwe, second. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. For the sake of Hansard and proper recording, report the order number 7 and has been adopted earlier when it was presented under order number 3. Is that what you're agreeing upon? Okay. So it can be so recorded that order number 3 and order number 7 have been processed and adopted upon. Okay, point of order. Let's hear the order.
If I heard correctly, Madam Speaker, earlier on, she was very critical of the presentation of that annual report of the Department of Health, in that the Honourable Committee Chairperson chose to take the recommendations as read. Can we get a ruling that recommendations of this House actually have to be actively voted upon, i.e. presented, not taken as read out? There's a considerable amount of resolutions here on the annual report.
Let me clarify that distortion quickly.
Okay, Member Letswalo, just wait. Yeah. Allow Member Morakane to wait, Member Letswalo. Allow Member Morakane to finish, conclude, then you'll come back.
Those recommendations are numerous. They are voluminous. They are critical. They need to be read out, and then we need to vote yes or no on those recommendations. They cannot just be taken as read. All that's happening here is a whitewash of the MEC and her Department of Health. That's what happens when you do that.
Okay. No, it's fine. Member Letswalo, you can come in.
Yeah, no, let me clarify that palpable distortion. And I think people don't catch on. And that's why it's me, as the chair of the portfolio, who later came back and said, we would have presented the report. And by the way, not in summary, because I hardly ever do that. And that's why I said, we'll still focus on the executive summary, observations, findings, as well as our recommendations. So the recommendations were thoroughly read out. And I don't think, there could be any submission to the effect that Member Moriarty makes, because we would not have done that.
Okay.
So those recommendations were thoroughly and elaborately presented.
Okay.
The only thing, Chair, was that we interchanged the reports, because we have got the second.
No, that part. I think that part has been okay. Member Letswalo, so I think that part has been thoroughly discussed. So if you're saying the recommendations of order number 7 were read and adopted, therefore I will then make a ruling that if that's the case, then it's fine. Then there should not be an issue based on what Member Morat is raising as a point of order. We will then now conclude.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
May I ask that your ruling be referred to the Rules Committee, because we need to check the Hansard.
Okay, we will check Hansard. Member Dr. Chokwe, we will, the House is going to vote on the order. What is the order that when you where you did not have recommendations? No, the one that you did not have recommendations. It was order number 5. Order number 5. So we're going to go back to order number 5. Yeah, I'm going to call for a seconder because we have checked the rules. The rules do not compel. The rules do not compel for the committee to make recommendations. The only weakness of the committee not making recommendations is that there is nothing that you are sending, that the speaker is going to send as recommendations of the committee that are going to bind the MEC on what needs to be done by the MEC. So I think it's a weakness that I think you must correct that. But if there's nothing, it's fine. But so I'm just saying, I'm clarifying that part, that the rules do not compel. They're quiet. So we are not going to force the committee to make recommendations. I just think that it's a missed opportunity for the committee to make recommendations that will be binding on the MEC. So, and I'm going to ask for a seconder on order number 5. Is there a seconder? Is there a seconder on order number 5? Seconder? Member Sesedinyane? Member Sesedinyane?
Yes, Chair, I rise to second. Thank you.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The report is adopted. We then go to, will please ask the Secretary to read the next order. Order number 1.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Order number 9.
Read the number 9, the 9th order.
Consideration of Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Chokwe.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, Honourable Dr. Chokwe, hereby tables the committee's annual performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2024-2025 financial year as follows. The mandate of the Department of Social Development is to provide social protection services and lead government efforts to forge partnerships through which vulnerable individuals, groups and communities become capable and self-reliant participants in their own development. The National Development Plan, aimed at uniting South Africans of all races, class, creed, around a common program to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality. In response to the strategic priority 1, which is inclusive growth and job creation, the department reported to have contributed through the provision of around 346 youth internship, 50 learnership, 10,092 on the expanded public works program opportunities, while 18,677 welfare to work opportunities that developed youth potential and linked them to other development initiatives. On Gauteng Growing Together, priority 2, which speaks about improved living condition and enhanced health and well-being, the department provided food parcels and cooked meals to around 404,443 beneficiaries, while about 1,221,979 dignity packs were distributed to children in need. The committee has noted with concern that 214,582,000 irregular expenditure that was incurred by the department, which relate to procurement that were entered without following competitive bidding processes as prescribed by the Treasury regulation. However, during the engagement with the department as the committee on their performance report for the 2024-2025, the department has committed to adhere to no deviation policy within the supply chain management environment, especially for the financial year 2025-2026. So the committee is watching them. Now, if you look at the oversight of the department in terms of their finances performance, during the 2024-2025 financial year, the department has been allocated an amount of around 5,810,376,000,000, and they've managed to spend about 5,707,398,000 across all programs, which represent about 98% of the allocated budget that they were given around that year. Now, in terms of the expenditure program, the committee acknowledged that Program 1, which is administration, the department managed to spend around 868 million, which is around 100% of what the money that were allocated for. And on Program 2, which is social welfare services, they spend around 932 million, 564, another 100%. And on the third program, which is children and families, it spent around 2,177,641,000, which was around 100% also. And on the program on restorative services, it spent around 874,546,000, which was around 93%. And on the last program of research and development, they spent around 684,114,000, which was about 96%. The committee has concern, and the committee relates to the ineffective manual system that is utilized by the department on performance verification of the NPOs and their beneficiaries. We therefore have recommended to the department that it will be very important for them to provide a comprehensive report on the work done in enhancing the verification and monitoring process on NPOs and their related beneficiaries through utilizing the IT innovation and integrating with complementing departments such as e-government, Home Affairs, and the Department of Health and Welfare. And we will be very happy if they can bring that in writing, and it must be by the 27th of February 2026. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, I would like to thank the MEC of Social Development, Honourable Faith Mazibuko, and the acting HOD and all officials of the department during the consideration of this annual report in our committee meeting. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Honourable Mekwe, Honourable Sisedinyani, Honourable Ntsivantela, Honourable Ntseche, Honourable Abrams, Honourable More, Honourable Simatla, Honourable Kava, Honourable Evans, Honourable Mazibuku, Mkwanazi, for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence work during the deliberation when we were discussing this 2024-2025 financial year. I also like, the committee will also like to thank the officials that supported this committee, Mr. Nwala, Ms. Mbalo, Ms. Ngobeni, Ms. Nweli, Ms. Chikolo, Mr. Moloi, Mr. Mokoka, Ms. Ngwenya, Ms. Ntlebi, Mr. Kulu, Mr. Makwela for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve this. After the extensive deliberation, Honourable Deputy Chair, the Social Development Committee adopted the annual performance report on the Department of Social Development for the financial year 2024-2025. Now, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee hereby tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concern and the proposed recommendation that you have made. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Chokwe. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second the report, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those who are not agreeing say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 10th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
I don't see member. Okay, member Diacher.
Thank you, Chair. You must remember there are two of us.
I was looking for the wrong Diacher.
Thank you, House Chair. Across Gauteng, local government is facing a profound crisis. Nowhere is this more evident than in the city of Johannesburg. Once the economic engine of the country and the continent, today Joburg is defined by failing infrastructure, unstable coalitions, political interferences, and consequences of
Sorry, I was testing if I can disable you. Then unfortunately it worked. My apology.
Do I start all over, Chair?
Please, you can start again. Sorry, you are the guinea pigs. No, this thing works. You can start again. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just check the timer. Across Gauteng, local government is facing a profound crisis. Nowhere is this more evident than in the city of Johannesburg, once the economic engine of the country and the continent. Today, Joburg is defined by failing infrastructure, unstable coalitions, political interference, and consequences of decades of cadre deployment. These factors have hollowed out administrative capacity, eroded institutional memory, and left residents paying the price for dysfunction that has become systemic. The annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs confirms what communities already know. Infrastructure is failing, driving a looming water crisis across the province. High water losses, low payment levels, failing distribution systems, and poor maintenance continue to undermine supply and security. Municipalities, including Tshwane, Mfuleni, Randwest City, and Merafong, remain deeply indebted to bulk suppliers, unable to meet financial obligations and unable to maintain critical systems needed to deliver water reliably. In municipalities like Merafong, Mfuleni, Tshwane, and Johannesburg, water security is severely compromised by aged pipes, inadequate investment, and collapse of key infrastructure nodes. The Provincial report warns that water losses are unacceptably high. Infrastructure vandalism is widespread, and technical capacity within many municipalities is just insufficient to meet service delivery needs. Weekly monitoring shows frequent supply disruptions province-wide, demonstrating a system under severe strain. Behind much of the collapse lies a deeper issue: political interference in appointments, weak leadership, and cadre deployment. The department itself notes vacancies in senior management, persistent government failures, and the need for municipalities to comply with the municipal staff regulations because criminal posts remain unfulfilled or improperly filled. These failures undermine accountability, disable proper planning, and weaken financial management. Yet, even within this bleak landscape, there are encouraging signs of what is possible when government is respected and constitutional mandates are followed. Municipalities such as Midvaal and Lesedi benefited from strengthened revenue systems, accurate billing, policy reviews, and improved oversight mechanisms. The department also achieved a clean audit, proof that disciplined administration and adherence to legislation can yield results. Honourable members, Gauteng does not need a provincial takeover of municipalities. It needs a constitutionally grounded COCTA that supports municipalities, strengthens the municipal public accounts committees, enforces audit action plans, and builds technical capacity and ensures competent appointments without overstepping into the municipal executive authority. Only then can we build municipalities that deliver water, electricity, sanitation, and dignity. The collapse of Johannesburg and other municipalities is not just inevitable, it is the consequence of choices, and it can be reversed if we choose accountability over cadre deployment, competence over politics, and constitutional governance over interference. I thank you.
Thank you. After you, it's Member Masole. You can.
Honourable Deputy Chair, the efficiency of this department is inseparable from the state of local government, and while COCTA may not be a service delivery-orientated department, its mandate is to ensure that the systems enabling service delivery are functional, stable and accountable. The annual report for the 2024-25 financial year does not, however, convince us COCTA sufficiently fulfills this role. Honourable Deputy Chair, municipalities across Gauteng are in distress. Lesedi, West Rand and Mfuleni, which has effectively collapsed. Unfunded budgets continue to be adopted with no serious enforcement. Communities everywhere endure sewage spills, water interruptions, refuse backlogs, and collapsing infrastructure instead of urgent interventions. The report also confirms the silent abandonment of the province's much publicized energy response plan. What was previously presented as a flagship intervention has simply disappeared, now used to justify a 78% reduction in development planning allocations for the 25-26 financial year. The department in the financial year under review failed to meet its target for transformer replacements, smarter meter installations, and continues to delay the Merafon Solar Initiative. The energy response program now lags behind, even failing to install highly anticipated microgrids in informal settlements that will have brought much relief. Honourable Deputy Chair, the Auditor General's voice echoes clearly through the report. Year after year, the AG warns to weak internal controls, poor consequence management, and widespread financial mismanagement. Yet COCTA demonstrates no improvement in municipal support or enforcement. The annual report further exposes skewed priorities. Millions continues to be spent on public participation programs as though endless imbizos will substitute for working taps, stable electricity supply, or functioning sewage systems. Communities are disengaged because of the collapse of the state, not because they are not invited to meetings. Municipal financial performance continues to deteriorate. Consultant expenditure increased from 57 million to 70 million. Yet only 58% of municipalities were able to produce credible financial statements. These weaknesses also undermine the feasibility of converting Citibank and Rand West into full metros as proposed for the current financial year, as these municipalities are entrenched in governance crisis. Honourable Deputy Chair, disaster management remains one of the most dangerous failures. Despite rising climate risks, storm damage and fire incidents, the Provincial Disaster Management Centre continues to suffer from limited capacity, slow response times, and inadequate resources. Vulnerable communities are left exposed, displaced, and unsupported. Honourable Deputy Chair, traditional leadership, which is meant to anchor social cohesion and stability, has been neglected. Program expenditure is low, institutional support is weak, and traditional councils remain poorly integrated into governance structures. This neglect is highlighted by the plight of Amandebele Amuletlan, who recently approached the EFF after being sidelined by the state due to unresolved succession disputes. The department must ensure clarity on this issue, and demonstrate that their dispute was indeed processed as per the annual report. Finally, Honourable Deputy Chair, the growing water emergency remains one of the most urgent failures. Municipalities during the 23-24-25 financial year on rainwater 6.1 billion. Instead of fixing infrastructure, municipalities have now come to rely on the vacant and money-making scheme that is water tankers. Deputy Chair, the water situation in the financial year under review was a dear that even the EFF in Gauteng had to.
I now have this. I now have control of the button. You go over time, I switch you off. When I stand up, you must know that the time is up. Member Nyati.
Deputy Chair of Shares, we have studied the 2024-2025 annual report. With respect, it is a work of fiction. It does not reflect the sewage in our street, the darkness in our homes, or the despair in our people's eyes. The Department of Cooperative exists for one primary purpose: to find projects and support municipalities properly, especially through the municipal infrastructure grant. Yet this department remains crippled by financial mismanagement, a critical skills shortage, weak oversight, and the chaos of unstable coalition inside the very municipalities it must help. Even after an adjustment budget of over 1 billion, Mfuleni and Merafong, our two worst performing municipalities remain in free fall. For MIG, money for the repair has delivered zero visible improvement across Gauteng. Unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure runs into billions. The Auditor General keeps sounding the same alarm, and we keep ignoring it. We controls, zero accountability, and revolving door mayors have left municipalities drowning in ESCOM and run water debt. The result: water cuts, blackouts, raw sewage, hijacked buildings, and infrastructure debt collapses, while projects stay stuck on PowerPoint slides. Honourable members, these are not administrative hiccups. These are life and death failures. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we place the following non-negotiable demands on the table today: immediate forensic audit of all MIG and equitable share spending in Mfuleni and Merafong since 2020. Public naming, shaming, and criminal referral of every official link to the 21 billion in irregular expenditure, a binding public turnaround plan with quarterly reports and personal performance contracts for the MPC, HOD, and every...
Siyabonga mnumzana, siphelile isikhathi. Member Ngubeni, Action SA.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I want to submit that as we debate this annual report, MEC, we must be honest with the people of Gauteng. Local government is the front line of service delivery. And right now, I think we should all agree that that front line is strained. It's uneven, and in many cases is failing our residents. We do note and appreciate that COCTA has once again secured a clean audit. What it means, it shows that discipline is there in terms of paperwork, and it sets a positive tone for municipalities to follow. But Chairperson and members, our people do not wake up celebrating clean audits. They want clean water, they want working electricity, and they want municipalities that function. One of the most troubling issues is the non-completion of the Level 3 disaster management plan. You know, this is not a technical delay, Chair. It is a risk to human life. As we know, Gauteng already has experienced floods. It has experienced fires, sinkholes, and water outages. And without this Level 3 disaster management plan, we are sending municipalities into battle unarmed. What we should demand in the next budget cycle is immediate timelines, it's accountability from the MEC, and prioritization, particularly in regards to budget. Chairperson, the province faces enormous pressure in terms of electricity infrastructure. But if you look into the annual report, you will actually note that only 31 of the 61 targeted transformers were replaced. Only 1,500 of the 4,800 planned smart meters were installed. High-mass solar lights and microgrid projects fell behind schedules. What this means to communities is that they will remain exposed to blackouts, cable failures, and unsafe living conditions. Let me see, we cannot fight an energy crisis with incomplete projects and shifting priorities. Several municipalities remain in deep financial distress as a result of lack of revenue collection, or what we can call revenue collection, which is weak, debt that continues to grow, and the sustainability of local government being at risk. Even after support that we are giving to municipalities as Cooperative, municipalities like Mfuleni, Mirafo, Mohali City, and the Rand West continue to struggle. Chair, when municipalities cannot collect revenue, they cannot obviously pay Eskom, Rand Water, or maintain their own infrastructure. And when that happens, the people pay the price through outages, water cuts, and waste that is not collected. The Auditor General flagged 54 material irregularities across municipalities, from pollution at wastewater plants to residents not being billed correctly.
Your time is up. You must time yourselves, members. You must time yourselves.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Don't make it my problem. Member Mulder, please come in.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the invitation. As we reflect on the 2024-25 and financial year's annual report for the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we confront the stark reality that local government in Gauteng is in serious distress. And we should ask if the Provincial Department, constitutionally tasked with strengthening municipalities, is doing enough, acting fast enough, and intervening strategically enough to reverse the decline. After 31 years since 1994, Gauteng's municipalities should be centers of service delivery excellence. Instead, we face collapsing infrastructure, failing energy systems, dysfunctional councils, and widespread community frustration. The truth is unavoidable. The current local government dispensation has failed, and incremental adjustments will no longer save the system. This annual report reflects the depth of the crisis, with the first reference to the disaster management plan. A critical requirement for municipal readiness has been deferred yet again to the 2025-26 financial year. A plan delayed is a disaster response denied, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Gauteng's high-risk communities remain vulnerable because of coordination, planning and accountability remain weak. The department must provide a clear, detailed implementation timeline and prioritize funding so that disaster management becomes proactive and not reactive. Secondly, the underperformance in the transformer replacement program tells its own story. Only 31 of the targeted 61 transformers were replaced due to reprioritization. This is not a small technical deviation. This is the reason households sit without power, why water pumps fail, and why businesses close. Energy crisis response plans can come to a cost of core infrastructure. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, these failures raise the fundamental question: if the department cannot do better, Much better. How will Gauteng's municipalities ever recover? The Freedom Front Plus believes that South Africa, and more specifically Gauteng, needs a new local government dispensation, one that involves more powers, restore real accountability, professionalizes municipal management, and allows provincial oversight with enforceable consequences. The province must shift from a passive monitoring to active intervention technical support teams, infrastructure rescue plans, and mandatory performance frameworks. Only a bold structural shift will stabilize local government in Gauteng. We cannot continue with a system that has already proved it cannot deliver. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chiefs.
Thank you. You're on time. Member Rasilengwane.
All right. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Today I rise not just as a public representative, but as someone who deeply cares about the future of our communities. Because when the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs fails to deliver, Honourable Mamabulo, it is not numbers on the page that suffers, it is people, it is families, it is neighbourhoods that remain in darkness and in danger. Year after year, the department presents the same pattern, and the 2024-2025 annual reports confirms it again. We see targets missed, projects deferred, communities underserved, and municipalities left to collapse under the weight of a failing infrastructure. The report before us here shows us that only 31 transformers were replaced when 60 were promised. Only 1.5 smart meters were installed against a set target of 4,800. Only 21 solar high mast lights were delivered instead of 36. Again, niyahluleka. Not a single microgrid was installed in informal settlement. The Durban Street Power Station refurbishment sits at 85% instead of 100%. These are not small administrative slip-ups. These are delays keeping communities like communities of Tembakosa, communities of Kwatema, communities of Moriting in darkness. They prolong unsafe conditions, they compromise service delivery, and erode public trust. It is even more concerning, Honourable Mamabulo, that key governance deliverables, such as Level 3 Disaster Management Plan, were not completed. Once again, it is deferred, and once again, it is pushed into another year, and once again, our province is left into vulnerable when emergency strikes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chair, the department spent 95% of its budget, yet still fell short of core deliverables. This tells us of something deeper of our problems that we are facing in Gauteng province, but also about the quality of performance, the weak project management, and a system that rewards underachievement instead of excellence. We cannot ignore the 15% vacancy rate, including the 20% of senior management posts left unfilled. How do we expect municipalities to be stabilized when leadership itself is unstable? And while the department did receive a clean audit, which we do take to account, the heart of governance is not only in compliance, it is also in delivery. A clean audit, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, a clean audit means nothing to a community still waiting for electricity, like the community of Tembakosa. But I stand here not to only criticize, but also to highlight problems and offer solutions. We, as the Democratic Alliance, Honourable Ntate Mamabulo, would like to recommend and propose the 3 practical interventions: that the department must enhance project management and enforce consequences management, and target must stop being just suggestion and on paper, but at least be implemented. We must also fill critical vacancies within 90 days. A department cannot function or drive a municipality turnaround while operating at a leadership deficit. We must also call upon the department to implement transparent quarterly performance dashboards for communities to be able to see the visibilities, and for communities for communities that deserve to see the progress on smart meters, transformers, and the disaster plan and municipality support in real time. Honourable members, the purpose of COCTA is to build resilient and a well-governed municipalities. But right now, across Gauteng province, what we see is a pattern that keeps on repeating itself, and the pattern which lacks consequences management.
Thank you.
And we must.
Thank you, Member
Thank
Rasilingwane.
you.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Mang Paga, when I stand up, you must know your time is up. You must see. When I stand up, just conclude. Member Musai.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise today with a sense of gratitude and honor to present this annual debate speech for COCTA, representing the African National Congress. I do so a few weeks after the Gauteng Provincial Government successfully hosted one of the biggest gatherings in the history of the Republic, and that of the African continent, the G20 Summit. When different spheres of government work together for one common purpose, nothing can stop us from delivering the most basic services in line with Chapter 7 of the Constitution of the Republic. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the people of Gauteng gave us a mandate to deliver the developmental state in practice, to restore the dignity of our people through clean, responsive and accountable local government. To this effect, and as a clear demonstration, it is no coincidence that as part and parcel of deliberations at the now currently underway ANC-NGC, the governing party has prioritized issues of fixing the local government as urgent and necessary intervention required to restore service delivery. COCTA and Traditional Leadership Portfolio Committee has a big task ahead as we approach the local government election in 2026. This task we don't take for granted. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this platform has been made available for us to take stock of the work we have committed to do as lawmakers when we took our oath of office in 2024. We are inspired by the events of the 26th of June 1955, an alliance led by ANC and other formations gathered at Kliptown to adopt the Freedom Charter, a moment that provided hope to many of our people at the time and still serves as our inspiration to this day. Deputy Chair of Chairs, borrowing from the words of the Honourable Premier Panyaza Lesufi during his 2025 State of the Province address, open quote, "People do not live in provinces, they live in municipalities," close quote. Thus, service delivery is the most immediate and visible expression of democratic government. It is where politics meets bread and water, refuse collection and roads, dignity and daily life occurrences. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the work accounted for in this period under review happens against the backdrop of serious mounting pressures on local government, especially on financial stability, governance, aging infrastructure and slow economic growth, and the ongoing crisis of crime and corruption. As part of its turnaround, the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, in collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure Development, produced an important document called Gauteng City Region Smart City Strategy. Deputy Chair of Chairs, it is in this document, which contains 10 high-level areas of strategic intervention, that this department framed its performance for the past 12 months. This includes local government turnaround, water security, energy security, CBD revitalization, social equity, infrastructure development, asset utilization, upgrading of Alexander Township 4.0, waste management and job creation. Deputy Chair of Chairs, my remark in this august House is premised on the principles of a developmental state, which include strategic political leadership rooted in ideals of the liberation movement of the people, the ANC. People-centered development through active community participation, institutional capacity for clean, ethical and efficient administration, integrated spatial planning to end duplication and fragmentation, participatory democracy and mass mobilization. The Department of COCTA embodies this principle as it empowers municipalities and traditional structures to implement government programs effectively and equitably without fail. The department's budget focus for the year 2024-25 financial year was geared up to support the following areas of intervention as part of addressing the content of the annual performance plan for the year under review: municipal finance, municipal infrastructure support and intervention, intergovernmental relations, traditional affairs and institutional development, disaster risk management, and strengthening and repositioning of the community development workers program. The aforementioned areas were viewed as strategic for purposes of deployment of resources to ensure municipalities deliver on their constitutional mandate and advance the ANC strategic vision of the developmental state as contained in our election manifesto commitment for 2024, which in the main focus heavily on fixing failing local government by tackling inefficiencies, improving basic services, etc. The department, under the stewardship of the ANC-led provincial unity state, has demonstrated progress in the following areas. The turnaround strategies in dysfunctional municipalities like Mfunili and Mirafong, underpinned by Section 139 interventions and financial recovery plans. Improved audit outcomes with more municipalities responding to Auditor General recommendations, as demonstrated by the 2023-24 audit outcomes. No Gauteng municipality has obtained either an adverse or disclaimer. Institutional leadership and governance, expanded rollout of the district development model, leading to better coordination between the spheres of government, particularly at the provincial level. Massive drive for energy infrastructure, for example, transformers, smart meters, microgrids, open cycle gas turbines, as well as high mast lights. Improved traditional council infrastructure and administration, promoting inclusion and cultural governance. Deputy Chair of Chairs, all the aforementioned points speak directly to several of the Premier's 13 SOPA priorities. We urge strengthening of municipal public accounts committees, enforcement of performance contracts for senior municipal officials, the professionalization of municipal administration in line with the 55th ANC National Conference resolutions, urgent capacitation of traditional councils, particularly in peri-urban and rural communities. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the ANC-led government has successfully supported City of Tshwane, Merafong and Mfuleni local municipalities to comply with the municipal staff regulations on the appointment of senior managers and other critical technical positions. COCTA has just completed a year in the 7th administration, and it is striving to reposition itself better into a capable developmental organ of the democratic state. COCTA continues to be an important player in driving municipal turnaround and improvement of service delivery, stable, efficient, effective local government. COCTA is also better positioned to implement local government green energy interventions in its approach to drive a turnaround of our municipalities. It should continue to play an important role in ensuring the delivery aspects such as municipal administration, finance, service delivery, and infrastructure is on point. COCTA is building capacity building program to drive and support municipalities, and it has set up one of the best IGR systems in the province, which is in its implementation phase. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, these IGR platforms are all coordinated by COCTA and are built to support our municipalities to be able to deliver effective, efficient and inclusive service delivery. Through this platform, the department has successfully supported Midval, Lesedi and Merafong City and Mfuleni to conduct an audit and correction of larger power and water users' billing data. The objective of the initiative is to ensure complete and accurate billing of large users. On energy security, the department has continued with the partnership with City Power as an implementation agent to increase energy generation within the process. In respect of EXA audit findings, the department conducts Section 131 assessments to assess the adequacy of the municipal audit action plans and to report any omissions noted on those actions. On CBD revitalization, COCTA is currently seized with the ongoing program of CBD Fridays and Johannesburg CBD revitalization program, which are transforming urban spaces and attracting municipalities to replicate this framework for a sustainable service delivery intervention across all central business districts in the province. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this and many other initiatives have been undertaken and achieved in the last 12 months. We remain committed and resolute in our mission to build smart, resilient and responsive municipalities that deliver on the aspiration of our people. Deputy Chair of Chairs, challenges do exist in areas such as financial mismanagement and poor audit outcomes, service delivery backlogs and infrastructure deterioration, skill shortages and mismatch. However, collaboration and tools such as IGR and the use of DDM remains vital instruments. Deputy Chair of Chairs, taking a cue from the former statement, President Beki, during his opening address to the National Executive Committee on the 30th of June 2005, he made a poignant statement, and I quote, open quote, "Nevertheless, as we engage one another in serious discussion about improving local government performance, we must constantly remind ourselves of this commitment, bearing in mind that what we are about are the lives of the real people, the millions of South Africans who have placed their trust in the ANC. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I close, ke lebisa dithapelo le mahlono ho basuwe le dingaka tse tshwereng mephato le basuetsana kaofela mo Gauteng. Tlase ho moetlo wa rona e bang re ikgantshang ka ona. Re lakatsa hore ho bona basuwe le ba tshwereng bana ba tle ba tshware bana hantle. Ho se ke ha ba hobe ho tla hetsalang ho bana. Bananyana le basuetsana ba thabeng. Ke ba lakaletsa katleho le mahlohonolo ho fihlela qetellong ya mosebetsi wa bona. Lebollo ke ntho e ntle e bananeng homme ke setso sa rona. Re tla dula re ntse re ikgantsha ka yona. Mesebetsing eo le tlo fetang ho yona re na le lona ho fihlela qetellong ho bana ha bana ba tlotswa. Ha ba ekare ho ka ba le khotso ho se ke ha ba le ntho e mpe e tla etsahala. Le bohle ba mekgatlo ekare ba ka le bontsha bananyana le bashimane ntho tse ntle tsa mabollong tsa mephato hore lebollo ke setso sa rona. Re tlameile re itshware hantle le rona re le monana re ikgantsha ka setso sa rona, re ikgantsha ka lebollo la rona. I thank you.
You were 1 minute early. Thank you very much for saving all of us time. We now give to MEC Mamabulo to respond to the debate.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chair. Special greetings to honourable members. Let me acknowledge you, Chair, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker in absentia or Premier. Let me acknowledge all MECs and the honourable members in the House, our Chief Whip, and of course the people of our province, but also greet the accounting officer of the department and the entire team of management that has joined us. Now, also, I think it will be very profound to acknowledge very important points made by Honourable Musai in all the good points she has made. In actual fact, I think she has covered quite a good ground, and I'll just for that raise a few points. But I think it will be good to also acknowledge the points made by honourable members from different political parties represented in the House. Time permitting, we could touch on some of them, but I think the spirit seems to be much more better compared to where it could be or used to be. And I think for that, we acknowledge some of the points they've made. Honourable members, as we meet today to debate the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Cooperative, it is important that we remember that we do so in the period of the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, and that this remains even very much important as we look at critical matters that are important to making sure that we confront this scourge. And of course, let me say that our work will not be complete unless we put everything and do everything possible to confront gender-based violence and femicide. Honourable members, let me take this opportunity to also remind you that this annual report that we are debating today, and as honourable members have said, clearly indicate that the Department of Cooperative is breaking new ground and is doing excellent work, also sustaining some of the good practices from previous standards, like sustaining clean audits. And I would like to appeal to the accounting officer and to the team in Cooperative
that we sustain clean audit, and I'd like to thank you by making sure that we deliver on this consistently. This is very important, although I've also noted that in some of the comments made by honourable members, they tend to still underestimate the importance of clean audits. And let me also say to our honourable members in the House that as a Department of Cooperative, we have put before the Portfolio Committee our long-term strategic vision of building smart cities in the province. We have also unveiled a province-wide turnaround strategy, and we have placed this before the Portfolio Committee. We have reported again that our long-term vision of building smart cities, and of course driven by the turnaround, is enabled and powered by a weekly, consistent intergovernmental relations, robust system of integration, of coordinating with all our municipalities. Now, honourable members, I would like today to take the opportunity to say to you that instead of repeating the very same problems that our Premier so eloquently outlined in the Gauteng 13 problems, or what we call the G13, and plus one now we have added sinkholes. I would have really wished honourable members to break new ground and move one step further and engage us on whether the concept of the smart city and the way we have conceptualized it, they support it or don't support it, or have got issues with it. Thus far, we have not had your views on what is your take on this globally celebrated and appreciated concept of building smart cities in line with our historic vision of building Gauteng as an integrated city region. Now, we do not hear members on this question. The whole world is debating smart cities, and I think, Honourable Jager, it will be good to hear what is your take on this matter of building smart cities, our IGR system. What's your take on it? We have released the resolutions of the 2024 October turnaround summit. We have made them available. It will be good to hear, will these resolutions enhance the turnaround of municipalities or they will not? By the way, including the G13 problems. It will be very good to hear what's your input and take on that, so that we can have conversations about how to build a much more smarter, better Gauteng city region. So let me say to you, Honourable Jager, that it will be good to check what is your take on all these issues. Because as we have said, and just to repeat and to clarify, our long-term strategic goal is smart cities. Our strategy is the turnaround of municipalities through integrated IGR. This is what we have put on the table, and this is what we are doing. Will this work in your view, or it will not work? I think we need conversations that will be able to help us to deal with these questions. Having said that, let me also say, the reason why I'm emphasizing this point is because the issues that you have raised as challenges across our municipalities, these points have been acknowledged by the Premier and by ourselves. And that's why we put on the table the turnaround of local government. It is precisely because we say we need to improve the state of our municipalities. So that is why I'm saying, let us have better conversations than to be going this way and that way. I would like to acknowledge your point about Cocta's good work on maintaining clean audit. I've already spoken to that. But also, I think it will be very important to indicate that some of the challenges you are raising, we are dealing with them, like the issue of water. Remember, this issue is not a provincial mandate, but we are working on it on a weekly basis. The issues of energy, We are working on them. The points that you are raising, these are matters that are not the provincial mandate, but we are working very hard to address them. And I would also like to say to you that the issues of overall governance, filling of vacancies, we have got a turnaround strategy that is dealing with these issues. Our disaster management capabilities, we convened one of the best IGR platform with stakeholders, with communities, with everybody to look at the challenge of sinkholes in our province and how to manage disasters. We called academia, various professionals to deal with the matter. So all I'm saying to you is I think we need to plead with you to move one step further. And let's be in the conversations and say whether this will take us forward or not. But I just want to conclude by thanking the HOD and thanking the members of the House, the Portfolio Committee, and the team at COCTA for the excellent work they are doing in making sure that we manage our municipalities. By the way, according to national government, only Mfuleni is a distressed municipality. The rest of the municipalities are not in the national turnaround of COCTA, where they've got a number of municipalities they are looking at, only one in our province. And that municipality, honourable members, Mfuleni, it has adopted a special purpose vehicle in partnership with the World Bank, with Rent Water. With Rent Water putting its balance sheet to support Mfuleni. That is going to be a profound game changer, not only for Mfuleni, but for the rest of the municipalities in the province. And it will be a national benchmark how this special purpose vehicle is going to work. So Mfuleni will no longer be the same since it adopted the special purpose vehicle. It will also be very good to hear, what is your take on the special purpose vehicle? Do you think it's a good instrument or not? So I'm really inviting you that let's break new ground in our conversations, in our debates, because we have put solutions on the table. What is your take? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Mamabolo. Secretary, can we get the next order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Kumalo? Or his rep? Okay. Honourable Musai?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am the acting chairperson of COCTA for the day. I hereby present the report as follows. In terms of financial performance, the department received an allocation of 1,016,812,000 rands in 2024-25 financial year. Of this amount, 953,033,000 rands was spent, representing a 94% expenditure on the allocated budget. The reported under expenditure was 63,779,000 rands, which is 6%, and this will be surrendered to the Provincial Revenue Fund. The department requested a virement of 2,400,000 rands during the reporting period to support Programme 1 under administration. The virement was used to cover operational expenditure pressures experienced by the programme and household payments for leave gratuity in respect of employees who left the department. It has been further shown that the department requested a rollover amounting to 61,600,000 rands to finalize the Energy Implementation Response Plan project and eliminate the foreseen budget pressure in 2025-26 financial year. The Auditor General found that the department maintained a clean audit record during the 2024-25 financial year. In the 2024-25 financial year, the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs strengthened its intergovernmental relations and governance structures, such as energy security, water security, integration of law enforcement initiatives across municipalities, and strengthening relations with municipalities, to mention but a few. On strategic risk assessment, the department noted the following risks: inability to effectively support municipality to be financially viable, adoption of unfunded budget in Mirafon City and Mfuleni, failure of municipalities to drive local economic development, as well as inadequate support for municipal service on water security. In terms of the findings, concern and proposed recommendation, the committee therefore raised the following concern on the GD COGTA Annual Report 2024-25. The first point is on non-completion of Level 3 Disaster Management Plan. Level 3 Disaster Management Plan was deferred to the new financial year 2025-26 but remains unimplemented. This has an impact because it delays municipal readiness and weakens coordinated disaster response capacity, especially in high-risk areas. In terms of underperformance in transformer replacement program, only 31 of the targeted 61 transformers were replaced due to reprioritization under the Energy Crisis Response Program. The impact is that this compromises infrastructure reliability, which exacerbates service delivery failures in affected municipalities. The following are therefore the Portfolio Committee's recommendations, which should be responded to by the 31st of January 2026. The Department of COGTA should provide the Portfolio Committee with a detailed implementation timeline and accountability framework on the disaster management plan. The Department is further requested to also consider prioritizing the disaster management plan in the upcoming budget adjustment to mitigate disaster vulnerability. The Department should review the criteria and decision-making process behind transformer replacements deferrals and ensure future energy crisis responses do not compromise core infrastructure targets. As the acting chairperson of COGTA, I hereby wish to thank the MEC for COGTA, Mr. J. Mamabulo, the head of department, Dr. Bertley, and his team. We also want to appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the detail of annual performance report for the 2024-25 financial year to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. The committee also extends its gratitude to the supporting staff. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the COGTA Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the Gauteng Department of COGTA's annual performance report for the 2024-25 financial year for adoption, taking into consideration the committee comments and proposed recommendations made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Is there a second, honourable members? Honourable Dr. Muketi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. Okay, so the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Mokwaledi, re buisetse tsamaiso e latelang.
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honourable Bosch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we debate the performance of the Department of Community Safety in Gauteng, and as always, behind every statistic lies a human story. So today I want to start with a little human story from myself. Just a few weeks ago, I was in a car accident caused by failed street lights and road obstructions with no signage, no law enforcement, and no visible policing to secure the danger zone. My car was written off, but a week before me, a young student lost her life in the exact same spot and for the same reasons. This is what failure in this department looks like. Real people facing real consequences because those entrusted with their safety did not do their jobs. When I began the process of replacing my car, I noticed that for about 400,000 one can purchase a reliable 4x4 bakkie. And then I asked myself, how many lives could have been saved? How many crime-ridden communities supported had Gauteng invested in police vehicles instead of wasting money? Because the truth is this, the Auditor General has confirmed irregular expenditure of between 52 million and 54 million during the year under review. Funds that could have bought over 120 patrol vehicles, giving majority of our police stations in Gauteng at least one additional 4x4 bakkie for visible policing, instead of drowning in shortages of vehicles. But what breaks my heart even more is the human tragedy of the Amapanyaza wardens. The Premier paraded them as a silver bullet. He gave them uniforms, promises and political slogans, but not legality. not proper training, not a mandate grounded in law, and the AG flagged the procurement for this program, the irregularities, the unlawful training, and the millions poured into something that was never properly constituted. Their vehicles were procured irregularly, and their futures were handled recklessly. Today, thousands of wardens are living and operating with uncertainty. Their stipends are inconsistent, their roles are unclear, their future is in fact in limbo. Let me be clear, the wardens are not the problem, but they are the victims. Victims of a Premier who used them as a campaign tool instead of building a real professionalised law enforcement capacity. Instead of strengthening SAP's oversight, instead of deploying more officers, and instead of addressing the collapsing policing environment, the Premier gambled with people's lives and careers. And the tragedy does not end there. The annual report tells us that the Provincial Secretariat, the very engine of this department that processes complaints, sits with a 24% vacancy rate, leaving thousands of complaints unresolved and communities abandoned. People write, call, beg for help, and the department is simply too understaffed to respond. This is not just poor management, it is a betrayal of public trust. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believes in accountability, professionalism, value for money, and a state that serves, not misleads, its citizens. Our vision is clear. Redirected wasted funds into real policing capacity, build a legally sound, fully trained and professional LEAP program, not a political experiment, fill critical vacancies so that the public is not left voiceless, invest in technology that actually gets deployed, not drones and helicopters that's sitting somewhere and collecting dust. Premier Panyaza Lesufi owes the people of Gauteng answers, he owes the wardens dignity, and he owes grieving families more than just slogans and showmanship. Safety is not a political theatre. It is a constitutional duty and it affects every single person in this country. This report shows that this administration is failing that duty painfully, repeatedly, and at the cost of human life. The DA will continue to fight for a Gauteng that is safe, lawful, and accountable, a Gauteng that works, and a government that works for you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bosch. Honourable Maluka. Honourable Maluka. She could be online. Honourable Maluka. Okay. Honourable Nkani.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. Greetings, Honourable Speaker, the House, and everybody. Thank you. As Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, we suspect that that this annual report has been deliberately manipulated with performance data inflated to create a false impression of progress, even as our people continue to be terrorized by criminals on a daily basis. The Gauteng Department of Community Safety is beset by numerous critical shortcomings, most notable governance failures, financially irregularities, and the absence of proper legal framework for key initiatives. A forensic investigation uncovered significantly financial irregularities, resulting to a suspension of the head of department, Ms. Nontsigelelo Sisulu, and the chief financial officer, Mtutuzi Malope. Madam Speaker, these signals, they show that our audit does not speak to the safety of our communities. In this regard, Kolani Nzimande and Bongani Mkwanas, they were killed in Gauteng, and the case is being delayed. Suspects for 19 months are taken into a so-called house of safety. Those suspects, have left their families, their children, without food, without anything. They were kept there for 19 months, and at the end of the day, the justice is being delayed or is being denied because the exhibit is there, everything is there, but the justice can't continue with the case. The killings of people in hostels is being undermined because it was to be hostel, now it's hospital hostel, and there's no option taken. So these things, they are not representing our people in Gauteng. Our people in Gauteng are living in crisis, are living in fear. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Nkani. Honourable Moody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gauteng, the heartbeat of South Africa, is buzzing with energy, but it's also grappling with a harsh reality. Safety remains a critical concern. In our own households, families feel vulnerable and threatened. Our castles have in fact become our prisons. We've seen, well, crime, quite frankly, and its stats with violent incidents touching too many lives. We've seen progress in many areas, but the numbers still demand action. We urgently need to move our assessment from as successes from arrests to convictions. This outcome will eventually translate into an impact which would be a genuinely safer province. Our law enforcement agencies must move from reaction to prevention. Safety is a right and not a privilege. Unfortunately, crime pays in Gauteng and in South Africa. Now, Madam Speaker, let me just touch on a few things when it comes to the department. The drones issue is still an area of contention. We bought drones to combat crime. They are quite frankly gathering dust. They are not being utilized. Why? Because there are certain steps that haven't been taken for us to be able to fly them legally. The drone pilots themselves, the process of selection, I think, was where things went wrong. Because those individuals have gone for training, they failed, they're back there again. And unless we have pilots as well to fly those drones, they're going to be gathering dust there again and doing nothing, quite frankly, in the fight against crime. And of course, we're going to be watching the issue with regard to the compliance of the public protector's recommendations when it comes to the issues of the Amapanyaza that we've all been complaining about and been worried about. You see, our law enforcement agencies must move from reaction to prevention. Safety, as I said, is a right and not a privilege. And I'm going to say it again, unfortunately, crime pays in Gauteng and in South Africa as a whole. The Gauteng Department of Community Safety is working to tighten the grip on crime through partnerships with law enforcement, CCTV upgrades and community outreach, and we recognize that. But we know that it's not just about policing, it's about people at the end of the day. Neighborhood watches, youth engagement, and social programs are vital. We need to build trust. We need to bridge gaps. And how do we do that? We as lawmakers can do it. We can take and make Gauteng a safer place. One street, one community at a time. The beat goes on, and let's make sure that it is a beat of resilience. If we call ourselves leaders, then let us lead in this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Honourable Evans. Honourable Evans.
Having lunch.
Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We consider a 2024-25 annual report of the Portfolio Committee for Community Safety, an assessment not only of departmental performance, but of the lived reality of millions of Gauteng residents who face crime daily. As the economic hub of South Africa, Gauteng cannot afford a deteriorating safety environment. Safe communities remain the foundation of investment, growth, and human dignity. The findings in the committee highlight both progress and deep systematic failures. Firstly, on the 54.3 million rand in irregular expenditure. This is totally unacceptable. And secondly, we observed that procured drones remained unused, as it was referred to earlier. This is a critical lost opportunity. In a province overwhelmed by violent crime, drones should support hotspot monitoring, rapid response, and intelligence gathering. Thirdly, Honourable Speaker, we note that the SAPS remains overstretched and under-resourced, leaving many precincts unable to respond effectively to rising crime. And then, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the Gauteng anti-crime wardens, the Freedom Front Plus reiterates that the Public Protector has already found the program to constitute fruitless and wasteful expenditure, with wardens deployed without lawful mandate, inadequate training or constitutional alignment. Instead, the Freedom Front Plus already submitted a proposal to the Honourable Premier and the Portfolio Committee to explore the possibility of a Gauteng Community Safety Support Bill, a provincial framework that is constitutionally compliant, transparent and properly regulated. Such a bill would enable the establishment of a professionalised provincial community safety support service operating within clear legal parameters, with defined training standards, oversight mechanisms, and integration with SAPS and municipal law enforcement. This is how we build real capacity, not through political experiments, but through lawful, accountable, and professional structures. Speaker, Gauteng needs more than fragmented initiatives. We need a coherent, intelligence-driven provincial safety framework that aligns SAP's provincial capabilities, technology, and community structures into one system. The Freedom Front Plus believes this can only be achieved through lawful, professionalized, and accountable safety support mechanisms. The people of Gauteng deserve safety, certainty, and dignity. This annual report shows how far we must go and what must be done to get there. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Son.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, we digest the Department of Community Safety's 2024-2025 annual report, noting a number of commendable achievements that we acknowledge and urge the Department to sustain their efforts. MEC Mamabola. However, Madam Speaker, it is precisely that the Department can deliver that we must confront the areas where it has fundamentally failed. I'll focus on three major failures that threatens service delivery, public trust, and why the residents of Gauteng do not believe crime has reduced and the province is safer. Failure number one, failure to reduce irregular expenditure, achieved 0% against a target of 50%. Despite a clean audit, the department achieved zero progress on reducing historic irregular expenditure. Not 1 cent of the irregular expenditure carried over previous years has been resolved. Investigations remain incomplete due to interdependencies, and new irregular expenditures arose from deviating from transversal contract. This is not a technical failure, this is a governance failure. Failure number two, failure to meet transformation and equity procurement targets. The department missed all critical procurement transformation targets. For example, women-owned businesses, 25% versus a target of 40%. Youth-owned businesses, 11% versus a target of 30%. Person with disabilities, 0% versus 7% of the target. Township enterprises, 9% versus 30% of the target. These failures undermine economic inclusion and contradicts the department's stated commitment to supporting marginalized communities. The explanation of it, reprioritization towards fixed contract. This is simply not good enough. Transformation can not only happen when it is convenient, but we are here to help. And the DA offers constructive proposal. One, introduce a transformation procurement dashboard monitored monthly by the CFO with compulsory reporting to the committee. Number two, review all fixed contracts and ensure that future contracts include transformation obligations and subcontracting requirements. Failure number three, failure to deliver key operational capabilities, helicopters and drones trainings. Honourable members, fellow members, you have mentioned this, and I'll repeat. Two critical operational targets were missed. 0 helicopters procured against a target of 2, 0 drone operators trained against a target of 68. Both failures are attributed to budget reprioritization and delays. It remains to be seen what benefit in real crime reduction the drone unit will bring to the province despite substantial budget made available to this project. The department has shown that it can produce pockets of excellence, but excellence must be consistent, not selective. Lastly, and not the least, Mr. Premier, and I hope you can hear me, just a few months ago we spoke and we agreed that the SAPS reservist program must be reactivated. But despite the government's failure to support the reservists, they go out day after day to ensure that our streets are safe and SAPS are supported. Mr. Premier, I urge you today once more, please put your money where your mouth is and let the SAPS reservists serve the communities with the support they deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sun. Honourable Kunene. Yes, just hold on. On which point are you rising, Honourable Masole?
No, I'm not rising on your point of order. I just want to... Can I read on behalf of Member Maluka, please, Speaker? Thank you.
I didn't hear her.
Can I read the debate on behalf of Honourable Maluka, please? I know it has passed.
Just hold on. I'll check what needs to happen. Honourable Kunene.
Madam Speaker, honourable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng, not long ago, Premier Lissu finished 2023-2024 State of the Province address, recognized the positive and impactful role Gauteng is playing in the country's socio-economic development index. To this effect, he decided to elevate the combating of crime, corruption, and lawlessness as a top priority in the government agenda. Madam Speaker, as previously reflected, it is an undisputed fact that perceived high levels of crime, lawlessness, and corruption not only deter citizens from settling in our province, but also deter investors and potential tourists, with a negative impact on the broader socio-economic outlook of our province. For the year under review, the Gauteng provincial government intensified efforts by law enforcement agencies and collaborations to ensure a safer Gauteng. For the first time, a groundbreaking partnership involving several law enforcement entities and security providers is in place as part of enhancing policing efforts in our province to combat crime and lawlessness in Gauteng. Madam Speaker, in ensuring that our citizens enjoy the right to freedom and security, we are proud and we commend the decision of the Gauteng provincial government to deploy Gauteng traffic wardens as the part of the force multiplier to work with SAPS and other law enforcement agencies to fight crime on the ground where it matters most. We have many encouraging testimonies which have been recorded by ordinary citizens regarding the immediate impact of this intervention, which has delivered up to date. This intervention has gone a long way in ensuring Gauteng's crime have been reduced. Honourable Speaker, we fully agree and concur with the recent pronouncement by the State President to declare gender-based violence and femicide as a pandemic. In Gauteng, for the year under review, 38 green doors were established to provide immediate access to support services, primarily for those citizens who are vulnerable and ordinarily are far from a police station. We welcome the increase in resources for the overall fight against the scourge of GBVF by providing a much-needed integrated basket of services, which include professional services, residential care, and victim empowerment services to all the victims. This includes approximately 1,200 cases tracked from the start to finish within the criminal justice system, with victims receiving court education, general support, and psychological support throughout the legal process. As we strengthen our response to GBVF, we must confront the harmful use of alcohol. The research by the South African Medical Research Council and the Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance shows that alcohol misuse is directly linked to increased violence against women. When men drink heavily, women face a higher risk of physical or sexual assault. The research conducted by the government during the COVID-19 pandemic reinforces this reality. The report shows that 65% of abused women reported that their partners were drunk during the assault. And international studies reveal that up to 74% of sexual violence perpetrators consumed alcohol at the time of the attack. Alcohol impairs judgment, reduces self-control, and makes some people more aggressive, creating conditions in which violent responses become far more likely. Madam Speaker, our fight against gender-based violence and femicide cannot be separated from the fight against harmful drinking patterns. The high concentration of liquor outlets in our communities normalizes violence and makes alcohol easily accessible. Research shows that reducing alcohol availability, regulating trading hours, and enforcing licensing laws all lead to real reductions in violence. We also saw the evidence during the COVID-19 lockdown that trauma cases in hospitals dropped by 66% when alcohol sales were restricted, demonstrating a direct link between alcohol availability and community violence, including gender-based violence. The police, municipalities, and Gauteng Liquor Board must strengthen enforcement. Tavern owners and other liquor outlets must comply with the law and adhere to trading hours. We must collaborate with communities to address this pandemic. If we are serious about ending GBVF, then we must confront harmful alcohol use with equal seriousness. Madam Speaker, the ANC commends the Community Safety Department and the MEC and the Premier with the work that they are doing to prevent more road crashes and fatalities on our roads. It is worth noting that for the year under review, our province was among the 3 in the country that recorded a decrease in road fatalities. According to a research report by RTMC from March 2020, the analysis of fatal crashes show that alcohol remains one of the leading contributors to deadly road accidents, with intoxication frequently identified as a major factor in loss of life. The report highlights that driver intoxication sharply increases the likelihood of high-impact crashes, particularly at night and over weekends, when risky behavior, speeding, and reduced reaction time converge to produce catastrophic outcomes. It further notes that even small increases in blood alcohol concentration significantly impairs judgment and delays braking response, directly contributing to preventable fatalities. Madam Speaker, the decrease we recorded in Gauteng is therefore not accidental. It reflects the success of intensified enforcement operations, roadblocks, drunk driving arrests, and awareness campaigns led by community safety. The research makes it clear that reducing driver intoxication is one of the most effective ways to save lives. And the progress shown by our province demonstrates that targeted interventions are effective when implemented consistently. Bafowethu, don't drink and drive. Honourable Speaker, the performance of the Department of Community Safety, as noted in this annual report, is a work in progress and does not occur in a vacuum. It is due to the political stewardship of the Premier, who has decided to elevate the fight against crime, corruption, and lawlessness. We thank the Premier for his visionary leadership in fighting crime. We commend the work of all law enforcement agencies in our province, under the stewardships of the Provincial Commissioner and all Deputy Commissioners, District Commissioners, Police Station Commanders, and all committed police officers, as well as Metro Police Chiefs, Gauteng Traffic Police, and our own Amapanyaza. Siyabonga. We thank you for your dedication. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kunen.
Member Evans and Member Masoleng, who wanted to speak on behalf of your, well, you wanted to speak on yourself. No, just hold on. Rule number 83, subsection 3, unfortunately does not allow that. If one of your members was in the House and indicated that somebody else would represent you, I would have been able to allow it. I can't. The same applies to you, Member Evans. Honourable Mamabulu, on behalf of the Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madam Speaker. Sincere thanks to you. Let me take this opportunity firstly to convey the apology of the Premier and continue to greet the Deputy Speaker in absence, all members in the House, all MECs, and let me also acknowledge the MMCs that have joined us, and of course the leadership of SAPS in our province led by the Provincial Commissioner, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, the District Commissioners, and of course let me greet the Chief of Metro Police and those in our local municipalities that are heading law enforcement operations. And of course to all the people of our province. Let me also take this opportunity to extend a word of appreciation to the acting HOD of the department and the entire team that is here. Best wishes to all of you. I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the team at Community Safety. They are doing a great job, and we hardly get time to say thank you very much. The work you do is quite appreciated, and I know how far you go and how much work you do. And I think HOD, best regards and best wishes to everybody in Community Safety. And please convey our sincere regards and thanks to you. Now, honorable members, Honorable Kunene has extensively covered good ground, including reminding us of the strategic period in which we are, that of 16 days of activism campaign, but also he has eloquently and quite correctly articulated our position and our work on fighting gender-based violence and femicide, and he has shared quite remarkable statistical performance that the department has done to make sure that we indeed elevate this challenge that the President of the country has elevated to a strategic priority. Now, we believe that the Department of Community Safety and, of course, the entire province is making good progress in the fight against crime, corruption, vandalism, and lawlessness. Let's assure everybody that we will not rest until every person in this province can walk freely without fear. And of course, we appreciate that the task is not easy. It's quite a mammoth task, and we understand that. I think it will also be important, honorable members, to convey our condolences to the family of Marius van der Merwe, who was tragically murdered in Brakpan, and we also wish to convey our condolences to all the families that lost their loved ones at the Sosville Hostel shootings in Pretoria, in the city of Tshwane. So also may their soul rest in eternal peace, and our condolences. Honorable members, have listened to the members evaluating and assessing the annual report of the department. And I'm quite sure that there are a number of issues that they've missed, but I'm happy that Honourable Kunene has dealt with some of those issues. Let me just point a few. One of them is, if you just look at the performance of provincial secretariats, Honourable Suda, I had to talk about them, and I'm still going to come back to your points. Look at their performance. They've achieved 100%. And I thought in what you said, you'll acknowledge this very important performance. But also if you look at their performance on expenditure patterns, you'll also see that they've spent their budget in its entirety. I thought this is a remarkable point that you could have acknowledged when you were talking about them. Let us also look at traffic management. They've achieved 90%. And of course, I thought that's meeting 16 out of 18 of their targets. So I also thought this point will be highly appreciated. But of course, we note the performance in administration, which is 46% of targets. I'm quite sure that the acting HOD will look into this matter and make sure that we elevate the performance of this very important area of our work. And of course, including financial performance and making sure that we can spend the budget as correctly allocated. I'm also pleased to indicate the work that's been done on oversight over law enforcement agencies' performance. Oversight over law enforcement remains a cornerstone of our work, and of course, good work has been done by the oversight structure, the Secretariat. Let me also take this opportunity to indicate that the department has done quite an excellent job in strengthening social movements against crimes. And of course, this means addressing some of the social crimes and enhancing social crime prevention programs, and of course, including work done, 568 school safety interventions that have been rolled out. These are good statistical performance that I thought members would have engaged on. When you look at the performance of the department on community police relations, you can clearly see that in the annual report, it indicates that a total of 145 community police forums were assessed. And of course, they were also empowered and assisted. 11 community safety forums were evaluated, and 110 patroller teams were also assessed and assisted to be able to do their work. Let me also take the opportunity to indicate, honourable members, that of course the statistics on gender-based violence have already indicated it has been adequately covered. Now let me move to issues of road safety. I also want to say on this one, I think Honourable Kunene, you have eloquently touched on how the department is working with the Department of Roads and Transport and all our law enforcement operations with the municipalities to reduce, again, these challenges. For example, the department conducted about 2,500 drunk driving operations, and we have also recorded that for these operations, 2,597 motorists were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. And of course, there are other issues that have been indicated. 696 pedestrians were arrested for traffic-related offences. Now, let me also indicate that extensive work is reported here, which honourable members have clearly ignored, about road safety education and awareness campaigns. And I think this matter is also extensively covered about work done on schools. If you just look at the stats in the report, 693 schools participated in road safety programs, 715 road safety awareness interventions, and 292 pedestrian education programs, and 294 driver education initiatives were rolled out. I want to plead, HOD, that we must maintain this way of reporting. Very consistent, clear, packaged statistical data, so that when we say to members, we have achieved this, this is where we are, we support it with statistical evidence. I think this is good practice, and I think we must maintain and sustain that so that the numbers and the figures can speak for themselves. And for that, I would like to commend the work you're doing now. Let us go to another matter that honourable members have raised, And I think we must deal with this issue. The role of our traffic wardens, the work they are doing with the rest of the law enforcement. I just want to say to honourable members on the other side that, you know, we had a debate and motion about the issue of traffic wardens. And I get a sense that you are trying very hard, Honourable Bosch, to try to sustain the motion where you were clearly defeated. And you are trying to take this opportunity to smuggle some of the issues back. Now, let us set the record straight. The Public Protector report has clearly outlined what needs to be done by the provincial government, by national government, Department of Constitutional Development, transport through RTMC, and SAPS. So when you talk about this issue, and just to put it squarely, exclusively only on the Premier, and ignore the rest of the other issues that have been clearly outlined, and trying to create false impressions, I think that's been disingenuous. So that matter is receiving attention, and I think the rest of the things that you have said, clearly there's no evidence to back up what you're saying. There's a clear process to deal with these issues, and the Premier, let me inform you, regularly, quite consistently, engages, holds meetings, holds discussions with the traffic wardens. He addresses them, he talks to them. So some of the points you are saying are quite misleading, and I think let's not try to smuggle issues that we shouldn't be doing that. Just a few points, Madam Speaker. One is the work that has been done on various interventions to strengthen law enforcement operations. If you look at the use of technology, this department, and I think Honourable Kunene has extensively talked to that, the use of smart technologies to fight crime, the air wing support, the infrastructure relating to the interim command center, and I think HOD, we need to make sure that we work with DID to finalize the command center so that we can have the state of the art to support our law enforcement operations. And I think it will also be important to talk to municipalities, engage our municipalities to make sure that we can also be able to lay out strong capacity across the province to support the work of the command center. The e-panic button, and of course the statistical performance of this technology that has been put here. Now, I just want to say, Honourable Soon, that you know in your comments, of course you started very well, and maybe you must educate your colleague there. You acknowledge the good work that the department is doing, and then you went into something called the 4 failures. 3, okay. That's fine. I think if it's 3, it's okay. But in that, let me say this to you. You mentioned the issue of clean audit, but then you raised some issues about irregular expenditure. I think you should have acknowledged that this point is being adequately addressed by the department, and this matter is being dealt with, and there are, of course, processes that the department is putting in place to deal with that. I think you should have acknowledged that point. Then you spoke about procurement transformation targets. Now, on this one, I want to agree with you. I think HOD, we must continue to improve, and to the entire team, we must improve our performance on transformation targets. And I think there we should agree with you. The department should make sure that its supply chain and procurement processes indeed empowers the most vulnerable. So I think that point, we must take it as constructive criticism. And I think we must go improve and make sure that we can address this matter. Then you raised another issue about operational failures. I think the Honourable Kunene has adequately answered you. I hope you have heard him on that issue. Because one of the issues I would like to add, over above what you said, is that in this province we have done something unprecedented. We have launched an integrated program led by our Provincial Commissioner working with all our municipalities, our metros, local municipalities, through an MOU for integrated law enforcement operations, making Gauteng a seamless integrated space to fight crime. Many of the provinces actually come here to learn from us because the way we have integrated law enforcement operations is state of the art, one of its own kind. So I think on that, over and above what has been said, I would like to say to you, this is an area where in actual fact, there's much more improvement. And I would like you to acknowledge that point, that the way we have done this is actually one of the best. Then there's another matter that you have raised about the support to the reservists. So I think on this point, it's a matter that I guess the team will engage on. It's a matter they can look into. Any suggestion to strengthen capacity to fight crime should be engaged and should be looked at. So these are the 4 points that I've noted your comments on, but you say it's only 3. But I have noted 4, and I've mentioned them. So on that note, I would like to say, honourable members, that the Department of Community Safety has and is delivering on its mandate with determination and accountability, achieving 84% of planned targets and strengthening partnership across law enforcement, civil society and communities. Whilst the department deals with existing challenges, we are absolutely confident that a solid basis has been laid to fight crime and to make sure that we can protect the people. On that note, thank you very much, Accounting Officer, and happy Christmas to all our officials, and let's continue to work to defend and protect the people during the festive period, reopening of in the new year, and let's continue to do the good work. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Just hold on. Okay, Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Community Safety for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honourable Mosupyoe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members who are in the House, and thanks for your diligence to be here throughout the week. I think it's familiar faces that we see. We thank you and we greet you, and all the executive committee members who are here. I would like to request to the Speaker that parts of the reports that are not going to be read out aloud be considered as read. This report provides an assessment of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety 24-25 annual performance. This report includes the financial and non-financial performance, key achievements, audit outcomes, and areas where targets were not met. During 24-25 financial year, the department continued to fulfill its mandate of promoting safety, exercising oversight over law enforcement agencies, coordinating crime prevention interventions across the province. The department maintained a clean audit opinion for the second consecutive year. The department concluded the year with an overall expenditure of 97% of its allocation of 2.56 billion. The expenditure demonstrated an underspending of 86 million. The underspending was mainly attributed to payment of officials seconded to the South African National Road Agency Limited, SANRAL, and the Office of the Premier, as well as projects that were completed during the financial year but scheduled for delivery in 25-26 financial year. The program expenditure was as follows. Program 1, Administration, 220 million, representing 90% of its allocation. The Provincial Secretariat spent 100% of its allocation of 275.8 million. The Traffic Management spent 1.9 billion, reflecting 97% of its allocation. The committee noted with concern the department's persistent cash flow constraints, which has hindered achievement of several planned targets. It further observed that the department recorded accruals amounting of 278.3 million, posing a significant risk to its financial sustainability and the ability to meet future obligations. The committee expressed concern over irregular expenditure totaling of 54.3 million. In terms of non-financial performances, the department achieved 84% of its annual targets. Program performance varied, with Provincial Secretariat achieving 100% of its planned targets, while the administration and traffic management achieved 46% and 89% respectively. The oversight over law enforcement agencies remained central to the department's operation. A total of 145 announced and 804 unannounced police station visits were conducted to assess compliance service delivery standards. The department also analyzed 1,804 crime dockets and monitored 302 drug-related cases. The department continued to conduct crime prevention interventions. The department also deployed patrollers at schools. The implementation of the strategy on gender-based violence also remained a priority. The department provided services to more than 16,000 victims, and also the gender-based violence brigade, Siabangena Brigade, reached 576,000 households and assessed victim-friendly rooms across the police stations. In addition, including the court support initiative, case tracking, and expansion of green door facilities. The traffic management operation intensified with large-scale enforcement activities focusing on overloaded and unroadworthy vehicles, public passenger transport, drunk driving, speed enforcement. A total of 692 road safety education programs were conducted in schools and in communities. The department further conducted crime prevention operations. Over 113 integrated operations undertaken in collaborations with SAPS, municipal law enforcement, and private security partners. This operation resulted in the recovery of stolen and hijacked vehicles, seizures, and numerous arrests. Gauteng traffic wardens were also deployed to strategic sites to protect critical infrastructure and enhance police visibility. The committee noted that the Air Wing played a vital role in intelligence-driven policing, contributing to 118 firearms, 164 stolen and hijacked vehicles, and arrest of 999 suspects to be arrested. In addition, e-panic buttons were rolled out, established an interim command center, and expanded the use of CCTV and license plate recognition system. Despite this achievement, several planned targets were not met. These include the reduction of irregular expenditure, procurement transformation initiatives, and the employment equity target for youth and persons with disability. Within traffic management, targets relating to drone operators training and procurement of additional helicopters were not achieved due to budgetary constraints, with particular concern over the delayed operationalization of technological tools such as the drones. The committee noted these areas require continued monitoring and oversight. As part of public participation, the committee engaged with communities within the Rand West City local municipalities in Morakane. Residents reported serious concerns regarding escalating crime, including limited police visibility, slow response, and police misconduct. They also highlighted the poor condition of Morakane Police Station and deteriorating state of Beggesdal Police Station. They further requested the reopening of Ziribukom Police Station and the mobile police station in Morakane Policing Precinct, particularly Sector 2, to strengthen policing services. The committee calls upon the Department of Community Safety, together with relevant law enforcement agencies, to enhance the crime prevention and response measures to effectively address community challenges. Coming to the summary on the committee's concerns and recommendations, the committee raised the following concerns. the 54 million irregular expenditure. The procured drones remains unutilized. The concerns were raised regarding the functionality and operational safety of traffic wardens. The concern around the emphasis that need to ensure optimal functionality and long-term sustainability of community-based structures such as community police forum and community safety forums. The committee further proposes the following recommendations which must be delivered and the measures must be put in place by the 27th February 2026. The committee recommends the comprehensive irregular expenditure remediation plan should be developed and strengthen financial governance and accountability. A comprehensive plan must be developed and implemented to ensure procured drones are fully utilized, including training of drone operators and certification. The department must develop a detailed plan for reconfiguration of Gauteng traffic wardens. Sustainability strategy should be developed for all the community-based safety structures. And all these reports and detailed reports, progress report, must be done by the 27th of February 2026. I, Bandile Masuku, the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, convey gratitude Premier Panyaza Lusufi, Acting HOD Roch Mukhorosi, and their team for the cooperation during the committee assessment of the department annual performance of 24-25. Also extend gratitude of the work done by honourable members of the committee, Mhlagaza Manamela, Gunene, J. Moody, L. Evans, M. Maluka, F. Mulder, S. Nyati, Tinkani, Sid Bosch, and Michael San, ensuring that the committee achieve its oversight mandates over the department. I further thank the support staff of the legislature, led by the group coordinator Zuziwe Pachwambalo, the senior researcher Nenweli, the committee researcher Babalwa Malise Mpanda, the committee coordinator Tabile Malumane, the committee intern Apele Mjakla, the communication officer Tebe Kumalo, the Hansard recorder Sylvester Baloi, and our information officer Azindwini Nechubuyu, and our service officer Fezega Royo, and our public participation team Litsui Mutibi and Tabiseng Mufukeng, for their continued support to the work of the committee. In accordance to Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164 of GPL Standing Rules, I, the chairperson of the Community Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, hereby table the oversight report of 24-25 annual report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, taking into consideration all the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dr. Masuku. Is there a second, honourable members? Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes.
All those not in favour say no. Okay, the yeses have it and the report is duly adopted. Secretary, can we get the next order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you. Honourable Diago.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just before I start, it's noticed the MEC was running away for a second, but I wouldn't probably do the same if infrastructure was my responsibility. The 24-25 annual report of the Department of Infrastructure revealed a series of shortcomings in the province's infrastructure delivery. These failures span school and health facilities, sports and arts and culture projects, and the management of government properties under the government's Immovable Asset Management Act. What is at stake is service delivery, the dignity of our people, and the opportunity to progress. On the school projects, oversights, visits, and the annual report reveal multiple stalled projects across Gauteng. 6 new schools remain far behind schedule, urgently needed to relieve overcrowding. The new Risterval Secondary School in Vereniging, with a budget of 45 million, began construction in 24, but by mid-year it was only 64% complete and is now at risk of missing power connection deadlines. These are not isolated incidents. They reveal deep flaws in planning, procurement, and monitoring that continue to deprive learners of safe and functional schools. From a health perspective, the report confirms the maintenance backlogs and poor condition assessment persist across the province. Many hospitals and clinics are aging, with broken equipment, leaks, and failing electrical systems. Patients, mothers, and children bear the brunt of this neglect. Health infrastructure should be treated as a basic necessity, yet it continues to receive inconsistent attention and inadequate investment. The picture is no better in the area of sport, arts, and culture. The Women's Living Heritage Monument in Tshwane stands as a painful example of waste and neglect. Built at a cost of more than 280 million, it remains closed years after completion. It still lacks an occupancy certificate because of unresolved fire safety, plumbing, roofing, and structural problems. This project was meant to honour the role of women in our liberation struggle, but instead it stands as a silent symbol of mismanagement, draining maintenance funds while offering no benefit to the public. Equally alarming is the state of Gauteng's property portfolio. The department's own data show that the province spent more than 34 million each month on office rentals, while 41 government-owned buildings stand vacant. This reflects a failure to maintain an accurate asset register and to manage public property responsibly. Vacant buildings are left unused and unrepaired, while more space is leased at great cost. Under Giyama, every department must maintain an up-to-date immovable asset register and a user asset management plan for both owned and leased properties. Yet Gauteng continues to operate without reliable records. The Auditor General has repeatedly highlighted missing leases, unverified spaces, and absent maintenance plans. Without knowing what assets the province owns and their condition, there can be no accountability or efficiency. As a DA, we want to recommend the following action steps. Turnaround of delayed projects. Every school, hospital, cultural project that's delayed for more than a year must have a clear recovery plan with named officials, milestones, and firm completion dates. A comprehensive asset and lease audit. The department must reconcile all government-owned and leased buildings, identify vacant assets, refurbish them where possible, and end unnecessary rentals. Transparent monitoring system. A digital dashboard, MEC, should track all projects in real time, showing expenditure, contractor performance, and recovery action. Non-performing contractors must face penalties and be blacklisted from future contracts. A zero tolerance for rental waste and illegal occupation. Vacant and hijacked properties must be recovered, regularized, and repurposed to serve the public interest. In conclusion, Gauteng infrastructure is the foundation of service delivery for our schools, hospitals, cultural spaces, and government offices. Our learners, patients, and communities deserve better. Government asset must serve the people of Gauteng, not lie idle. Every rand must deliver service, dignity, and opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable De Jager. Honourable Masilela.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be speaking on behalf of Honourable Masilela, Honourable Chibenga. I wish to rise on all the protocols that were observed this morning. Honourable Speaker, we must ask, what defined the DID's financial year review? Was it the 34 million wasted on leased offices, or the moment the Honourable MEC admitted the obvious, that the DID is so broken, he called for a new DID in the 2025-26 budget debate? Honourable Speaker, allow us to refresh the MEC's memory. During the motion of no confidence against the Premier, the MEC boldly described the Blue Party as a place where neo-fascism is struggling to die. to make way for a new liberal agenda. For once, we found ourselves in agreement with him, and we noted that the MEC might have reached this conclusion through dialectics. Madam Speaker, if we are allowed, we would like to briefly indulge the MEC in his own chosen framework, and that is the framework of dialectics, which teaches us 3 laws, and 2 apply directly to DID's performance: the unity and struggle of opposites, and the negation of the negation. The MEC insists that the old DID is dead and that we stand on a threshold of a new DID. But dialectically, what is being negated and what new reality has emerged? Because when we examine the annual report, it becomes clear that nothing has died except service delivery. Honourable Speaker, the DID ends the year with over 103 million in irregular expenditure and 9.5 million in wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Much of it is interest accumulated because the department failed to honour court-ordered payments on time. This is not birth of a new DID, but the same contradictions intensifies rather than solving. The MEC speaks of renewal, yet the DID has managed only to complete 18 infrastructure projects, while estimated 55 projects that are currently in distress in Gauteng, requiring more than R1 billion to complete. Dialectically, this represents not the negation of the old, but continuation. Honourable Speaker, maintenance also remains a crisis. Buildings across health, education and social development remain distressed, unsafe and unusable. The 34 million spent on office rentals, the situation is very embarrassing. The DID continues to lease space at high cost, while 41 government properties rot in decay. This is not the emergence of the new DID. It is the deepening of the same neoliberal logic that the MEC claims to oppose, of outsourcing, leasing, and wasting resources while public assets deteriorate. Honourable Speaker, one of the main problems we know is underperforming contractors, a challenge that affects an entire administration and cripples the lives of the people of Gauteng. And as the EFF, we have continuously said in our cardinal pillars that we need to build state capacity and in source. Honourable Speaker, the struggle and unity of opposites teaches us that contradictions sharpen until a force triumphs over the other. At present, we need to ensure that the MEC's claim of the old DID does die indeed, and the annual report reflects and improves the lives of our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chivenga. Honourable Mahlabe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, members of the House. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development continues to face systematic failures that prevent the delivery of quality services to our people. Despite the self-congratulatory tone of this annual report, the department's performance reveals a clear pattern of mismanagement and waste. The following examples demonstrate these failures. The department paid 8.3 million in rent to the landlord of the game building in Johannesburg Central Business District, while the building remained unoccupied and under renovation. Due to poor contract management, the department was forced to pay 39.8 million in court settlement to a service provider. Investigations by the Special Investigating Unit exposed serious financial misconduct and supply chain management irregularities in the awarding of contracts for the refurbishment of Anglo Ashanti Hospital, resulting in the dismissal of several senior officials from both the department and the Gauteng Department of Health. These failures have produced tangible consequences across the province. Failing water and sanitation systems, struggling with both excessive demand and substantial maintenance backlogs. Dilapidated government buildings that have been allowed to deteriorate. hijacked properties that have been occupied by criminal syndicates and converted into bases for drug operations. The Premier promised to revitalize the province's central business districts, specifically mentioning the conversion of the Carlton Hotel into low-cost housing. However, this annual report contains no reference to any progress on these commitments. These enumerated examples, payment of rent for unoccupied buildings, substantial court settlements due to inadequate contract management, documented procurement irregularities, and the visible deterioration of essential infrastructure reveal a clear pattern of mismanagement, corruption, and neglect. As the MK Party, we are not here to engage in political posturing. Our responsibility is to hold this department accountable for delivering quality, dignified services. The persistent failure to properly manage projects, control costs, and maintain existing infrastructure undermines the basic requirements of human dignity, shelter, and employment. These examples are not isolated incidents, but represent systematic problems that demand urgent action rather than continued self-congratulation. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mahlabe. Honourable More.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the Department of Infrastructure Development's 2024-25 annual report attempts to showcase progress. It tells us of 109 completed projects, schools, clinics, libraries, and sports facilities, and procurement allocation where over half went to black-owned businesses. It highlights the IDEP system for transparency and boasts of green infrastructure initiatives. These are commendable steps, and Action SA will acknowledge them. But let us be clear, this report is more glossy brochure than honest account. The Auditor General raises concerns about underspending, irregular expenditure, and weak contract management. Projects are delayed, hospitals remain closed, and schools stand unfinished. Gauteng residents cannot live in statistics. They need functioning infrastructure. The most glaring failure is healthcare. Kempton Park Hospital remains shut despite the province's dire need for beds and services. Clinics are under-equipped and communities are left vulnerable. This is just poor planning, and it is also a betrayal of public trust. Yes, empowerment of women, youth, and SMMEs is good, but empowerment without delivery is hollow MEC. Procurement figures mean nothing if the infrastructure never materializes. As Action SA, we welcome the empowerment initiatives and transparency tools. We condemn the department's inability to deliver urgent infrastructure. We demand accountability for every delayed or abandoned project. We also call for immediate reopening of Kempton Park Hospital MEC. We demand accountability on facility management, asset management, and overall service delivery. Honourable members, Honourable Speaker, this annual report reflects a government or a department more concerned with ticking boxes than solving a crisis. We need infrastructure that works, not reports that spin. Action SA will continue to hold this department accountable until delivery matches promises and zero corruption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable More. Honourable Rasidingwane.
Ndolibuwa, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, the people of Gauteng Province, the Democratic Alliance cannot continue to massage the truth, but we must confront it head on. The Department of Infrastructure has collapsed under its own incompetence, and the annual report before us is a record of government failing its people. While Gauteng cries for hospitals, schools, and clinics, this department delivers nothing but excuses. The department spends 3.4 billion, yet still managed to underspend by more than 72 million, leaving critical project incomplete, leaving a province with collapsing infrastructure that have a department that cannot even spend the money allocated to fix it. Where is the agency, Honourable Mama Bulo? Where is the leadership? We are confronted with further 9.5 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure money lost because officials failed to do their jobs and triggered avoidable court interest payments. Funds that should have been built classroom, repaired clinics, or equipped hospitals was simply thrown away because the department refuses to lead. This is not just a financial mismanagement, it is disrespect to the people of Gauteng province. Out of the 28 infrastructure designs that should have been ready for tender, only 12 were delivered. That is 16 schools and clinics left to delay and forgotten and stuck in administration delays. Children are waiting, patients are waiting, communities are desperately waiting, yet the department is still revising timelines instead of delivering infrastructure. They promised 4 new construction projects this year and delivered 1, and even that one is only partially completed at 88%. The rest collapsed under poor contract performance, late payments, and failed contract management. This is not a delivery department, it is a department of delay and disaster. The Auditor General exposes even deeper failures. The Gauteng South Clinic, 42 million spent, but it is still not complete. Mosupyoe Clinic, 5.6 million later, but it is still not complete. Nesfield Primary School, Honourable Mamabulo, 33 million paid, but the project is still not complete. Mosupyoe Primary School, a whopping 98 million paid, but it's still not complete. In every one of these cases, the department failed to appoint a replacement contractors, failing to act, failing to lead, and failing the communities that desperately need these services. People of Gauteng province are suffering under your department, Honourable Mamabulo. A vacancy rate of 19% with leadership posts left empty. Tell us why there is no direction. And a 0% achievement on EPWP skills developments means young people who should have been empowered this year received absolutely nothing. Not one young person was trained and not one opportunity was created under your leadership. When a department consistently misses targets, wastes money, and leaves buildings abandoned and fails to empower communities, it is not only failing its mandate, it is failing its province. Honourable Speaker, we cannot continue like this. We cannot normalize failure, and Gauteng needs a department of infrastructure that builds, not the one that breaks, a department that delivers, and not the one that continuously delays. Today, we must call this department out for what it is, a department of dysfunction that continues to fail the people of Gauteng province.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Rasidingwan. Honourable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to members again. It's me again. I stand here today proud to present the annual debate speech of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the year 2024-25 financial year. Let me start by borrowing from the famous quote of Premier Lesufi, open quote, "No sunrise will find us where the sunset left us. Days are never counted backwards," close quote. Speaker, these are inspiring words from Premier Lesufi when he articulated the vision for GGT 2030. On behalf of the African National Congress, I take this opportunity to commend the work done by the department in translating the Premier State of the Province address and highlight key records of achievements as mandated by the people of Gauteng. Taking it from where Premier Lesufi left off, allow me to emphasize the following. 30 years ago, here in this province of Gauteng, when Premier Sekhuale addressed the people of Gauteng then, the current infrastructure did not exist. There was no Mandela Bridge. There was no Blue IQ multi-million investment. There was no Lanseria smart city. But because as an ANC government we dared to dream, South Africa is ranked in the top 5 of countries with the best infrastructure in Africa. Gauteng's spatial landscape has shifted significantly. Speaker, under the leadership of the ANC, the government has continuously ensured on focusing its attention in building new infrastructure. Focus is given to urban renewal. We have expanded existing infrastructure to ensure areas such as bus rapid system is accommodated. Speaker, South Africa's growth, productivity and competitiveness as a global player relies heavily on its economic infrastructure, right from the national through provinces and down to local level. Without a doubt, good social infrastructure provides opportunities for social mobility while improving the length and quality of human life. G20 has provided an excellent case study of why our infrastructure needs to be in good shape at all material times.
Speaker, as articulated during the budget debate around June or July, we reiterated our fresh memory of the commemoration of the 70th Freedom Charter celebrations, in which all the people of South Africa, represented by their delegation, declared to the rest of the world that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. The Freedom Charter remains to this day the ANC's basic statement of principles adopted by this important forum of our people in their diversity. All the infrastructure constructed projects during the period of 30 years to date has been done to benefit all citizens of Gauteng without excluding any race or color in the process. Our concept of inclusive growth and prosperity has been visible and is confirmed by data as reflected in the Stats SA annual reports. Speaker, we are under no illusion about the daunting task facing the liberation movement today. We have interacted with our people as part of our public participation engagement exercise. The message we keep getting is the message of hope, the message of reinforcement in the belief of the Freedom Charter vision. Today on this platform, I want to present to you the work of the ANC-led government is aligned to our ideologies, including the ANC's vision of building an inclusive state that is non-racial and non-sexist. The annual scorecard of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management we are debating unfolded during the period marking the last financial year within the 6th administration of this provincial government. It is for this reason that the department had to pay particular attention to ensuring that the performance targets that were established at the beginning of the term were addressed conclusively. This work was carried out within the structure of the program under the following key themes of administration: public works infrastructure and expanded public works program. For the record, the department was allocated an amount of 3.4 billion, and as the ANC, we are proud that 100% of this allocation was spent accordingly. It is a common fact that this department has been entrusted with championing socio-economic infrastructure delivery, investment and management in the Gauteng provincial government. We note that with this mandate, the ANC-led department has worked very hard to reduce infrastructure backlogs through the process of rationalization of project pipeline and the prioritization of the incomplete projects, with a particular focus on projects in distress to ensure increased community access to very important critical infrastructure. Speaker, amidst challenges, the department managed to complete a total of 16 infrastructure projects in 2024-25 financial year. The projects, amongst others, are Kokosi Primary School, Lyre School, Queenswood, Binoni DRT Regional Office, Lenazia School, Lotus Garden, amongst others. Speaker, let me draw attention to the portfolio committee of the department guided by the Giyama Act, which aims at providing for a uniform immovable asset framework, thus promoting accountability and transparency. In accordance with this mandate, the department managed to verify about 6,272 state-owned properties in accordance with market-related rentals. 15 of these properties have been sold. Approximately 30.3 million in property revenue has been collected. In a government where there are competing needs, every cent counts. During the State of the Province address held in March this year, Premier Lesufi promised to create jobs, drive inclusive growth, reduce poverty, and build a capable state for the people of Gauteng province. Around 2,527 work opportunities were created in the year under review. These figures included people who received skills training and participated in a health maintenance program. As part of the innovation, the department launched a progressive system called Infrastructure Delivery Platform, or IDEP, that provides the department with real-time data which provides full visibility of the entire value chain of all projects in the pipeline. This innovative idea has enabled the department to keep track of the performance of contractors, especially when it comes to construction and financial expenditure. We must also highlight that the IDEP intervention has just won a Batu Pili and Innovation Award Category A from the National Department. This is proof that Gauteng infrastructure is leading the pack in embracing technology and automating the service delivery mechanisms for more sustainable and efficient infrastructure delivery. Speaker, the ANC-led government does all this Mindful of the commitment made by our forebears in recognizing those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, we honor those who have worked tirelessly for the reconstruction and development of our nation and the people of Gauteng in particular. Premier Lesufi spoke eloquently about the Gauteng problem. He framed it as the G13 challenges that affect every individual and citizen of this beautiful province of Gauteng. With the budget that was allocated to the department ensured that it continues to record positive achievements in delivering infrastructure such as school refurbishment of hospitals, installation of solar systems in healthcare facilities, and the management and maintenance of property portfolio, including a movable asset register. Our manifesto commitment remains the guiding compass that underscores the importance of infrastructure development as a cornerstone of economic growth and social upliftment, especially among the poor and the working class. Under government of provincial unity led by the African National Congress, Gauteng has reaffirmed its role to accelerate service delivery, especially when it comes to funding the construction of new schools that are desperately needed in our Tish communities and other areas within the province. It is well known fact the department plays a pivotal role in addressing challenges of poverty and unemployment as contained in the NDP and simultaneously continue to implement the GGT 2030 outcomes in respect of the economy, jobs and infrastructure. Speaker, as we conclude, while some progress is being made in infrastructure development, this achievement is threatened, being outpaced by population growth and faces significant challenges with maintenance, service delivery and funding. The GIFA estimates that province needs close to 1.8 trillion in investment to address its infrastructure backlog over the next 15 years. A combination of limited resources, inefficiencies and shortage of skills has put extreme pressure on the public infrastructure asset. In his address to the people of Gauteng, Lesufi had this to say as we're building up towards the hosting of G20, open quote, significant infrastructure upgrades designed to be permanent are now nearly complete. Our comprehensive program is focused on delivering a seamless and positive experience for all, close quote. This integrated approach will now be used as a permanent model for a provincial government moving forward. The provincial government will keep this mode of collaboration and adopt it as a blueprint that we will use indefinitely to build a better province for everyone. The department will continue to play its part in the delivery of sustainable infrastructure rollout, maintenance and upgrade. The lessons learned from organizing G20 would be used to strengthen Gauteng's long-term infrastructure and energy resilience plans. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. MEC, Honourable Mamabulo.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Madam Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to greet in absentia the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier. Let me greet all MECs, the Chief Whip in absentia, Honourable members, and all the MMCs and all councillors that are following or are present, all our managers and the people of the province. I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the accounting officer, our HOD Mutana is here, leading a good team of DID senior managers. I would like to welcome all of them and to appreciate their presence. Happy Christmas. You're doing a good job. Don't be worried much about what you have said, what has been said this side. You can focus on what Honourable Ndlovu said. Honourable Ndlovu, what he's saying, HOD, is that ANC lives, ANC leads. That's very profound, that's very important, and we must thank you, Honourable Ndlovu, for a very excellent and very comprehensive, detailed presentation you have made, correctly reflecting on the work that we are doing in the department, and sincere thanks to you. Now, honourable members, I'm very much pleased to present and to participate in this debate at a very important time when the rest of the country and, of course, the world is observing the very important period of 16 days. And of course, reaffirming DID's commitment to fight gender-based violence and femicide, and to make sure that we reposition the department in its entirety to play this important role, which the President of our country has elevated to a very strategic role. Now, honorable members, let me report to the House that the annual report demonstrates beyond any shade of doubt that DID as an institution is deliberately and with very great intention shifting away from fragmented, manual, and inconsistent delivery practices. And I'm saying so, Madam Speaker, because we have acknowledged the challenges that we have had over time, but I think Honourable Ndlovu has correctly touched on good progress that this ANC-led government and the department is making in a number of areas. The introduction of the project readiness metrics, our core infrastructure delivery process, which we have successfully automated and enforced through the digital infrastructure delivery platform, our IDEP, which is our infratech, our infrastructure technology, has given the department real-time monitoring capabilities and, of course, a single source of the truth and data for all our infrastructure projects. This marks a fundamental modernization of our operating environment. Previously, our systems did not consistently produce this integration and, of course, one single source of the truth, which is data and information, to make sure that we move away from instinct and gut feel management to much more scientific, data-driven, technology and digital way of delivering infrastructure. Now, I must take this opportunity to say to this House that we are very much pleased that as we stand here, honourable members, and today, we are very proud of Team DID, led by the accounting officer, that the National Department of Public Administration has, and Honourable Ndlovu, let me add to what you have said. This department has been given a national award by the department in the category of, in the A category, replication and adaptation of innovation solutions. And in this regard, we have won the national gold at the Batupele Excellence Awards. Now, let me take this opportunity, members, to say the department has been given and recognized for excellence in innovation by national government, and we have won an important gold award in which we are now recognized as the leading best champion for innovation in the current financial year. And this was just a few weeks ago. I would like to ask the accounting officer to demonstrate with a portfolio of evidence that DID has received a recognition award by national government. And this award, honourable members, is for DID having successfully managed to automate the project readiness metrics in what we call the infrastructure delivery platform, IDEP. Thank you very much, honourable members. Now, I heard you, Honourable Nijager, say we need a dashboard. Here is national government recognizing the best innovative technological solution for the delivery of infrastructure in our country, and this has been given to us by national government. So on that note, I'd like to thank you, HOD, that our department has been recognized as a best center of excellence for innovation. Well done to DID. So I'd like to also say that, yes, so let Let me also, no, can
Honourable members, let's allow the MEC to complete his debate.
So
Yes,
I was being disrupted. All what I was saying was that DID is recognized as a center of excellence through the award in innovation that we have received from national government. So for anyone that is doubting what DID is doing in building capacity to deliver infrastructure, this award settles that beyond doubt, that we are on the right track to build the capacity of the state for sustainable delivery of infrastructure using smart technologies and digital platforms. That is proof beyond doubt, and well done to DID, well done to the accounting officer. We are on track, honourable members. I just want to also add that the week after that, which I think was on the 28th of November, just on the 5th, the GCIS recognized DID communication team as the best communication team in the rest of the province for Q2. DID came out as the best communication team, #1 in the province. So this tells you that this department, we are right when we say DID is traversing new ground, is breaking new ground in innovation, in smart solutions, and I'd like to thank DID team for being the best communication team, and the Chief Director of Communication is right there. Well done to you, Chief Director and the team, and keep up the good work. DID must remain the best communicator in the province for a sustainable period. Well done on that issue. So, Honourable Ndlovu, this department is doing an excellent job. Whatever that they might say on this side, lukhona uchincho at DID, and I would like to thank you to the team. The team is doing an excellent job. Now, honourable members, I would also like to take the opportunity to indicate that our department has unveiled to the Portfolio Committee our most innovative turnaround solution that we have anchored as the PRM ecosystem, where we have said there are different interventions in the ecosystem that seeks to engineer the turnaround of the department. And to that extent, I think we have done an excellent job because we are already beginning to see the results. Those infrastructure projects you have mentioned, most of them will be delivered before the end of the financial year. And some of them, you'll start to see the results in when the schools reopen. We will be able to deliver some of the projects, including the Women's Living Monument. It will be delivered before the end of the financial year. I can, with a occupation certificate that guarantees and confirm that it is state of the art. I just want to respond to one, to the point you make, Honourable Member of the EFF, Honourable Chibenga. I know that it is your first time you speak in the House. So you are making a maiden speech, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's not a maiden speech, okay. But I will also, just because you are still new in the House, I would not like to engage you on the dialectics. I'll just leave it for another time, but you're still new in the House, so let me acknowledge everything you have said and welcome it and appreciate it, including some of the wrong things on dialectics. I think we'll take it outside the House. But otherwise, thank you, honourable members, and thanks to the GID team. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, may I ask the MEC a question?
Are you willing to take a question, MEC? From Honourable Diakher? A question?
Honourable Diakher has said his share of the time. He can ask me outside. Thank you.
No, this is...
Honourable Diakher, he's refusing to take the question. Secretary, the next order, please. Thank you very much, Honourable Mamabolo.
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Honourable Ndlovu, thank you.
Thanks again, Speaker. It's me again. Thank you. No, bakwile. Speaker, allow me that the parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read by the House. During the year under review, the department had a total budget allocation of 3,405 million, out of which 3,404 was spent, reflecting a commendable expenditure rate of 99.96%. Under Program 1, the committee noted that the department was allocated a total budget of 513,317,000, which was spent at 100% achievements in procurement allocations for black-owned, youth-owned and disability-owned enterprises, as well as micro and medium enterprises. However, concerns remains over unmet targets, such as for military veterans-owned enterprises. On Program 2, the committee noted that the Program 2 was allocated a total budget of 2.6 billion, and the expenditure was at 100%. Over the years, the department has struggled with infrastructure project management due to financial control issues within client departments, leading to the delayed payments to contractors. The committee noted the department has developed the infrastructure delivery platform aimed to enhance project management, ensuring timely infrastructure delivery and address execution delays. The Auditor General echoed the same sentiments, emphasizing the need for prioritizing and tracking the ITEP implementation to tackle ongoing challenges. The committee noted with concern that many government buildings remain neglected due to budget controls residing with user departments, limiting maintenance capabilities under the GIAMA. The committee further noted that both department and its agency received an unqualified audit opinions from the Auditor General. However, concerning the committee is that the department demonstrated a slow response towards the implementation of recommendations provided in the previous years. Program 3, this program was allocated 2.8 billion. In this regard, 99% expenditure was realized. Also, that all targets for this program were fully achieved. With regards to the agency, the Gauteng Infrastructure Funding Agency, the committee noted that the agency had planned for 21 targets and managed to achieve 19 targets, which translates to 90% achievement. It was further noted that the agency was allocated 6 billion for the current financial year and managed to spend it. The committee noted for the year under review that the agency had planned for 21 targets and managed to achieve 19, which translates to 90%. Program 1 of Chief Administration, the committee noted that the agency successfully achieved all its targets, reaching a performance level of 100%. Program 2, it had set a total of 5 targets, which 4 were successfully achieved, resulting in an overall achievement of 83%. Program 3, Structure Finance. The committee noted progress made under this program, which includes the successful attainment of 2 out of 3 planned targets. The most significant achievements are the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with the 2 development financial institutions, namely Meridiam and Land Bank. Also, the submission of solar project applications. Program 3, Expanded Public Works Program. The committee noted that the program had planned for 5 targets and managed to achieve all targets, which translates to 100% achievement. The committee commends the department for achieving targets related to this program at 100%. The committee meetings are open to the media and public, where stakeholders are provided an opportunity to engage with the department on its performance. During the consideration of the annual report, stakeholders were invited to form part of the committee meetings and they made submissions. The committee noted that the Auditor General has revealed significant insights regarding the financial operations of the department. The committee acknowledges the attainment of an unqualified audit opinion. On resolutions, the Portfolio Committee, in its endeavor to enhance oversight and comply with the prescripts of the sector oversight model, periodically assessed the responses to resolutions passed by the House. During this annual report, the resolutions responses that were due were 20, and 12 of them have been closed by the committee. On findings and concerns, the committee is concerned about the department's failure to settle invoices from service providers within the mandated period, the department's failure to achieve targets related to procurement allocated to military veterans-owned enterprises, the department's challenges with reducing fruitless expenditures despite specific recommendations from the AG's office intended to cap unnecessary spending, non- and late payment of market-related rentals by the tenants who occupy the state properties. On recommendations, we are requesting written responses by the 3rd of February. One, the department should report on mitigating measures to improve its invoice settlement process to ensure that all payments to service providers are made within 30-day period. The department should also provide the committee with a 30-day command center with defined roles and a weekly workflow dashboard sample that will assist in tackling the 30-day payment issues. The department should report on an actionable plan that outlines specific steps to enhance military veterans' participation in procurement processes with clear timelines and responsibilities assigned. The department should develop a comprehensive enablement program that equips the committee to facilitate skills transfer to military veterans, thereby enhancing their employability and participation in the workforce. The program should include, but not be limited to, skills assessment, training and development, mentorship opportunities, job placement support, awareness initiatives, and ongoing monitoring and evaluation. The department should establish an action plan to address the findings from the 2024-25 financial year audit outcomes with specific timelines for implementation. The department should also develop a recovery plan for the 20 tenants who are not paying market-related rentals on state properties occupied. I would like to thank MEC Mamawulo, Head of Department, Mr. Mutlana, and the entire department executive for their efforts in the consideration of this report. I further appreciate the diligent deliberations of Honourable Member Makubela, Member Mhlakaza Manamela, Member Kumalo, Member Diafe, Member Raslingwani, Member Masilela, Member Mahlabe, Member Mure, and Member Adams. I further would also like to thank the Legislature support team for their dedication and assistance throughout this process. On adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the department for the 2024-25 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable members, is there a seconder?
Where's the Ache? Do the right thing, my brother.
I'll second, ma'am.
I said, I can't second. Did you second? Oh, thank you very much. Okay, I now put a question.
The chair asked so nicely.
Okay. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no? Okay, so the yeses have it and the report is then adopted. Secretary, can we go to the 16th order, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Public Accounts Standing Committee's oversight report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following reports. Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year ended 31st March 2025. Department of Community Safety for the year ended 31st March 2025. Department of Health for the year ended 31st March 2025. Medical Supplies Depot for Gauteng for the year ended 31st of March 2025. Department of Infrastructure Development for the year ended 31st March 2025. Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency for the year ended 31st March 2025. Department of Social Development for the year ended 31st March 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moody.
Are you going to time me, Mike? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, John Clifford Moody, Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, tabled the SCOPA oversight reports on the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the following departments, or should I say the departments and entities as read out by the Secretariat. Madam Speaker, I request that these reports be taken as tabled and read as they have been circulated. Therefore, I will present a short consolidated report on the oversight reports of the committee. Madam Speaker, allow me not to go into the detail of the audit findings of the departments and entities, as these are contained in the full reports as presented. I will, however, once again make some comments as well as raise areas of concern, as raised by the AG and or the committee where necessary. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs received an unqualified audit opinion for 5 consecutive years. It's not easy to maintain a positive audit outcome, so well done. The Department responded to all the matters raised by the Auditor General in its annual report, and therefore we did not need to call them to a hearing. The committee will work with the Department to help the Department to sustain and improve its audit outcomes in order to drive sustainable and improved service delivery. Community safety received an unqualified audit opinion as it did last year. The AG raised concerns regarding the material irregularity, namely the drones that were purchased and is still not being utilized. The drone operators are still not yet qualified, and other regulatory issues need to be sorted out before the department can fly these drones. It's a long outstanding issue. The procurement of helicopters was also flagged. The department incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 54,278,999 rand. Consequent management needs to be beefed up. Department of Health received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on compliance with laws and regulations. The same outcomes as over the previous 4 financial years. In other words, no improvement or no advancement. As a committee, we highlighted the following: non-compliance with regulations on expenditure and supply chain management, underspending of 1.1 billion rand, irregular expenditure amounting to 2.7 billion rand, and 17 million rand in wasteful expenditure. That is, no value received for 17 million rand spent. Payment delays, only 38% of invoices were paid within 30 days. The credibility of performance data due to a lack of supporting evidence thereof. The above is indicative of a lack of effective internal controls due to a reluctance to implement consequent management. Medical Supply Depot received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on compliance. This entity too has an unchanged audit outcome for the past number of years. The majority of the irregular expenditure was due to non-compliance with supply chain management regulations, especially on irregular contract extensions. The committee is also concerned about weak contract management regarding non-compliance with competitive bidding requirements. Similarly, as above, a seemingly reluctance to implement consequent management opens the door to corruption. Both the Department of Health and the Medical Supply Depot were subjected to a very rigorous hearing by the committee. Department of Infrastructure Development received an unqualified audit opinion with findings regarding compliance with laws and regulations. This is a repeat opinion since the 2022-23 financial year. The department, however, adequately responded to questions posed to it by the committee, thus was not subjected to a hearing. The department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the amount of 21.7 million rand. This raised concerns about the lack of internal controls and project management. Officials implicated in wasteful expenditure should be held accountable. Consequent management should be improved, and where corruption is identified, criminal charges should be opened against those implicated. The department needs to improve its information technology systems. The committee is concerned about the number of incomplete projects such as schools, clinics, libraries, etc. Hopefully, the newly constituted so-called A-team will live up to the high bar as set in the TV series, The A-Team. I don't know who is B.A. Baracus, but anyway. Smiley, I kind of know. Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency received an unqualified audit outcome for the 3rd consecutive year. Department of Social Development received an unqualified audit outcome with material findings, which is unchanged for 3 consecutive years. This department was also subjected to a committee hearing. The emphasis of matters on material uncertainty is related to contingent liabilities as well as underspending on the annual appropriations. This audit findings raise issues with regard to the accuracy of the Department's financial reporting, specifically around incomplete beneficiary databases and misclassified payments, underspending of 2.6 billion rand due to delays in grant verifications and vacant posts. The irregular expenditure of 7 million rand is down from the 3.4 in the previous financial year. This shows some progress in financial discipline. Weaknesses in the IT systems and oversight is affecting grants, administration and fraud prevention. The committee was assured that the department is addressing these concerns. Comments on good governance. On behalf of SCOPA, I wish to assure this House that the committee is committed to fostering good governance and good public accountability. That clean audits translates into improved financial management, prudent spend of the public purse, which ultimately leads to improved and better services to our citizens. Good governance and a restored faith and respect for this government. Such objective can only be achieved when we work together, holding the executive and their respective departments accountable through robust oversight and also assisting them to direct their respective departments and entities towards the same objectives. Acknowledgement. On behalf of SCOPA, I would like to thank the Honourable Premier and all the MECs for their cooperation during the process of dealing with the AG's audit outcomes by mostly responding timelessly and adequately to the questions sent to them by the committee. Evidence thereof is the reduced number of committee hearings this year. A special thanks to the MECs who led their departments and entities during these SCOPA hearings. Let me thank the members of SCOPA, Honourable members Musai, Tlabere, Fuchs, Kaba, Evans, Kunene, Schneemann, Kumalo, Salias, Masuleng and Ramazan for their diligent deliberations during this process, which ensured that thorough oversight was conducted on the departments and entities and that the reports compiled will contribute to the improvement of ethical governance in our province, Gauteng. I also take this opportunity to thank the very able and professional committee support staff for their input and for their support. Without them, we wouldn't be able to operate, and we are really thankful for them. Due to time, I'm not going to mention all their names. They just should know that they are really highly appreciated, Madam Speaker. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to express our appreciation to the Gauteng Business Unit from the Auditor General of South Africa, aptly led by Mrs. Melissa McCarthy and her team, to the officials from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Public Services Commissioner and officials. Adoption. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, that is SCOPA, unanimously adopted the following reports for the year ended 31 March 2025. Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Department of Community Safety, Department of Health, the Medical Supply Depot, Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, and the Department of Social Development. In terms of Standing Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Is there a second, Honourable members? No. Honourable Musai? Oh, okay. Honourable Masoleng?
Yes, Speaker, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now put a question. All those in favour say yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. Secretary, the next order, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Consideration of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study Report on assessing the implementation of mental health care services as public health priority in Gauteng.
Okay. Honourable Letsoalo, is he online or in the air?
Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Okay, please proceed. Please proceed.
But thank you very much, and greetings once more to the residents of Gauteng alike. And I want to specifically mention those from Midrand, Ebony, as well as Ivory Park, the different sections of Tembisa, Oliver and Old Bosch, Diepsloot, as well as the many other settlements constituting our province. I wish to table the portfolio committee's FIS report emanating from the 2025-2026 financial year budget vote report. And I think we themed it, assessing the implementation of mental health care services as a public health priority in Gauteng. But allow me to present the report in summary, because obviously there isn't the adequacy of time to go through the length of the entirety of the report, which stems 30 odd pages and so on. The focused intervention study stems, as I would have already stated, from the budget vote 4 in the current financial year, focusing on mental health. And if you will, mental health illnesses remains underreported and underdiagnosed, particularly in low and middle income countries, including South Africa. The country carries a significant burden of mental health conditions, with the most prevalent being anxiety disorder, substance use disorders, mood disorders, depression, as well as many others. Evidence further indicates that individuals with mental health conditions frequently experience neglect within the health system, as well as stigma and discrimination, which contribute to poor health outcomes, social isolation, and elevated suicide rates, including among adolescents. In light of those concerns, the committee sought to investigate the extent to which the department is investing in mental health care to ensure that sufficient focus, resource, and strategic interventions are directed towards addressing this growing public health burden. And I'm sure if you do a desktop research, you will see the prevalence, of mental health presentation, both in our province, but as well as national. Now, on the process followed, because I'm unable to take you through all the variants of the report, but on the process followed is that the committee visited a number of mental health institutions, and this would be hospitals and so on. And so on the 8th of July, 2025, the committee would have adopted this specific, FIS topic. But following from then is that on the 28th to the 29th of August, as well as the 12th of September, the committee conducted several oversight visits to a number of specialized mental health hospitals, and we could mention, Vescopies, Tara, a hospital, Kalinen, rehabilitation and care center, so quite a number of those facilities, and a central hospital with a mental health ward. As well as on the 13th of November, the committee would have convened a stakeholders engagement, created a platform where several stakeholders would have been invited to engage on what could possibly be solutions that needed to be fashioned towards, reducing the number of mental health representation, because it's not only something that resides within the department, but it requires a convergence of efforts, both, within the public, private, but as well as societal. And that stakeholder engagement would have given some recommendations. And I think part of the highlights of what the stakeholder engagement would have elevated, including observations made by members of the committee in the oversight visits that they undertook, were issues around the infrastructure limitations, and I will not elaborate on that. Secondly, human resource constraints. Thirdly, service demand versus the capacity. So you will find that you've got a bigger facility, but capacitation. So recruitment of additional personnel would assist in this regard. Number 4, patient safety and quality of care. So the overall patient flow and continuum of care, I think, would have also constituted our focus outlook as well. And fifthly, community integration as well as the partnerships. And I think this represents the point that I made earlier, that the assimilation of community-based organizations, but of family support becomes also crucial, in managing mental health burdens. And so on the recommendations, there's a number of proposals there which will have committed the department to engage, apply themselves to, possibly even integrate within their own decision-making processes, within their own, program rationalization, formulation, but also monitoring, including coordination, because those are quite the critical instruments at the disposal of the department. And so we are expecting that by the 30th of January 2026, we should have some kind of an indication of how the department has modeled itself on the recommendations of the department. And what are those recommendations? Number one, increase the specialized mental health and substance use disorder bed capacity by 15% across Gauteng facilities through a reallocation of unused space, targeted facility upgrades, and improved utilization of step-down centers. So that would be number one. Number two, the department should implement an integrated dual diagnosis service package in all district hospitals, including joint assessment, shared treatment plans, and coordinated follow-up. Number three, the department should train at least 80% of healthcare workers in priority districts on dual diagnosis and early identification of psychosis by June of 2026 using accredited training modules. So training is very central, because you need specialized healthcare professionals to mend patients which are presenting in our facilities. Number four, the department should establish community-based mental health as well as a substance use disorder education program. So this is campaigning in all of our regions, including monthly outreach, at least 10 trained community health care workers per region, and the rollout of family support programs. We really believe that if we can heighten up, and already the department does have those kinds of teams, but we really think that a bit of an expansive, outlook may assist the situation in that regard. Madam Speaker, on acknowledgements, I want to thank the MEC, the acting HOD, and all our staff alike. It is obviously December, and yet our work continues even beyond the legislature recess. I know other portfolio committees are going to be shutting down. The Department of Health, as well as the Portfolio Committee of Health, will still be in business. We are still going to be in business. And we wish to encourage the residents of Gauteng to continue to monitor the functionality of our public health facilities during the festive season. And we also want to ensure them that they should reach out should there be any need, for committee members to intervene, whether it be individually or whether as a collective. And the intent really is that there should be maximum accessibility of our health facilities. So this is the part that represents the issue of agents. I also want to appreciate emphatically the role of committee members. I usually don't get into this part, but given that we're Decembering, I want to thank their dedication, commitment. That is a member Trump, member Mfikwe, boss and member Mfige for standing in, ever being, reliable. And our good doctor, Dr. Bloom, Brian Bloom, I want to call you differently. Honourable Hicklin, the ever resilient, ever radiant. I want to thank you. Member More, always interrogative. I appreciate that. Member Boho, our choir master, want to appreciate you. Member Evans, the always agile, energetic, we appreciate you. Members Kosan, I couldn't forget the members Kosan. Focus the timelines all the time, getting the department to do its work within time. Let me also appreciate that the contingent of a predominantly women-led support staff, led by member Nondumiso, Tembisile, Nzuke,
and all of those. On adoption, Madam Speaker,
Honourable Letsoalo.
on adoption
Time.
in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, right together with Rule 165, the committee recommends that the FIS report be adopted by the House, taking into account the proposed committee
Honourable
recommendations.
Letsoalo,
made in
your
this
time
report.
is up.
And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you, Madam Speaker, and the residents of Gauteng.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Advocate. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second. Thank you very much.
I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Okay, those that are not in favour say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, can we go to the next order, please? Order 18.
Thank you, Speaker. For the last order of the day, consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, B28-2025, Section 76.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby table the report on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. The bill is introduced in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and it is widely referred to as a Section 76 bill. The bill proposes to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2025 in accordance with Section 12, subsection 4 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009. Since the adjustment budget for the 2025-26 financial year necessitates changes to the Division of Revenue Act 2025, the bill was introduced together with the tabling of the adjusted estimates of the national expenditure and revised fiscal framework for the 2025-26 financial year. Madam Speaker, the process that was followed was that the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature formally referred the bill to the Portfolio Committee for consideration in terms of Standing Rule 245, subsection 1A. In its deliberations, the Portfolio Committee considered the Financial and Fiscal Commission's recommendations on the Division of Revenue for the 2025-26 financial year, the 2025 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, the Provincial and Local Government Fiscal Frameworks for the 2025 MTF, as well as the 2025 Special Adjustment Appropriation Bill. On Friday, the 5th of December 2025, the Portfolio Committee received a briefing from the NCOP Permanent Delegate, Honourable Ryder, supported by National Treasury. In addition, the committee received presentation on the socio-economic analysis, the legal opinion, and the Gauteng Executive Council's views on the 2025 DORA Bill. As required by the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the committee published notices calling for public submissions through social media and a newspaper. However, no submissions were received. On Tuesday, the 9th of December 2025, the Portfolio Committee deliberated on the bill. Thereafter, the committee adopted its report on the bill to be tabled at the NCOP plenary. Subsequently, the report was transmitted to the NCOP Select Committee on Appropriations for the consideration of the negotiation mandates. The minutes confirmed that there were no amendments to the bill as referred. On Wednesday, the 10th of December 2025, the committee convened to deliberate and adopt the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. The principle of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill is to legally give effect to mid-year changes in how nationally raised revenue is shared among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. It updates equitable shares and conditional grants to reflect revised fiscal conditions as guided by Section 214 of the Constitution, and ensures that any adjustments to provincial and municipal allocations are transparent, lawful, and aligned with the adjusted budget. The Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act of 1997 complements this by prescribing the consultation and decision-making process through which equitable shares are determined. These bills promote equity, accountability, and cooperative governance by ensuring that provinces and municipalities receive appropriately revised funding to carry out their functions during the financial year. The legislative framework in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 9 of 2009 in reference to the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill 2025, Section 12, Subsection 4 of Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act requires that the Minister of Finance tables a Division of Revenue Amendment Bill with the revised fiscal framework if adjustment budget effects changes to a Division of Revenue Act. The main purpose of the DORA bill is to amend column A and of the DORA schedules, which shows the allocation for the current year. The new column A created by the DORA bill shows the original allocation, the adjustment, and the new allocation to maximize transparency in the adjustment process. In terms of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 214 requires that an Act of Parliament provides for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among national, provincial, and local spheres of government, the determination of each province's equitable share of the provincial share of that revenue, and any other allocations to provinces, local government, or municipalities from the national government's share of that revenue, and any conditions on which those allocations may be made. The bill therefore seeks to give effect to the provisions of Section 214 of the Constitution. It is noted in this regard that the bill is in line with the relevant provisions of the Constitution, the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, read together with the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. In terms of the outcome of the negotiation process, Honourable Ryder tabled the negotiation in favour of the bill as mandated with the following 3 recommendations: that National Treasury should ensure that there is a comprehensive review of the data, update methodology to ensure smoother transitions in future MTF periods and to minimize volatility in provincial allocations; that National Treasury develop a transparent criteria-based framework for allocations outside the DORA bill. This framework should clearly outline the eligibility, prioritization, and assessment criteria for provinces and municipalities, ensuring that emergency or ad hoc funding decisions are objective, consistent, and publicly justifiable, while still allowing for timely response to urgent needs; that the revision of the white paper on local government be prioritized to ensure that South Africa's local government policy framework reflects current socio-economic realities, institutional challenges, and service delivery demands. It is further recommended that the revised white paper provide clear guidance on governance reforms, fiscal sustainability, capacity building, and differentiated support for municipalities, thereby laying the foundation for a more responsive, capable, and financially sustainable local government system. All provinces therefore voted in favour of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill as referred. In terms of the socio-economic impact, the allocation of 4.6 billion to the provincial equitable share, with Gauteng being the major beneficiary, would cushion the socio-economic impact of significant demographic shifts reflected between 2024 and 2025. The additional resources help stabilize provincial budgets, particularly in sectors such as health, education, social development, and human settlements, where population demand is most pronounced. The Portfolio Committee welcomes the intervention, as the adjustment helps manage pressures linked to large migration and expanding urban population. The additional 2.1 billion to the urban development financing grant, the reprioritization of 343 million from the school infrastructure backlogs grant, the early release of 9.7 billion in 2025-2026 to address urgent provincial education and health and expenditure, and pressures arising from the withdrawal of international donor funding, particularly FEFA, has significant socio-economic implications. The Executive Council supports the changes proposed in the 2025 Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. This bill is necessitated by the proposed 2025-26 National Adjustment Budget, which impacts the division of revenue between the 3 spheres of government. The financial implications are limited to a total adjustment to transfers to provinces and local government, as outlined in the schedule of the bill. The 2025 Adjustment Budget provides for an increased allocation of 2.0 billion, resulting in a revised budget estimate of 2.3 trillion for the 2025-26 financial year, compared to the original allocation of 2.3 trillion as illustrated in the table. The final position, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee, in accordance with Rule 163, adopted the report in support of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, Section 76, as referred, and recommends its adoption by the House. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC Maile, the Head of Department, Ms. Ngane, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the processing of the bill. We would like to thank and appreciate all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Ms. Lebere, Mr. Sisedinyane, Mr. Mohobe, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Hickling, Mr. Magwala, Mr. Ngobeni, Ms. Evans, and Ms. Klaba. The committee gratitude also is extended to the support staff. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Do we have a seconder, Honourable members? Seconder? Honourable Hickling?
I move to second, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. Secretary, the last order of the day, please. Order 19.
Okay. Festive end-year messages from political parties.
Thank you very much. Honourable Makubela, are you online?
I'm here. I'm Makubela.
Oh, you're representing. Oh, okay, Makubela, new Makubela. Proceed.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable members of the Legislature, as we gather for the final sitting of the year, it is my privilege to extend warm Christmas wishes to the people of Gauteng on behalf of our collective effort in this House. This season invites us to pause, reflect, and appreciate the strength of our communities, the resilience of our province, the hope that continues to guide our democracy. Christmas is not only a celebration of faith, it is a reminder of our compassion, solidarity, and shared humanity. Across Gauteng, families are preparing to come together, some with abundance and others with far lesser than they deserve. Some are preparing to travel to their home provinces. Let this province and this festive season inspire us to deepen our commitment to build a province where every child is safe, every home has a dignity, and every resident can look for the future with confidence. To the frontline workers who will spend a period in service, health professionals, law enforcement officers, emergency respondents, and municipal teams, we extend our heartfelt gratitude. Your dedication ensures that the festive season remains safe and peaceful for all. As leaders, we must continue to champion a society grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity. Let the spirit of Christmas renew our resolve to confront violence, inequality, and poverty, to advance programs that strengthen families and improve quality of life for every resident. May this season bring comfort to those who have suffered loss, joy to those who reunite with loved ones, and hope to all those who dream of a better tomorrow. I wish every member of this House and every resident of Gauteng a peaceful, safe, blessed Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sisedinyane. Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're reminded that it says in the Bible that the angel that came on that day when Jesus was born came to give peace on earth and goodwill to all human beings. And that's the spirit that I hear from our honourable colleague on the other side, and it's something that I echo. I'm reminded of one of our former leaders in my party, Tony Leon, who always encouraged us to, while we disagree, to not be disagreeable. And I think I want to set aside all of the occasions and the times that we may have been disagreeable, particularly in this particular chamber, but more celebrate the fact that in the committees we tend to agree a lot, and where we do disagree, we're not disagreeable, which is very welcome. It's something that the people outside of this chamber don't often see. So I would have a hope that we would be able to disagree in this House without being disagreeable, be robust, but not be disagreeable. But I'm reminded of the First World War. Those of you that are familiar with history, there was a war that took place between 1914 and 1918. It was a terrible war. Many people lost their lives. New weapons of mass destruction were developed and were thrust upon us all. Things like mustard gas and stuff like that. It was terrible. But strangely enough, during Christmas 1914, this is a terrible war, by the way. In that terrible war, during Christmas 1914, British and German soldiers on the Western Front temporarily stopped fighting to sing carols and exchange gifts. Isn't that remarkable? Well, I would hope that during this course of these next few weeks, that each and every one of us, irrespective of which house of the side of the house that we happen to come from, irrespective of political parties or ideology, and I encourage Honourable Chivenga to teach me about dialectics. I'm listening to you, Honourable Chivenga. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that it doesn't matter that we might have differences. We have the opportunity in the next few weeks to go away and recharge our batteries. And I wish that for each and every one of us, that we would be truly refreshed when we come back in January. Because the fact of the matter is that we owe it to the people of our province. I think we love our province, we love the people in our province, and what we all want to see in all of our different ways is a more prosperous society, that there would be less unemployment, more prosperity amongst us, less homelessness, less crime, and so many things that our province would be a much better place. That's what we all want. And I trust that that would be in our prayers and in our thoughts over this particular festive season, and that we would come back and join together to work towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will speak on behalf of Honourable Makwala. Madam Speaker, as the year draws to a close, we want to take this opportunity as the economic freedom fighters to reiterate to the people of Gauteng that we will continue to fight with unwavering commitment for justice, accountability, and the upliftment of the people of Gauteng. We will continue to fight against unemployment, against poor governance, against the looting and pillaging of state resources, and the EFF will return to this House with a renewed energy and robustness towards the betterment of the masses of our people. And I would also like to quote from our President Julius Sello Malema, his message, and our open quote: "Let it be an enjoyable one, even in poverty, in suffering, in unemployment. There is a moment we need to pause and appreciate God for giving us life." And I close quote. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honourable Masoleng. Honourable Nkani. Okay. Honourable Nkani. Honourable Nkani. Okay, Honourable Goveni. Honourable Goveni.
I will speak on behalf of Honourable Nkubeni. Madam Speaker, indeed, the festive season is a time that should bring much joy and happiness into our lives. But it is also a time that we need to recognize that those of the many people in Gauteng, family members included, who see this festive season once more as one of those dreary, difficult times due to unemployment and poverty that goes with it. So whilst many of us are in shopping malls, happily shopping and spending money freely, there are so many of our fellow citizens, and I come back to the issue with regard to family members as well, who don't know where the next plate of food is coming from. Hence, I am challenged, and I challenge you to try and make a difference in the lives of those less fortunate than ourselves, and let us give generously where we can. Having said that, as we gather in the warmth of this festive season, a rainy summer as it is, Christmas brings us a moment to pause, reflect, and extend our heartfelt wishes. In Gauteng, a province that pulses with diversity and energy, we celebrate the spirit of togetherness, hope, and renewal. And I see it even in those poverty, those communities that are impoverished. Yeah, it's just, it breaks a person's heart because a person comes from there. We know what it is. This year, as we exchange gifts and share meals, let's also recommit to the gifts of compassion, care, and community. In the midst of challenges, let's amplify our efforts to uplift the vulnerable, support our frontline workers, and spread joy to those who need it most. To all Gauteng residents and to you, my colleagues in this House, and to your families, may your holidays be filled with laughter, peace, and the warmth of loved ones. May 2026 bring us progress, safety, and unity in our journey towards a brighter future. As we once more celebrate the birth of our Savior, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, and may the spirit of giving guide us all. And safe travels, and safe traveling mercies to those who are traveling to holiday destinations, and most of all to those who are traveling to visit family afar. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Honourable Alberts.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Member Mulder here. I will be doing it on behalf of Member Alberts. May I continue, Speaker?
Yes, please do.
Thank
you. Mulder. Oh, okay.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, as we approach the close of another demanding year, it is fitting that we pause for a moment of reflection and appreciation as we do. This House represents a wide spectrum of political traditions and fundamentally different approaches to governance. Yet, despite these differences, we gather here with a shared responsibility to share the people of Gauteng with dedication and integrity. This year has presented enormous challenges. The work ahead, especially as we move toward the pivotal 2026 local government elections, remains significant and demanding. But our ability to confront these challenges rests in part on our capacity to work with respect, discipline, and common commitment to public service even when we disagree. As we enter the festive season, I want to extend warm and heartfelt wishes to every member of this legislature. May the Spirit grant you the opportunity to rest, to restore your energy, and to spend meaningful time with your loved ones. To the staff of the legislature, administration, support services, protection officers, committee staff, researchers, and everyone who keeps this institution functioning, thank you for your professionalism and your dedication throughout the year. We appreciate you deeply. I wish each of you a blessed and peaceful festive season. May you travel safely, stay safe, and return renewed and ready for the important work that awaits us in the new year. I conclude with the following, Honourable Speaker. We cannot choose the times we live in, but we can choose how we rise to meet them. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Evans, are you going to give a message on behalf? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance wishes all honourable members, colleagues and staff peace, hope, and the strength to continue serving our communities. May your Christmas be filled with goodwill and reflection. May we all carry a spirit of unity and progress into the new year. Let this season remind us of the values of compassion and communities. May we continue to work together for the common good. May you all have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2026. Go with God's blessing.
Thank you very much, Honourable Evans. Honourable Ramkopa. Okay. Honourable Ali. Honourable Adams.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you so much,
The ACDP thanks you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to convey a message of Christmas and well wishes to all the honourable members and people of Gauteng. But let me first applaud you. In Afrikaans, we say Eystervrou, that means Iron Lady. You have held the fort very well with Honourable Deputy Chair Tulani. Let me also welcome Honourable Tabitheng Chivenga, the freedom fighter. She's in the House. Welcome to her in the Gauteng Legislature. The Bible says, Honourable Speaker, in Isaiah 9 verse 6, for us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulders. Honourable Speaker, what an opportunity for us to end the year on this high note. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, fellow presiding officers, esteemed members of this legislature, the dedicated administration and staff of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, stakeholders in the House today and above. Madam Speaker, allow us today to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to you for affording all political parties the opportunity to convey festive messages to this House and to the people of our province. This gesture affirms the spirit of inclusivity, unity and respect that guides the work of this legislature. As we gather at the close of the 2025 parliamentary calendar, we do so with a deep sense of reflection and gratitude. This year has tested us, stretched us, and ultimately strengthened us, our resolve collectively. We have confronted complex governance challenges, navigated the demands of oversight in a rapidly changing environment, and responded to the needs and aspirations of our communities with sincerity and determination. Through it all, Honourable Speaker, the legislature has continued to stand as a house of the people, committed to our accountability, transparency and the advancement of a better Gauteng. In closing, as we enter the season of rest and reflection, may it bring peace to your homes, warmth to your families, and renewal to your spirits. And may we all return with a renewal of spirit, a strength, resolve to serve, to lead, and to advance the values that bind us as a legislature and as people. We wish you a safe, peaceful, and joyful festive season. Let us take care. Let us arrive alive, and let us step into the new year with unity and purpose and the unwavering commitment to the people we are honoured to serve. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bishop. Honourable members, so I just want to share with you the following, and I'll be very short. So as we approach this season of joy and reflection, I would like to take this opportunity also to wish you a blessed Christmas filled with peace, love, and renewed strength. Your leadership, your wisdom, and dedication have been a guiding light through the year, inspiring all of us to serve with integrity and purpose. Honourable Moody, you spoke about the poor, but there are also the lonely. There are old people who are in old age homes, who don't have family or who don't know where their family members are. They too need our attention. So my plea is that those of you that can, please visit those and give those elderly people a little bit of love. They deserve it too. So together as a team, we have achieved a lot. Believe it or not, we have. Although much still needs to be done, it is my hope that you will get the much needed rest and come back energized, as you said, Honourable Moriarty, to again continue serving the people of Gauteng. So may this festive season bring you moments of rest and warmth with your families and friends. And I hope also a prosperous and fulfilled new year for all of you. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to the people of Gauteng and for leading with grace, despite, what you have done in the House. But that's okay, you were correct. The House must be robust, but in all of it, there was, pockets of grace. I'm just being honest. There were pockets of grace, and good intention and vision. Have a Merry Christmas and may all of you be blessed. This concludes the business for the day. The date of the next meeting will be communicated. The House is... Oh, yes, you are correct. Yo, boycott next year. Okay, I honestly wish you and your families. Thank you very much for reminding me, Honourable Bama Bolon. I wish you a happy and Merry New Year and Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year. Have a good time with your families. You too. Thank you. The House is concluded. Thank you. Kia leboga.